calories in,
excited. I think it was a
calories
good
out, right?
report, and
So
I'm surprised it's not
what you
showing more strength,
do
but sometimes
to
the market
achieve
just
that
does that to you,
deficit,
and
to
you
me,
get dragged
is
down a
what's
little bit here. And I
operative.
think
For
that's what's
example,
occurring
if
here
you want to go
in
on
Datadog.
cardio
For the long
machine
term,
and lose that 200
it's a good
calories,
report,
that's
so
one
I
way.
would
I
suspect
see
if it
that as
settles
dead
down,
calories. You're
give it
not
the old 3-day
utilizing those
rule and
calories.
hold the 50
Instead,
period moving
I
average,
can
you've got
strength
something to work
train,
off of here.
use those
for
200 calories
I
to
think,
build
definitely
muscle
not one of
rather
my
than
top
just
names on the
expend
list,
them
but
for the
one
sake of
I'm definitely
expending them.
watching
You
as
see what
well.
I'm
Again,
saying?
earnings day
So
one,
what
doing
I
some
feel
decent relative
cardio
volume,
is a
got
waste
over
of time.
30 times.
It's a
over 50 times
controversial
on the initial
perspective,
push,
but I do
currently
feel
doing
cardio
about,
is a waste of time.
30 to 40
Okay, so
times.
And let me just finish my
relative
point.
volume here
So
on
I
the
can do
5
the exact same
period.
thing.
I'm
I
looking at a
don't need to
3-minute
be lifting at
chart
80
here
and
currently,
90%,
this is
Joseph.
the
I can
anchored
lift
VWAP
at
right
50
there.
and
So again,
60%.
don't really have any crazy meticulous plans around Datadog, but I will be watching it in and around that anchored VWAP because so far it has been kind of rejecting that a little bit there. Session VWAP in and around there as well. Will give you a little bit of confluence with that anchored plus maybe intraday VWAP as well, coming in roughly in and around the same area, just shy of that 107 mark. Currently trading at 106 halves. But yeah, let's see if we can get back down, or let's see if VWAP or the anchored holds as a little bit of resistance. But we've basically chopped sideways, right? There's a shake and bake on the reaction right there. A little bit up, a little bit down, coming in real flat. Look how flat yesterday was. We're trading right within that range, that really tight range on Datadog from yesterday. We're poised to open in and around that area right now. So going to be interesting how it opens, but maybe not the first one on my list. A little bit of shake and bake.
Every time you, from now on, every single no, actually, wait a minute. Not every time, almost every single time dude says shake and bake, I'm going to do one of these. I just realized if I say every single time, then I know what Obi's going to do, and then because I've said it, then I have to start doing this nonsense shake every single time. But shake and bake.
You can mean your trades just like.
That's the worst. Yeah, you sitting there like trying to like shake on the keyboard. It's like, what am I doing to myself? No, but let's go. Yesterday it was a root. Everyone wanted to talk about in the space. Today, lemonade beats on earnings. That cool, refreshing drink.
No, close, but no. Back to back to 11% right now for lemonade. We just broke out of that last little pivot there. On decent volume as well, trying to get back upside. Not a lot of liquidity, however, it looks a little thin at this point. But yeah, better than expected results right across the board. I mean, I don't know. Do you like lemonade? I'm not a huge fan.
It's okay. I don't remember the last time I've had it.
Same.
I'm not averse to it though, Brendo. So I'll have it.
Anyway.
A lot of sugar usually.
Yeah, true.
All right, guys. They beat on the top and bottom line, but they're still losing money. So let's talk about it. So a quarterly loss of around 86 pennies. We're talking about EPS here, but that beat the estimates of 92 pennies. So 92 penny loss, mind you, which is a beat by about 6.5%. There's also a 28.36% decrease over the losses of 67 pennies on the year. Now they're guiding. The company reported quarterly sales of 151.2 million, which beat the estimates of 145.21 by about 4%. It's about a 27% increase over the sales of last year, Brendo, where they printed about $119.1 million. Not a bad look for lemonade.
There was a time, it was probably COVID era, where this thing was just wild, volatile, and crazy volume. Not the case anymore. The liquidity dried up a long time ago, but not doing a heck of a lot here. We are up nicely, though.
At least Christopher Mullen got the Eddie Murphy delirious reference. Thank you, Chris, in the chat. We were literally talking about Eddie Murphy like yesterday, and delirious literally yesterday. I know Sean would have got that one. Look, lemonade. Regardless of what you think about this, think about the company, somebody was a seller at 30 and now it's broken, and now it's broken the 50 period as well. Volume does stink, unfortunately, or it's more like maybe it's a continuation type play. I think for this one, it has a decent chance to squeeze. We talked about Root yesterday, and Root had looked pretty good as well. But without any real volume here, you need to see it open up. But as long as it's above the gap, and above the 50-period moving average, I feel like there's some shorts that might be a little bit trapped there. We did have summer imbalances did just pop in. The only one of note so far is it was 200,000 to sell on Palantir. Now it's only about 170,000. SMCI, a slight buy at 167,000. And I thought, yeah, I mean, the only Mag 7 name in there, as you can see, like Microsoft at 100K. So not a heck of a lot, but that didn't mean things didn't move just now. AMD's been trending down all morning. NVIDIA just broke the low and is heading even lower. Specifically, NVIDIA, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, 115. We feel the same way as I did yesterday. Maybe the short needs to be a little bit more, what's the word I want to use? Like, let it not have to get to 115 to short it. How about that? Because I think a lot of times you get a level like this on NVIDIA or any stock, right? Like the 115 is such an obvious resistance level that the sellers are coming in a little bit early. So I think waiting for 115 is just a little bit too patient, but I am still looking for that fade. I did like, oh, Randy, thank you so much for.
I'm okay. Still got mine right.
Yeah, it's all about the refill. Got to have the fresh one, move the Yeti on over. AMD is holding the 50-period moving average, so this is simple. If it holds 98, then I think it's good to go. If it loses 98, you've got a gap underneath. But we talked about Apple at least. The other name that's near the top of the list after Palantir is Apple. Apple, like, look at this slow trend up and look how quickly it is lost the first support yesterday, losing second support today. Shorts back into the 200 to 201 area. That's another one on the note. Not feeling awfully bullish here today. Maybe some mean reversion longs out there, but everything else pretty bearish here, Obi.
Yeah, I think, again, I'm going to wait to see what some of the volume comes, how the volume comes in off of the open. But yeah, no, when life gives you a double beat, maybe you squeeze some lemonade to the upside here. 33.29 is currently breaking out of this $30 consolidation level. We can see that kind of maybe a flag, whatever you want to call it. A bit of a held offer here at 30 halves-ish. $30 level you can see from about, when is that? Is that 30 halves or 30? So no, it's around 30, let's call it that. Whatever the price is. You can see that there's a bit of a level hold here in that area over and over again for a decent chunk of April. They're finally breaking out on earnings. So let's see if we get that continuation off of the open. But in the pre-market session, not really doing too much crazy volume. I call this a little bit of a crumble. So yeah, there's definitely some crumbles in the lemonade there. So I'm going to stay a little bit wary of that one. I'm kind of hesitant to even throw up an anchored here because of the lack of volume, but it is what it is. Let's see if that can potentially come in here. But yeah, let's see. After some volume gets into the ticker, maybe it could give us some more sweetness there. But I'm again watching Palantir, I'm watching Tesla, I'm watching Apple, some bigger picture stuff here as well off of the open. Let's see if those give us any opportunities, and good luck to everybody trading today. And yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe. We'll be here until 4:30 p.m., right?
That's the plan. And Roger, we did talk a little bit about BTC, but I think I worked it into a conversation about Mara. We'll definitely get to that for sure. 95,000 minute prob. But let's get to the bell here. Ring it in 2 and 1. The post-earnings Palantir party begins now, more or less. Well, the shake and bake party as well. First move for Palantir ends up being down. I'm still looking at Apple. Apple's actually trying to bounce in here, but first move on Palantir, heading, right into the downside. It's great. It's already SSR, so the first move is to the downside. I guess we do wait for that. It's like 107 would be that spot where you could get some kind of a mean reversion. But yeah, first move down. Tesla also fading very, very heavily. It's HIMS that's headed to the upside right now. HIMS powering through 39. 41 was a level I was looking for a potential short trade on HIMS. So going to have to be patient. I thought we'd be pop and fade. No, there is no pop on Palantir. Down to 110 already testing. And Tesla also breaking lower, Obi. That 270, we're here pretty much right now. 271 just taking in. So an instant flush in a couple of names. The market, slight move down. NASDAQ 1.3. But it's Palantir and Tesla dropping the most heavily.
Yeah, that again, this action is absolutely crazy. We're wiping up and down 20, 30 pennies at a time. So I'm watching that. 110 halves currently holding pretty well. 110.35 is the day low. There comes a bid. Let's see if we can get back above 112. That was a little strong there. And where is VWAP, you may ask? VWAP coming in right here at 113.33, so not too far away from that one as well. So coming back 33. Into the 113.33. Yeah, coming right back up in 112s potentially coming in. So yeah, there was a pretty decent bounce off of that 110 half, hold. Let's see if we get some continuation there. I'm going to give it a couple of minutes there. I kind of hesitated. Wow, there goes Apple back into maybe 199, 200 territory. There's 112 on Palantir. So we're getting that bid. Opening price is 112.71, Neil. Can we get past that opening price? That might be a trade in itself. But again, I'm going to stay patient for the first 15 minutes or so, maybe first 5 minutes. Again, something has to be so strong that it pulls me into the trade and is like, okay, well, are you going to be participating here? I might have missed that on that 110 half hold. A bit of a shake and bake there, but coming back into the opening range highs there. Let's see what the futures are doing. Futures maybe a little bit of a bid up coming into the open. Yeah, a little bit of a bid, but Palantir. Beautiful short off of the open that came in all the way to the lows of 110.35 is now coming back into 13.
Right now, Obi. Hims wants green right now, and it wants it in a bad way. So it just got to $40. Remember, 43 monster level on Hims. So unless we get back, like, it's got to hold above the 41 level. That's the first place that I wanted to look for the fade play. Apple's going to come in first, I feel like. Looking down, Palantir did not give that 110 kind of under-over breakdown play. You had to take, I think, like a 111 long if you wanted that Palantir. But I think we're going to get Apple into this 200 level almost any second. I just tagged 199.50 and a decent chance to go even higher than that. I want to see a nice little lower high on Palantir. That'd be a good spot. As well as try to fade in. VWAP I had at 113, close to 114.
I tried to punch in much higher,
for VWAP.
And now I got in much less because I'm like, I tried to punch those 113 quarters there, and it did not accept me for some reason. Again, it's SSR, so it's not going to be the easiest, but I love my Frex gate. Frex will literally get you in sometimes in the most stickiest of situations. A little bit of a sandwich there, 112s. Let's see if we can come back down. Some selling coming in. I don't have everything that I wanted to. I have about a third of what I initially intended of getting on the short, but we got sellers stepping in at VWAP. Let's see if that day low can get taken out. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on TTWO. There's not a lot of volume on this. I do want to preface it with that, but it is on watch here. Rockstar releasing the second trailer for Grand Theft Auto 6 just a couple days after delaying its release to May of next year. So again, TTWO on watch after this GTA, the second GTA trailer is released. Back to you.
Cancel.
Yeah, I posted the offer and it just canceled a couple of times. I was like, what is going on? I posted it. And it's SSR, that makes no sense, right? And then the Frex gets me in. What?
Frex for the win.
Frex for life.
I did not get in.
Always.
I did not get into Palantir on that move up. Like I know I missed, but I didn't miss by.
Maybe it gives me another chance.
I didn't miss by much. Look, it might give another chance in here. What was I? I can cancel that order. Obviously we did not get it. I just missed it. I had VWAP a little bit higher there, but it doesn't matter. Volume's really starting to come into the downside. But Apple's going upside here, so this one, 200 to 201, is where we patiently wait for the Look how strong this sucker is.
Take them out.
100K on the bid right now, Palantir at 11s, and they're taking that sucker out like it's absolute butter. And Hims is almost at 43, everybody, so Hims is making a big power move to set upside. It looks like that one does want to squeeze everybody out, but it's going to be Apple for me first.
So we talk about this all the time, Neil. On an SSR name, there's only one kind of participant who can hit the bid.
That's the owners of the shares.
If you're using Frex, maybe.
Well, first of all, Frex for the win.
Frex is, might be a little broken there in terms of that mechanic. But again, it makes sense because it'll give you mid prints as well, and that's technically not necessarily taking from the bid. Right, and if in a microsecond it bids up, the Frex can hit you, and you will be providing liquidity in that moment.
That's
why I love the Frex key. Yeah.
For an SSR name, or if it's short sell restricted, it's a good reason.
VWAP sellers right off of the open, Sharif. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. 110s coming in. I'm looking for 109s. There's a held bid. So yeah, people who hold inventory are the people who can hit the bid on an SSR name. You have to already have shares in order to sell them. If I'm selling naked, kind of ish right now, borrowed shares, I can't really take the.
Will we sell with your clothes on, please?
I'm sorry. I'll do my best. I'll make sure I'm fully covered before the end of the day. Don't worry. 109s incoming. Oh boy, is that an ad? I got 109s as a bit of a level here, and this is coming in real hot. Do I add a little bit here? I'm going to try to take some on the 109s. But again, going to pack my patience, as Sharif likes to say here. 109 breakdown could be pretty decent, but again, we've sold off pretty aggressively as well right there. Wow, it gets me again with the Frex. Oh my God. All right, well, that's interesting. 109s, let's see if 109s holds here. 109s printing the quarter right now, a little bit of a hold. But yeah, that aggressive selling, Neil, coming in, that follow through, nice little reaction off of the earnings, strong flush, consolidating sideways in the teens. Now we're breaking down into the 109s. Let's see if we can travel a little bit lower here.
Yes,
bit of a break of trend on the higher time frame, to say the least. And we're poised for some lower lows here. 109s, again, that quarter, there's a lot of churning happening on the quarter. We saw the same kind of churning happening maybe in the 10 halves there. But yeah, let's see, maybe a bounce off of here. But I'm going to stay patient. Again, I have what I have. I'm going to try to do my best to stay nimble here. If we can hold below 110s, this is good. 109 is a bit of a key level on a higher time frame, Neil.
Yeah, and worth keeping in mind too, like the market is not bleeding the way that Palantir is bleeding. Tesla's actually about to break the high of the day. The Nasdaq's trying to get back into VWAP, so you got to try to respect that at least a little bit. Apple's catching a bit of a bid, which I want to respect. They can't seem to get underneath the volume weighted average price, so we did get close to that 200 level. Didn't get the ad there. I got to start using Frex as well. But the bottom of the range here, 198.6. That's a place that we might have to get out and just take the buck where we can grab it on Apple, because the market's actually relatively strong. That's not 186.6, 198.6 is where we get the next bid out. So Tesla's wicking the high. HIMS has flown. You out?
I got out. I punched out there.
I thought you wanted to add through 109.
I did add through 109, and then it gave me a little bit of a jitter. I'm like, all right, I punched out definitely a little too early, maybe a lot too early. But again, that key level breakdown, do I expect a little bit of a shake and bake and a chop? I think so. But yeah, that was beautiful right there. 112s. I chased it down, Neil. I was like, oh, give me 113s. I was like, give me 113 quarters, actually. I missed 113 quarters. I was like, okay, give me 113s. And then once it got below 113s, I was like, well, damn, now I have to size down if I'm going to punch and chase into 112. So I take a third of the size on a different gate altogether without posting, using keys that remove liquidity and get it in on an SSR name. That's a little bit broken. But here comes in that 109, showing us that, yeah, maybe a little bit of a key level. So I'm glad I covered here. Sure, I might have left 50 pennies on the table, but that's fine. Next trade, and where is it at, though? That's the question that I'm asking. Let's throw on some moving averages. Let's see if this accelerated selling is going to come in here. Market tailwind, though, definitely not on our side, as we're starting to break back above some of these pre-market levels. SSR bounce, yeah, maybe potential for an SSR bounce off the 109s. But here's the thing, Neil. We saw that size getting taken out randomly at, what was it, 111s, I think, and then size getting taken out a little bit higher as well. So I'm going to wait to
it's
see
already happening.
If it comes in. Yeah, you got a dollar reversion.
No, sure. It already happened. Here's I had to put up a 1 minute chart, but it already did that. Yes. It already did the prior bar break bottom here at 109. So that's kind of gone. HIMS is also absolutely gonzo, everybody. It just broke $44, I believe, into, forget dip buys. It's the same thing. Like, passive orders are getting missed left, right, and center. So I tried to pick this up. Remember we said 43, this has to get above the 43 level? Well, you're gone now. I'm going to join the first red candle that I can get. I got to pop back to a 3 minute because I prefer a 3 minute. Sometimes for an SSR play, I'll look at a 1 minute chart so I can see like a really quick turn, but usually I prefer the 3. So Apple just came back in, got 199.80. So the good news is it's turning underneath the $200 level. The bad news is if you're short, it's putting in higher lows, and it can't seem to get to VWAP. So I got to respect the strength that Apple has in it at this particular moment. Like right now, if it can't get under 199 this time, I'm going to bail temporarily and wait for the back end of this trade. It's front end trading on this short right now, which is not exactly the plan of action when the Nasdaq's trying to go higher. You got Tesla also going. I mean, Tesla's going ham. But I like 280, like the mid 280s, yeah, into 83 to 85. So there's a long way to go before I start thinking about the short there on Tesla. Apple 200 was always going to be part of the plan there, and of course HIMS is the other one we're looking closely. Bye HIMS.
Bye.
HIMS is now at 45.5, up 9%.
Yeah, no,
it is him.
That is the one. Apparently, yeah.
More than the one.
It's we were like, oh, a little bit of a shake and bake there. Don't know what's really going to happen. Prior day consolidation was very, very tight, right? That was HIMS? Was that HIMS or Datadog? No, never mind.
That was Datadog, but HIMS is the one that squeezed. Remember, 33% short float on HIMS, and there is on the daily, just here, like $46 on the daily chart is your resistance level. So it's, I mean, you break through that and you're running into a world of hurt. I didn't see
we pointed this one out in the pre-market, Neil. Here comes lows, maybe some fresh lows here on Palantir. So we did kind of chop up that 109, consolidated. Maybe this is the consolidation for a leg a little bit lower there. I'm not going to get involved here just yet, but that continuation, definitely a trade, very valid here. But I'm going to look for something that is more of my taste. Wow, sellers on the ask, stepping it down, 108 halves. Day lows potentially coming in here. Day low currently at 108.42. We're trading 108.50s right here. A lot of volume kind of churning here as well. But I'm going to stay patient. I'm going to let that come in here. But Neil, there was a name that I pointed. There was actually two names. Remember, I was like, these might be just like side burner trades.
You know what?
But they're technically very much coming in, very much in play technically.
One of them was Pepsi.
One of them was Pepsi. One of them was ConocoPhillips. And I was like, both these tickers are breaking down some key levels. Pepsi a lot more than the other. Let's take a look at what Pepsi did right off of the open. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is why I gotta talk to Jose in the back and be like, yo, like I gotta automate some of my trades.
That one's a simple breakdown trade.
Yeah, but it's like I can't be at like 10 places at once. You know what I mean?
I think with that you can set the stop with a bracket order if you already know what your route is going to be. A lot of time, it's not.
But I want it easier, Neil. I want an AI that I can just feed my morning plan and it has orders in based on my style of trading.
That's right. Where you need these.
That's what I want. I want to be able to type up my morning plan and be like, all right, here you go. It posts orders. I check them, and then I'm like, all right, cool. That's what we're playing.
Very
but anyways, a simple breakdown play here on Pepsi. You can see.
Obi, not to interrupt,
yes.
but like just
what's happening?
Look, the market's actually trying to break out here, so I want to try to go over. Like, if you're looking at the chip names, they're all at the lows, but Netflix is green, up 0.5%, and it's flying to another all-time high. Netflix is good. I don't even tell anybody that. That's a misleading candle because, yeah, it opened up. That actually shouldn't be that bad. Like it's a misleading candle in some ways because it was all upside yesterday and trying to break through 1144 here, which would be yesterday's high. All-time high is a little bit away. Tesla is holding at the high of the day as well. So you are seeing some signs of strength with the NASDAQ trying to break through the volume-weighted average price. I still think Tesla's going to be a fade in the 80s. That's the level that I'm going to be waiting for. I'm still feeling that there's a lot of shorts in here. And Palantir, it's starting to, on a 15-minute, we haven't had the close of the bar yet, but it is really starting to look like that 108.5 is holding. There's a bit of a double bottom here on PLTR. So that 15-minute bar is about to close any second now, but I just want to make sure we showed where the strength is in this market. Tesla doing well, Netflix doing well, obviously HIMS on another level.
Drop on Palantir, man.
It's dude, like $1 back and forth.
Yeah, back and forth. So it's like again. And this is now. It's like people talk about what is confirmation, and this is confirmation to me. This is the market, the price action showing me that 109 is definitely a level of interest. I thought it was based off of the chart in the past. It's coming in. It's consolidating in a volatile manner. 50 pennies above, 50 pennies below, or $1 above, $1 below there, with a low of 108.40s and highs of 110s there on Palantir. So yeah, again, did I know this was a good place to cover? Absolutely not. Did I follow the tape there? Maybe a little bit there on a bit of a slowdown on that break of 109 because we bid right back up. I'm like, all right, there might be some buying here. It is SSR. We're down from 113s and change all the way to 109s. And yeah, I did my best to capture what I thought was a decent part of the move there. But again, I'm going to be looking for continued sellers to step in. Where can they potentially step in? Maybe some prior levels, maybe VWAP. Maybe they don't step in at all and we get a V-shaped recovery. It really depends on how long we consolidate here on that 109. But Pepsi was what I was talking about earlier here. Nice little breakdown. So that breakdown level was 131.60 here on Pepsi. This is a 3-hour chart. Going to a 1 minute, you can see, okay, what was that price again? 131.70, 131.50. 131, yeah, so 131.50 is the low, it would seem. So let's see what we did with 131.50 right off of the open on Pepsi. right here. So where is 131.50? So a little bit of a consolidation. Did that confluence with VWAP? Probably at some point right there. Boom. VWAP hold, continuation, sellers stepping in, volume increasing as we get lower. Look at this volume candle, the highest volume candle since the open. The opening candle is not even.
That's got to be.
No, I 100% believe that candle. I think there, again, some strong volume. It doesn't necessarily mean anything right now, standalone by itself. But yeah, I think that short came in quite nice. That's probably covers buying up 30 halves that shorted off the open.
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, but the turn is coming into the market. I don't know how Palantir is holding levels. So for a split second, there was a bounce on Apple. It did happen. We bounced off VWAP on Apple. It was a mean reversion into 200, and then it just bounced off VWAP and trailed me out when it held VWAP. But now you're busting through the volume weighted average price. So we waited for 200 on Apple, we got it, and it worked into VWAP. Now we're actually headed lower. What's crazy is HIMS had no trouble with that level on the daily at 46. I mean, none. HIMS up 12%. And there's still not a red candle on the 3-minute here, but that does look like a topping tail. You've got a couple of things to think about. 43, the big prior high, the bigger prior high to me, sets up with the volume weighted average price. So if HIMS comes back in and snags 43 or anywhere near it, I'm going to want to look for the long on that bad boy. Obviously a very, very strong name here today, HIMS and HERS. I mean, the only thing which is looking like an absolute moonshot, Palantir is still holding the same low. This doesn't want VWAP HIMS. That's a big topping tail, the first red. So I think, be patient, look for the reversion to give you the dip buy. If it doesn't happen, that's fine. We've only traded Apple and that's worked. We want to move on to something that makes sense for us next. But Palantir still hasn't broken that initial low, Obi. 108, oh, never mind.
There it is.
Never mind.
You can't speak too soon with this
I 100% spoke way too soon on that one. It is absolutely busted through, and it is gone like gonzo. Just a couple of things that are actually holding up here. Uber, remember they did have a partnership with Pony AI. Mm-hmm. That deal got announced. It is running into a big resistance on the daily here up at about 86. So for now, turning around. I don't think it has a chance to HIMS and HERS its way to the upside. But it's holding up better than a lot of other names. So any kind of a break above 87, wanted to make sure that we pointed that out to you on Uber. Yeah, Apple really didn't even care about it. Did not care about VWAP there. It did bounce initially. That did happen and trailed out. We'll look to see if we can get back in, but I'm not chasing it at the lows. Market's still range bound here. Everybody, like the NASDAQ hasn't made a fresh low. If you bounce off the bottom, that's a chance to get into some shorts. I want to bounce off the lows, re-enter the short position, ideally in Apple. I don't know what Palantir is going to be able to give to us at this point. Yeah. And Tesla never got to the 80s either.
No, I think some of my charts here might be a little behind here. I got to refresh them. But yeah, no, from what I'm seeing here, okay, are those timers even on? Okay, yeah, they are on. Yeah, so the chip sector kind of chopping around here. Still within opening range is SMH, so I'm watching that one as well. ARM has been a little interesting as well, so going to keep eyes on that one. AMD, that breakdown of that 100, Neil, that came in pre-market low breakdown, came in real hot off of the open. Did I have AMD on my morning watch list as well? I should know this off the top of my head, but
98
level. Boy, do I have AMD? No, I don't, but I did remember it. Let's see what I have. I got Apple. So again, I was talking to Neil about this in the morning. I got a lot of tickers on my watch list today, and sure, I think I'm cool with sharing them after the open. It doesn't really matter to me. Again, you can have all the best plans. Execution is where the real
that's where the edge
kind of comes in my opinion. But yeah, okay, cool. Let's go through my morning watch list. Somebody in the chat earlier was like, Obi, don't you post? Aren't you posting your sticky note? Well, the thing is, if I could fit all this onto a sticky note, sure, I definitely would try. But if you guys remember, I did used to kind of come in with a sticky note, but I was like, I need a little bit more details. Wow, 108's coming in. Look at that bid on 108's. Getting eaten through, Neil. So yeah, definitely sellers are very, very dominant on the ticker today on Palantir. 108s, wow, what a breakdown, giving you 15 pennies instantly right there on 108. So pretty awesome there. So yeah, this is what I'm looking at here. So a lot of stuff, right? A lot of stuff. I cannot fit this.
A lot of things.
A lot of things over here, and all of them looking pretty decent. So morning trade plan. First thing I do is define where the VIX is at when I'm sitting down right there. I'm like, VIX is at 2487s. That's going to help me determine my sizing and maybe the risk that I'm taking. What's up?
HIMS is the one that stands out.
Yeah, HIMS is the one that stands out right there. HIMS, again, last one on the list. All I said, I didn't really plan out that aggressive for HIMS. All I said was it was earnings day one. Same thing with CELH. Ford as well. I want to see what Ford is up to. Where's Ford here on my watch? Wow, Ford with a very strong bid off of the open. That's nice right there. So yeah, that did not work out. Berkshire, IR, BCRX, TGTX, RXRX. Some of these are earnings day two plays. Day ones, pretty much Palantir. You can see.
Not stopping.
I'm like, earnings day one, gap down. It's SSR. Look for the continuation. It broke the multi-day trend, still within the higher time frame weekly trend. If the bid steps in, look for the opening range breakout to start trending, and then look for uptrend breaks to get involved. And I said prior week low is at 108.87. If this gets taken out and trades lower, look for continued sellers to step in to get involved. Look for VWAP, look for uptrend breaks into VWAP to get involved. If the gap down bids off of the open, so that's going the other way, then look for pre-market levels to get involved with, prior resistance at 109. So that's kind of the plan I had for Palantir. Palantir, you can see, it was the most planned out of the rest of them. We had ConocoPhillips there with the breakdown. We had Pepsi continuation, 131.50. We talked about that one. And then Apple continuation. I'm like, prior day low is important. If the trend breaks up, get long above 201. If 198 holds as resistance, look for VWAP to hold and look for sellers to get involved.
Well, so right now,
that's
Obi,
my morning watch list.
VWAP is not holding on Apple. Yeah. It depends on which direction you want to look.
The sellers did step in.
The sellers stepped in.
Much
it
higher.
Definitely faded off the 200 level.
Oh.
Right now, that's what I'm staring down. Outside of Palantir and HIMS, this is what I'm staring down. Can Apple hold the low, give us the shorts up at the 200 level?
Oh my God.
And 201 does make sense for a break, but Palantir is in a full bleed mode right now. It just broke 107, and it looks like we're really starting to fill in a good piece of this gap. There's nothing on the daily till you get to about $100 where there's on the daily chart. However, there is still this 106. The only place on the 15-minute that I think is worth looking at is about 106 is the first spot. So I'm looking for a bit of an SSR bounce, and another dollar lower will take our first shot, I think, at a mean reversion.
Yeah, I definitely have to be a little bit more patient. Again, looking back at it, I added onto the 109. Maybe, sure, covering everything, maybe not the best. But again, I'm not gonna, no regrets on that one. Just gotta get involved, get back in. Sure, got out on a little bit of a shaky chop, get back in. That's the immediate solution there. And sure, going forward, maybe if it's not filling me on the post and I'm getting in on the chase, maybe chase a little bit more with a little bit more discretion there. Again, it was too late to flip to removing liquidity because I was like, why should I be trying to remove liquidity on an SSR name? And it wasn't filling me on the post, so it took me 3 tries before I switched gates. Right? Or switch the method of execution, I would say. They're not necessarily gates. I did try 2 different gates there on the initial push. But yeah, getting involved in that 109 consolidation, knowing that it's a potential area, it gives you another 2 points. 109 to 107 is now currently consolidating. So yeah, nice, beautiful continuation of a higher time frame trend break. And guess what, guys? We're getting that market tailwind as well with the market pushing to the downside. So the question becomes, where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. A little bit of a chase down here at 107. Sure, maybe it goes down to 106s, but that's not the trade that I'm looking for. These are not the trades you were looking for. 200 hold on Apple right now. Yeah, that's true. It has to do with their the Mandalorian count, no?
No. Fabian was working on my mic and they had muted it a second ago. I just said.
Is that right?
I said easy on the Jedi mind trick.
I said Mandalorian count.
It's midichlorian.
Midichlorian.
Which is fine.
You didn't catch it, though. I was like...
No, that's my bad. I had to make sure I wanted to unmute my mic there for a second. So I said, look, we'll only look for mean reversions down here on PLTR. I'm glad you got that short on Palantir. That was like I look at it and I don't remember it breaking VWAP on my chart. I mean,
No, it did. It traded quarters above, and what got me very interested, it struggled to print quarters above 113. I'm like, all right, well, you know.
Yeah, and then once it fell, the only consolidation was down underneath 110. So I think that's going to be an obvious level. But with the trend reversion, this is pretty simple. The prior bar is the low of the day. So it's like breaks the low of the day by a cent and I'm out. But I'm looking for the reversion. VWAP gets you to 110 anyways. I think that's what we're going to look for here. Oh, the other thing, at the exact same time, because why not? That's how the market works. HIMS is pulling back into 43.
Ooh,
now I know it's underneath VWAP, but remember, 43 was this prior high, yesterday's high, the high from the 29th as well on HIMS. So this is another trend reverse. And you know, a lot of times it's better when your trend reverse is going back into the trend to the upside as opposed to just catching the falling knife in Palantir. But I knew I'm going to take multiple shots on Palantir. And it might break that low, but an SSR bounce on a stock as big as Palantir, you're just going to take some shots at it. But I do also like this at VWAP on HIMS. So if we close above the trend line, you're going to see me take a shot on that bad boy. Apple, I mean, Apple's still not really giving you too much direction. It's underneath the volume weighted average price. It's holding the lows. So it's not really giving me the sense that I want to jump in at this bottom. The futures broke the low of the day. Apple did not break its low of the day. So yes, the short worked into VWAP, but now it's suddenly a little bit relatively strong. So that's not something I want to mess around with. It's going to be HIMS next. Palantir, we're waiting for it to get above 107. I might add to it if it shows enough strength, but I'm not seeing the kind of tape that makes any sense to do that. Where did my trend line go?
I like that. I like the move here potentially coming in off that 107. I'm going to be a little bit more patient there. Again, what time is it? It's about 9:58 there. So I do like reversions a little bit later because again, we talk about confluence and having that power in the trades and that confluence, that stacking of factors. Confluence definitely giving us a little bit of that there. Eduardo in the chat saying Amazon and Google are holding this market, and he's talking to both of us here. So I'm going to take a quick look at. Oh, I deleted that. Close that tab that has my Mag 7. That's what I was doing. I was supposed to do something. I forgot. So let me open that back up. You know, sometimes I feel a little lost if I don't have that market perspective. I need to be able to see. Yeah, got to have the futures there as well. But more than the futures, again, I've talked to futures traders about this, and again, I'm sure there's different schools of thought. But it's a question again: does the tail wag the dog, or does the dog wag the tail? But you know what? The fact of the matter is that stocks have more opportunities than futures.
But whether you want it to be a leading indicator or not, at least it'll give you an idea of relative strength and weakness, right? Like if you don't know what the overall market is doing, you could have your basket of stocks and then suddenly, because you might be looking at like 4 stocks or 5 stocks and they're all bearish and you have a bad idea of what's actually really happening in a broad sense. But Microsoft is holding VWAP. We showed you guys Netflix is doing very strong as well. I did want to, and it's 10 o'clock, so we do need to get to Adara. And then I also wanted to indicate on the other side of the coin, like more looking like Apple, is Meta, which is barely holding on to the lows. Like if Meta and Apple, which are barely above the lows, break those down, this market is going to be in a world of hurt here. Let's go now to Adara.
This is the NASDAQ. We are at day's lows. There is some clear resistance happening here in the 15-minute chart around that 481. The first 2 15-minute candles both had a hard high around that level. S&P 500 identical, except that level of resistance is going to be a little bit closer to that 560 level. Here is Palantir. This has been the darling of a lot of people's eyes this morning. It certainly was if you were short. They did beat on sales. They had a nice year-over-year increase. Guidance was pretty solid, but their EPS was in line, and given the PE, looks like this one gets a little bit of a drop to the downside today. Here is HIMS. This is Hims and Hers Health. Initially, this one had a great start to earnings day one, but as of right now, dropping a little bit lower. Numbers were solid. They beat on EPS and revenue, and their sales were up 111% year over year. But the lower end, or I guess both ends here of their Q2 sales guidance, missed estimates entirely. Last but not least, Lemonade. In line guidance here for Q2, but they beat, the numbers there were decent as well here for LMND. But this one also has about a 30% short float, so keep an eye on Lemonade. Tons of earnings names here today. Also, Scott Bessent apparently set to testify for the Oversight Committee with regards to the Treasury and economic situation. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. If there's anything market moving from that, I'll let you guys know right away. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to you.
No, that doesn't. Yeah, I'll status it for you
Thank
later.
you.
Just very quickly, whoops.
What's happening?
We just got into him, but Palantir, we took our first shot at the mean reversion trade, which is the only way I want to be long on this thing, and it just broke that low of the day. This market does not want to get, well, the market's trying to get higher. HIMS also broke the trend, and then the prior bar broke out, but it looks like it wants to give up the low. So the mean revert hasn't worked yet. It's really just been a short story at this point, and I've only had one of them, and that's going to be Apple. You know, I was about to move the stop, but I'm just going to get out of this thing. It needs to hold on to the volume-weighted average price. HIMS has a $10 range on it today. You only need one on this stock. And I think maybe we need a rounded bottom, something a little better, holding in front of VWAP. It's trying to close, holding that 43, but I want to see a little bit more strength before we jump into it. Apple, which is the one that was pretty clean a couple of times up there at that $200 level, it's starting to show you VWAP. It's kind of a ho-hum because I don't feel all that great about the Apple short way down there. When you look at that trend, it's kind of holding the lows really well. If the market does end up bouncing from here, like yikes, so you want to be in the stock short the bottom that didn't break the bottom. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I'm still looking for the mean reversion trades, and there's only two places that make sense for that, and it's Palantir or HIMS.
Yeah, so I got a little involved here for potential long. It's not looking too good right now. Bids are still getting hit pretty aggressively, so I'm looking for that 107 potentially to bid up. But it's 10 o'clock. It's still a little early here, and again, I'm more than willing to be a little nimble on this position and let it kind of show me a little more before getting a lot more involved. I'm definitely not in what I want to be in just yet because I'm not seeing everything that I want to see. I'm maybe only seeing a couple of different factors. And again, going back to the same thing, want to see a little more confluence to kind of start stacking in the trade, start giving us some stronger probabilities, and then getting involved as well. Market tailwind a little bit on our side here with that bid coming in. 15-minute candle has about 11 minutes left to trade there. And yeah, let's see. Can we reclaim 107? Can we claim the trend? I have, again, an exponential moving average, 8 EMA, sitting at 107.63 on a 3-minute chart. So we're trading back up into 107s right now. Let's see if we can trade up another half a point and then push even higher. Again, that would be confirmation. But if this comes right back in through 106s, then I'll be more than likely to be gone and try on the next trade. Go for the next trade there as well. So 106 halves coming in. So it is struggling a little bit, man. So again, being SSR, can I expect that struggle a little bit? For sure I can. I think sellers are definitely dominant. This thing's been running up pretty aggressively, and there was a supply. We saw that it had supply at 125s in February. This is what I was talking about earlier, and we saw more of the same with that earnings reaction coming in. That supply failing to follow through the 125. We get all the way to 130. So the 130 is the failure to follow through, and then flush all the way down to 105.
Well, we got a super chat from Nick Dubs I want to get
106s.
We got a super chat from Nick here. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for all you do. Had a great one on Vertex. That's another one. VRTX.
Yeah.
They reported last night, so good swing there. Still think it retest 390. Looking to add to your calls on Uber at 82. Uber has been an absolute beast. I don't think you have to worry about mean reverting that one just yet because Uber, I mean, really with this market not doing much, Uber's just holding the bull flag, and it looks pretty strong. Relatively speaking, you can't complain. The only issue with Uber, I think, is going to come into play at that daily level that we talked about. Like 86 up here is a pretty defined double top. We zoomed out too far. 86 is a pretty defined double top. I think in a market that's weak, you run into some trouble trying to get into that here today. But you've got plenty of room to run. If you have 82s, like you're absolutely laughing. Palantir just can't seem to hold that bid here,
It's
Obi.
not holding the halves. I got it. I punched out of that
It's only going to take one. I want 106.
I'd rather just wait a little bit there. Again,
As long as they're holding 6. That's kind of going to, I just realized my price is ominous.
And the trade, my original trade is a short. That trade is still technically working.
Technically, it's still.
And that is the high, like for me, that is the bigger picture trade as of right now on earnings day one. But I'm getting a little cheeky looking for that SSR bounce, but I do know that has a strong potential of coming in at some point during the day. So I will take some stabs at the price action if the selling starts to dissipate. But again, no real sign of sellers dissipating just yet.
No,
here,
and they're chopping, they're
right?
smacking into this 106.
Yeah.
Like every time it gets into the 20s and 30s, they're slamming it right back down into the 10s, and there's no follow through past that move into like the 20s and 30s. So it's probably going to take out that 106. The other thing that's happening, okay, HIMS is looking a little bit better. We're going to take the second shot at HIMS, at least attempt to. I don't want to switch level 2 because I don't want to miss it. I want to show you guys. We did not hold that 106. We take a second shot at Palantir. I want to get one in and hold for a big move. I don't want to be sitting there trying to scalp for something like a small move. I'm expecting when we do get a reversion, I want it to be back into VWAP. And when it does curl, I want it to happen rather quickly. Roscoe in the chat, you just said Tesla put. Tesla 270, man. That's what I want to see. Thanks for info. We did look, we're favoring short in Tesla, but let's be real. I wasn't even thinking about it short until it was in the 80s. Unfortunately, the only thing, if you wanted to pop and fade today, the only thing that was a fade that came into level for me was Apple. Apple 200 was the only one that came right into play. Tesla hasn't really seen that 270 yet, but it is trying to break the trend. It's Apple Meta, same thing. Tesla, same thing. Market broke lows, they got to the low and didn't break it. So you got to respect at least that level of juice that's in Tesla. I know it's down 2.5% into a down market, double what the market is down, but it's still able to hold that low. And 271.5, that's really close to where we've been bouncing on the stock. It's not this is not bounced in one place on Tesla. It has been bouncing between 271 and 272 this entire time. So I think you can expect that range to hold. Unless it breaks under 270, I'm not shorting it down here. No way, shape, or form. I am adjusting HIMS. We took our second shot at the mean reversion trade. Looking a little bit better now with a bottoming tail and some, there you go. You get a bottoming tail candle after some green. This looks good. I think if it can hold VWAP, I want to be adding to this position on a hold of VWAP and then see if we can get anywhere near to those highs. 45, 46 is the big level, but I'd certainly take some out in front of 45.
Yeah, so maybe potential bid coming in here, a bit of a push into the trend. Where is that moving average again? If you got to just use something to define trend here. If I'm using a moving average on a 3-minute chart, then the 8 EMA is sitting at 107.26s, and price is pretty much held relatively well below that. I think this is a 9 EMA here. So the teal line here is the NEMA coming in just above that 107 level here as well. So yeah, let's see. The trend hasn't broken those indicators just yet. But yeah, let's see, 106, a little bit of a hold. 105.74 is the day low, and we're coming into about 10.10 at the time right now in that market, catching a little bit of a bid as well. So let's see if Palantir can bring us in, or again, maybe we do test some lows. I have no idea, but I'm staying patient. I'm staying nimble as possible on this move.
Nimble, OBB quick.
We'll take a ride on the candlestick.
Well, I don't know. You're the pun guy, man. I'm hoping you could finish that one. That gets the candlesticks make sense. Hopefully, Palantir will get higher. That's what everyone wants to see. Trust me, you don't want to be. You prefer to make money on the longs. I get it. The best trades off the open will probably some really good shorting opportunities. But we all want to see some long. We like it when the stock market goes up, for sure. Look, I want to see American Rebel. I'm going to get to American Rebel in a second, but I want to see HIMS hold above VWAP. It just did a test above the volume weighted average price and immediately rejected. So I'm respecting that. I took some out. I want to reload if I can get the 43s, which is just the prior highs. I want to play off the prior highs until we can play off the volume weighted average price. But HIMS is starting to look good. Apple is starting to look strong. The market is starting to look very strong. And American Rebel, for all you small cappers out there, apparently it is not dead after all. At the open, like a lot of things, this just flushed right in. But guess where it bounced? Support and resistance is a beautiful thing. And when resistance turns into support, it is the easiest possible technical setup that you can ever find. Because you don't have to hunt for it. You don't need anything elaborate. All you have to do is zoom out the chart. And if it does it once, does it do it twice? That's a mean reversion entry. Like what I'm hoping will happen in Palantir, this basically just gave it to you right at the level you'd want it to happen at 310. typically I'd look for it to get into the volume weighted average price. So I think it's got some room to go. So shout out to everyone on AREB. That's a textbook setup.
Yeah, that thing was crazy, even in the pre-market there. HIMS, what a beautiful reversion back down into VWAP. Definitely missed out on that one there. Here comes some potential fresh lows on Palantir. 105.74 is the current sitting day low, trading at 105.90, so not very far away from that. It is definitely coming into that level right now. Printing the 80s. So watching that one as well. Apple did not really use that 108 as resistance that I was looking for. We're holding, chopping around pretty much sideways. So I'm going to stay patient with that one here. Look at that 106 rebid. So yeah, we've slowed down pretty decently. It's coming into the first, I guess, hour or so since trading. So 10:30 on the horizon as well. So keeping that in mind. Let's see. Wow, gold is trying to push highs as well. That was another ticker, GLD, that I had on watch. Gold very, very strong. Maybe breaking some trends, higher time frame trends there as well. Here's a little bit of a bid back into 106 halves. Funny again, when normally when you would look at the tape like this, and if it wasn't SSR, aggressive bids like that would be definitely a little bit unusual. But again, being SSR, the buying can get pretty aggressive if and when it does start to happen, and we're seeing a little bit of that every time it starts to kind of chop around. So again, going to keep that information as just knowing that in this situation, that's probably just a lot of noise. So I'm just going to be patient. 106.95s is now the moving average, the 8 EMA right now. Again, the simple indicator we're using to define the trend. And if the trend breaks, it will be if Palantir can sustain relatively well above that level here. And that's what I'm just, again, going to use as an example to define trend. But I like to use multiple indicators to define, define trend as well. So
I want to see one more 15-minute bar close.
Yeah.
Before I get into it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I said, I'm taking multiple shots
more, yeah.
on HIMS reversion. I'll take multiple shots on a Palantir, but I want to see another 15-minute bar because it looks like we're about to have a 15-minute green close on Palantir, which looks like then I'll flip to the lower time frame. Yeah. Close it green on the 15, which is seemingly going to happen. It kind of sucks because I have my executions on here, which I don't want to take off. But if the 15-minute close is green, then I go down to the 3 and look for the long setup on Palantir. Until then, all bets are off. I do want to go to the chip names, everybody, because I know we've ignored the chip names, and you're seeing some strength come back to the market. NVIDIA is back above VWAP and trying to break itself out above 112. I actually thought when I was writing the note that above 98 was what I liked a little bit better on AMD. So this is the one that I wanted to lean to, but you can see the difference between AMD and NVIDIA. NVIDIA just a little bit stronger right now. I feel like you have to make the pivot to the one that's stronger, so look for a VWAP retrace here. I want to see it if it can hold VWAP on a dip, then I like it. So the only reversion that's actually working is HIMS. I type NASDAQ every single time on this stock. I don't know why. In my brain, it's a NASDAQ stock, which now is looking to close above the volume weighted average price. So if we can close above VWAP on this 3-minute, I want to be adding into this long. I think this can easily get back to 46, which is still at least $1.50 away, and 44 sits as the volume weighted average price. So I want to see it settle down off VWAP, try to add to that position, and then work into the 46 level. HIMS is at least giving you a bit of a bounce, while Palantir is not doing.
It's a falling knife.
It is absolutely flushing. The LTR just took another low, 105 now on Palantir.
That's aggressive, yeah.
So much for that green 15-minute close.
Yeah, no.
That didn't happen, unfortunately. I was looking for the same thing, and I was going to go long, but there's another red on the 15. Not yet, apparently for me, not yet.
Yeah, so this thing the continuation has been absolutely wild here as it continues to trade a little bit lower. So I'm definitely pretty wrong as of right now on this ticker. Palantir 105 is coming in now. So 105 halves, so current day low 105.32. That breakdown of that 105, I think 74 was that prior low, gave us aggressive selling. So yeah, definitely stops getting taken out on that, and maybe some strong selling coming in as well on the breakdown of that level. 105 is interesting stuff. Let's see if we can kind of come in. Again, looking back at the chart, there's not really any significant kind of maybe support turn resistance until, or resistance turn support maybe until around 100 in terms of recent levels. I'm just simply looking at the daily chart here, looking at highs from April, was it April 15th, and then highs from March 25th as well. So yeah, again, if we continue to sell all the way into those levels, oh boy, Neil, that's much lower than current current prices. But again, I'm gonna pack my patience, like I said, and the market potentially coming right back in to highs here as well. Let's see what Adair is saying, because Trump's on the mic.
Than Trump, but we do have Scott Bessent currently speaking right now for the Appropriation Committee, the House Appropriation Committee. They said to him, truthfully, how many countries are you talking with? Because a lot of numbers have been thrown around. He said about 90, I think 96 or 97 countries, just shy of 100. So he said that they are trying to talk here to these trading partners. NASDAQ trying to push a little bit higher here. Again, if there's any more comments, I'll let you know, but I am sitting here listening to Scott Bessent's testimony here for the House Appropriation Committee. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. Appreciate it. Another stock which is absolutely flying is Upwork. I was just looking at Coinbase again because I wanted to see what Mara was doing, which is an idea that we had. But I wanted to make sure we talked about Upwork. 18% to the upside and squeezing. So this one's got room. It's got half decent volume, not the best, but it's half decent volume up here and trying to go higher. I still think for a lot of people, like maybe HIMS is going to be the one, but I have to respect what this candle looks like for now. Break of the high, break that 46, and now we're starting to resist that 46. So I want to keep that in mind, that if we cannot get past 46, it's a very key level. There's a nice candle finally above the volume weighted average price. It tried to break back underneath. Now I want to look for some kind of an ad out in front of the 44 level. Now that things are starting to calm down on him. But you got to show me that strength. And I got to think trend in, trend out. Like it's starting to, like the next higher low we put in will give me a bit of a trend line that I can follow on HIMS to set upside. So that's the one we're working with. I want more than this. I think he can get to the 46 level. And the more I say that, it's like, why am I not on the offer? This is why I didn't get the short in Palantir, because I didn't have an offer out there fast enough. Sometimes it's just about speed. You'd rather be sitting in the book, because when you get to a key price level, if you throw an order in, the algos see new orders come in and they jump in front of them. Sometimes if you're already sitting in the book, it can be a little bit easier, especially if it tries to swipe. I still like some Apple in front of the 200 level, and lo and behold, we didn't have the right out in terms of holding it, but I think we have the right entry point if it tries to get back into the 200 to 201. So let's let it get back to that high before we try jumping into this one to the south side, as Apple is showing some strength. And there are several small caps showing strength, some which we have not shown to you, and Adair will right now.
I just want to clarify too, Scott Bessent's also saying, once again, this is not the first time we've heard this from the Trump administration. He's saying that trade deals could come as soon as this week. Not a lot of clarity as to who or as to if it's definitely coming this week, but apparently they could come this week. He also said of the 18 trade partners that the U.S. has, they are negotiating with 17 of the 18, but they've not engaged with China yet. So now Bessent is saying they have flat out not engaged with China. We've heard a lot of talk as to whether or not China and the U.S. have talked, but right now Bessent seeming to indicate that they have not, quote unquote, engaged with the country yet. Here is PTIX trying to make a little bit of a lower low here, but this is protogenic. This is PTIX, the second day of trading after its 1-for-14 reverse split, which went into effect yesterday. Here's KTTA. This is another small cap. I believe Mitch mentioned this one this morning from Trade the Pool. Pasithea, this one with a drug showing tumor reduction in pancreatic cancer, KTTA, under a 3 million share float. It's a pretty small float. Last but not least, UPWK, Upwork with a earnings beat across the board, and they raised their guidance for fiscal 2025 adjusted earnings per share. They reiterated their sales guidance as well. So no guidance cut here for UPWK. Certainly near days highs. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
The market is absolutely flying now. Like, it's going power up. NVIDIA is breaking out the top. Well, I mean, it's attempting to break out the pre-market resistance right now, almost up 1%. AMD is cruising. That's now almost at $100. Just broke that 99 level. Tesla's kind of languishing a bit. My eyeballs are going to be obviously on HIMS, which hasn't really given me exactly what I want to see. Fortnite, it can't break that 45. I might need to put the trailing stop in. It's definitely got an upward trend that I want to respect. Apple as well, getting close to that 200 level, but it's HIMS that I have to monitor. You know, like you're getting close to that 46. Remember I showed you guys that daily chart? 46 is the big level on the daily. It was already one big reversion underneath it. This is the kind of stock where, remember, the initial reaction was to the downside. After the earnings. If it loses this trend underneath the big level 46, it could fill in the entirety of the gap. So I'm respecting this 46 level. There's always another trade. If I get trailed out of this, which I'm still in, oh, there's a push. I actually like to see that. It hit the trend line and then just bounced big. So I think if we get to that 46, we'll take the out, look for see if it can go even higher than that. Good look for HIMS and hers, at least for now. And Palantir, my goodness, Palantir. Is this it? This is finally on Palantir.
Yeah, some strong bidding.
That's some strong bidding coming in.
We'll see if there's follow through. It's just coming back into some
position boards down.
Yeah, position boards down there. Yeah, no. Let's see if there's follow through. It's coming back into some prior resistances right here. Sellers kind of stepping in 107s. We saw some size coming in 109. So now to get all the way back to VWAP, which is currently sitting. I have here around 109s, 109.50s, depending on how you're measuring it. That's kind of coming into some of those prior levels. That first kind of consolidation, again, remember, happened around that 109, and now VWAP is coming into that 109. So interesting stuff. Let's see if there's follow through on the bid back into VWAP, and then let's see if there's follow through of sellers at VWAP, or are sellers still at 107s? Do we step right back in? Market tailwind is definitely helping us out, so I got to keep that on watch as well. I was telling Neil, I was like, oh boy, watch the opening range here on the NASDAQ and the ES. If that cracks, then that's definitely pretty decent for probabilities of Palantir, given the time as well. So let's see, we've sold off a decent chunk. There's some size on the ask there. 107s, 463 lots right there. Let me throw up the lot filter here so you guys can see. We'll do it on this one as well. Don't really need it for Apple, more for Palantir currently. But yeah, let's pull this up here and take a look at this book. Right here, so that guy was sitting at 107s. Did Buddy get filled? No, not yet. So we're still having a lot of chop there. Let's see if this market continues back up and gives us a strong bid there. But 106.80 is currently trading on Palantir. We talked about that. We talked about that moving average as well. You can see the nice little teal line here on my chart. I'm pretty sure this is a 9 moving average, if I'm correct. And the 8 moving average currently sitting at 106.63s. We're trading about 30 pennies above that. There's Buddy on the ask right there, 400 lots right there at that 107s, maybe 200 of them a bit of a spoofy man right there. And here we go, 107s get taken out. Let's see if we get that continuation up into 109. I don't know, this could be a dead cat bounce, right? We sold off pretty aggressively and SSR is on. So again, I'm gonna stay patient, make sure I'm following my rules, make sure I'm trailing my tickers properly. But yeah, that's what I got on watch.
Yeah, and that's all you need, everybody, is to have a plan of action. But you know what? If you have a plan of action, you can also take it over to Trade the Pool, because traders funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out big. We're talking about 5,300, 15,200, 36K, even 29,940 on a single trade. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47, and that's your total risk. Trade real shares, not CFDs, using up to $200,000 in company capital. You keep 70% of the profits, no margin calls, no account blowups. Scan that QR code that you see and get 10% off. Start your journey. Shout out to Trade the Pool. And hopefully in the trading pool, some people have got some longs off the bottoms because they're starting to work out pretty nicely there. I see Palantir really going. I'm going to cancel because it finally did the bottoming tail in the break, which I missed. Obi's in it right now, but HIMS is into the trail. So it got close to the 46 level. My trailing stop is on this trend line, so if we lose, it's about 45. If we lose 45, I'm jumping out. Like a lot of times, you're like, yeah, that's not enough room. It's because of the 46 level. So if we only grab a buck change on that one, like a $1.50, we'll be happy with it. That's the level we're working off of, is that 46. So I want to make sure that we're respecting it. Back over to NVIDIA, man. Like this is also a heavy trend to the upside. And the first thing I thought about is there something I can mean revert the trend on? The first thing that happened, my mind went over to Intel, which is holding VWAP while the market is holding highs. Market holding near the top. This is holding right underneath VWAP, which is relative weakness. So that's what I want to get to. But we did miss a super chat. I just want to make sure I put that trading plan in there. So if we saw it come in, I talked about where we wanted to get into Intel under 20. H. Jordan Lopez, thoughts on 280 in CEG? First things first, I'll always tell you guys, if I have not looked at something yet, that it's the first chance I'm getting to look at Constellation. Before I get to that, I mentioned the trailing stop on HIMS and what the plan of action was. There's the trail out on HIMS. We're able to get it off that 43 level, which ultimately is what we wanted. The pullback into the prior high, so we didn't get the break, which was much better, obviously, through 43. We got the pullback into the prior high. We got it to 45, so we took a couple of shots at it. You only need one of them to work, right? Like, make sure that whatever you're taking for the out, my first profit is bigger than what I'm risking. So you know it's going to be positive. And that way you go 1 for 3 and you can still be up on it. But when it comes to Constellation, load. This has been an absolute rocket. Just be careful with the volume on this. This is probably more of an Adara spready ticker. Guys should probably be really into this one. And if you look at technically, it's pretty simple. 200 period and 281. So right where it rejected the 50 period, hard to see right in there. It's got room to rally, and it looks somewhat linear since the open, where it's just holding the trend line on light volume. So unless there's a crazy volume spike or a break of trend, I think that looks more like a hold, and 280 looks like the level you'd be working with, but the volume not looking very good, at least to my eyes. Doesn't look like fantastic volume there on CEG. So I want to get into Intel. It's showing me this kind of weakness. It's the kind of short you can just sit in. Like yesterday, look at that setup. Tried to break the high, first look, then it holds VWAP and just slides down all day. Reload at VWAP, slides down all day. When it's relatively weak, it's essentially just free money to play off of VWAP. It's not free money, it's just really tight risk. You can lose like 2 or 3 cents on this stock and then hold it for like 15 or 20. Like, who wouldn't do that?
Yeah, so I'm like staring down the tape here like a hawk. I'm just like, I'm like, all right, I was watching it on the way down. The bid is finally maybe attempting to step in. The futures have broken opening range highs. We're continuing a little bit of the bid here. We have a bit of a trend break. We're holding above what we were defining as as trend resistance, as now trends, as maybe a potential support. So again, staying a little bit patient. We're trading at 107s. VWAP is sitting at 109.40s, only about 2.5 points away. If the futures gives us a little bit of more tailwind, then maybe we get involved with that VWAP reversion here as of right now. But again, bit of a pullback back into 106s, not looking at too great. Again, like I said, this could very well dead cat bounce, and we don't get that push into VWAP. But again, I'm going to stay a little bit patient here. It hasn't necessarily told me that is totally off the table just yet. But if the futures continue to go, like I said, maybe we do catch a little bit of a bid. Again, it's SSR. So what I'm noticing as well is like the bid is not getting hit as hard as it was off of the open. Absolutely not as hard as it was off of the open. So definitely a little distinctly different there. And finally, buying maybe potentially meeting those sellers pretty evenly as of right now, as we kind of chop sideways. Again, 106s, 107s, nice little chop. Pretty much first sign of the slowing of that selling. Down about, what is this? How much are we down currently? We're down about 13.6%, and that's off of yesterday's close as well. So let's see what this 107 holds in store for us, Neil. But yeah, maybe poised for a bit of a reversion here. That's what I'm looking for. Market tailwind definitely on our side. 19,900 on the Nasdaq. But if we pull back a little bit there, I'll be more than willing to get out of that one. Daniel T in the chat saying Ford. Yeah, man, Ford. I had eyes on Ford a little earlier. Ford is super strong right now, printing day highs there, 1060s on Ford. So, oh boy, that one is coming in real hot. Wow, there's some sellers kind of stepping in on Palantir back in through that 107. So question becomes, have sellers stepped down? Maybe. I don't know. Market pulling back a little bit here, Neil.
Yeah, the market goes right into the overnight highs and starts to pull right back in there. I do believe we are going to Adara. It's 10:30 already.
Oh boy.
Time to talk some crypto.
Time flies, doesn't it? Unfortunately, today, Bitcoin does not. We really are continuing to have a little bit of a stall. Mind you, still holding support around that 92 halves level, but that 98,000 level really holding us some resistance. Since we tried to touch that, we've had two pretty weak sessions over the weekend, both Saturday and Sunday to the downside. Now today and yesterday trading within the same pretty tight range. So we'll have to wait and find out what happens with BTC, but certainly not making that beautiful upside push that we're seeing the market at least try to do here. Though again, market is still red on the day. Let's take a look at some of these other non-Bitcoin related names. We have Ethereum down 1.5%, XRP down about 1%, Solana 0.8%, Doge, Cardano both down over 1%. So once again, really tight trading here for these crypto names, mirroring the tight range that we've seen in Bitcoin as symbolized here or represented on that chart. Back to you.
It is back to us, and I can tell you that we're losing the bid a little bit here. Just saying, nothing's set up A+ on Palantir to the downside, to the upside just yet. But you're losing the bid on Tesla underneath. I did jump into that VWAP trade on Intel, but I also want to look at AMD, because I had an over-under idea for AMD at 98. And when the market came in, I was really more focused on Palantir and HIMS, which I think made sense. Well, and Apple too. Like those are three stocks that we traded first. I think that was the right thing to do. But you're above that 98. Sorry. No,
Oh boy.
I know. I can just hear Adara. It's all good. It's all good, Adara. It's all good. I think Adara's listening to the press conference and is chuckling at something that got said, and it got me. I'm sorry. It's contagious laughing. No, 98 is holding on AMD, so I want to try to respect that. Like this is more of a wipeout bottoming tail candle on AMD, and I'm reminding myself that AMD is above the 50-period moving average and trying to break away from it. I want to give it a chance. If this market is going to go, AMD has put in outsized moves before relative to NVIDIA. That's a gorgeous looking bottoming tail candle right at the support you want to see off that 98. So I look for some continuation. I know I'm short Intel. Intel is just a different beast. Anytime it gives me that look off of VWAP the way it is underneath, then I want to take that shot at it. But AMD, I'm starting to think can turn into a bit of a long play. I'm not at that point yet that I want to abandon looking only for the shorts. And HIMS, oh yeah, I got to tell you HIMS. It came into that 46 level. I trailed out of it, and it was a trap. One red candle, there's the trail, and now it's breaking through 46. So the continuation is on. And HIMS, this is a squeeze play, and if it holds above 46, there's nothing to like 56 on the daily. Like it was just pure gap in both directions on him. So I don't wonder if we can't take another shot at this. It's not VWAP. For now, the obvious place I'm looking at is the volume weighted average price to go into the long again. And if not that, then at 43. We'll take a couple more shots at the long at HIMS, only if it sets up nicely for us. Super strong move.
Yeah, this again, market's coming in. So we kind of pull back on that initial push, the first 5 minutes of that 15-minute candle. But now take a look at that. We're pushing some fresh highs on the session on both the futures here, Nasdaq and the ES. So I'm looking for that tailwind, and oh boy, Ford is still continuing to go. Ford still hasn't necessarily broken that out of that 1060 that we mentioned earlier. 1061 is still the high on Ford, but very, very strong off of the open. there is that ticker. Again, earnings day one today. HIMS, again, also, we know Neil's very active on that one right now, and that thing is pushing a little bit for its highs as well. But I'm curious to know, what are you guys trading? Let me know what tickers you guys are looking at today. I know there's probably a lot of eyes on Palantir as well. Oh boy, there goes the candle, a bit of a green to red there, a bit of a flush on the futures. You can see that NASDAQ candle, we were just talking about it going green and then slams right back in once more. So yeah, a little bit of a shake and bake, a little bit of a chop here. So we've got to stay wary as possible for all the traps that may be set in terms of predatory price action here.
It's a trap.
It's a trap for sure. But yeah, I'm just doing my best not to get trapped and doing my best to try and stay on the right side of the move as best as possible. 107.50s potentially coming right back in. So we did take a pullback, and guess what? That pullback sustained. This is the first higher low that is coming in on Palantir for now. So maybe people are looking at that as confirmation as well for the trade. So I'm looking to ride on some of those participants as well, but we got involved much earlier because I think, in my opinion, there were factors of confluence that kind of started stacking a little earlier. But again, no idea if this trade is going to fully come into fruition. But like I said, I'm trying to do best to stay nimble and to stay as flexible as possible as well. That 107.5s was pretty interesting. That was that little push right there. I did get a little aggressive. I told Neil, I was like, yeah, I did kind of add into that 107.50s push, that consolidation from earlier. I was like, all right, well, if we're going to squeeze some intraday shorts, this is the place to do it, 107.5s. But we pull back, maybe trap some more, and then pushing back in. So I like that even better for the long trade if we're going to trap more intraday shorts. But again, if you're going to trap the longs and I'm wrong, I'm definitely more than willing to get out of this one as well. So I've got to stay as flexible as possible here. At 107.25s, holding pretty decently right now, but futures tailwind can definitely give us some oomph here. That's what I'm looking for, if that'll have us. But 107 is a little choppy. No idea what's going to happen.
If you're looking to add some oomph to your trading game, then eSignal is for you. And the best part about it, we say it over and over again because it's true. The first month is free. FREE, it's the best price in the land, where you get to try out a professional trading platform that allows you to trade smarter and not harder. Backtest, forward test, use anchored VWAP like you'll see Obi using. Use a hot list and a scanner for the volatility, which shows you Palantir and NVIDIA and Apple are moving the most. That's what we've been trading a lot of today, Psalms, NVIDIA. Connect to multiple brokers so you can trade directly through the platform. Reliable real-time data, tick replay and balance locator, pretty much everything that you can imagine. An entitlement-based system allowing you to add and subtract what you want so you can custom fit the experience to you. And as I said, first month free, so try it out. No harm, no foul. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Big shout out to eSignal, which I use. And I wasn't lying, the trade rate is Palantir, NVIDIA, Apple, TQs, Tesla, MSTR, which we haven't looked at, Webull, which we were talking about earlier, which we haven't really traded into just yet. I'm surprised to see HIMS near the bottom of that list, however. As HIMS is flying, it is losing that 46. So remember that 46 level on HIMS, it did lose that. I want to see if we can either get VWAP or the 43, the prior high. Maybe you can double bottom at that 43. That's the optimal level to trade off of as far as I'm concerned and where I want to be eyeballing. Like I said, there's some strength in the chip names right now, but AMD's pulling back into VWAP. NVIDIA, which has been stronger, continues to hold. So I think it's pretty easy to see which one is the strong one right now. I can like AMD all I want, but you're showing me that NVIDIA is the strong one. First pullback, it makes a higher low. Second pullback, it continues to make a higher low. At some point, it could break trend. When it does, I'm actually going to add. I'm going to add to the Intel position if this breaks the trend. No question about it. The other thing which I'm looking for, was Apple back at 200. It loses 199, and suddenly looks like we're not going to get that top on Apple another time. I still want to only look shorts on Apple, but I might have to think about a lower high and find another way into this trade. Not thinking about VWAP yet. I don't want to go away from the original plan because it did work, but Apple showing relative weakness all of a sudden. Under VWAP, all the markets at the highs. Adara?
This is the sector board, and it's honestly pretty flat for the most part. Finance, gray, Retail trade, gray. Producer manufacturing, lightly red, but nothing too crazy. Process industries and health services, both slightly down. Not too much. We do have some strength, though, in energy minerals, consumer services, a couple green names here. Let's talk about what's weak. Health technology, sharply to the downside. We know Donald Trump has talked once again about pharma tariffs. He says they're going to be coming in about 2 weeks, and he's already signed orders here to boost some domestic output. So health technology, Eli Lilly, AbbVie, Merck to the downside. Consumer durables kind of mixed here. We have some strength in some of these non-Tesla names, but TSLA, pretty red here to start off the day. Technology services getting brought to the downside by Palantir, down 14% in earnings day one, though Netflix continuing its outstanding strength here, up about 1%, still near all-time highs. Adobe actually green as well, but electronic technology, pretty red. So once again, we're seeing these names that weigh more in the index, making a big move compared to a lot of these sectors, which are quite frankly basically flat today. Back to you.
Okay, all right.
Thank you very much, Adara. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. No, I'm just saying okay because I'm like 107.50s, right? So I hit the Frex for the buy. It kind of, it doesn't fill. It pulls back, fills me, and then rips right back up. So 108's coming in now. So where is VWAP, you may ask? 109.28, Sharif is sitting, is VWAP currently there. And here on the P Pro, a little bit lower, 108.60. So got to keep that in mind there. Let's see if we get that continuation through that 108, that prior consolidation area low. I'm seeing coming in at 108.30s, maybe 108s as well, flat. So only about a quarter there left. So the reversion definitely coming in with a little bit of a umph here on Palantir. Let's see if we can get that reversion to VWAP. No idea if it's going to come in clean. It's definitely not been clean. It's definitely not been very, I guess, easy price action, but it is stair-stepping. It's doing well, so I do want to stay involved here. And again, stay nimble as well. 108's coming in now. No real size on the ask, but we did take out some size a little bit lower, 107 halves as well. A bit of a reserve on the ask here in the 80s, so let's see if we can get that continuation. Again, we talk about market tailwind being on our side as a strong factor of confluence, and guess what, Neil? We definitely have that confluence currently. Prior bar high break on the 15-minute once again, happening at that 107 half, so looking for that continuation currently. Let's see if we can get that 108. 60s is that? 108 60s, 108 70s. Again, maybe I trail to a prior bar low as well for some of the position, maybe not all of it, but that continuation potentially coming in. Sellers were aggressive off the open, and oh boy, do we kind of try to get involved with them. But now definitely dissipated is the selling for now, and the buyers maybe taking over. But again, VWAP is going to be interesting for me if it can come in, and if we get some strength there. I do want to stay involved with Palantir. One of the top ideas on the day, going both ways, long and short, doesn't matter. I really don't care.
I'm glad you said long. If you didn't finish that one with saying going long or short, the chat would have had a field day with it. But you know what was having a field day with reversions is Datadog. Remember we said let this one open up and show you a little bit of volume and liquidity? Dumped off the open, held 101, now trying to go red to green. Well, it never broke above 109. I was only bullish above 109. Resistance from yesterday at 107. It's now clean trending into that resistance from the prior day high. This is as clean a trend as you're going to get, so I'm slapping the trend line on Datadog. I knew this is a trade that I wouldn't look at Datadog until volume started to come into it, and after the open, well, this is a very, very clean trend line that I'm going to throw up there for sure. I see Jorge, I don't know if did you go over the 15-minute for Palantir? I don't know if you did.
Yeah.
So this is what the 15-minute looks like, Jorge. It does look like a long. Unfortunately, like that's on the 15-minute, it didn't really set you up clean. I was looking for a 15-minute confirmation. By the time that one closed green, your prior bar break is right in here. Like you're only now looking long, which is nowhere near the high. And I wanted to see it like that 107.50 that Obi was talking about. That's where I want to see it get through. Then I look over, what does it look like on the 3-minute? Well, you're now only like $1.50 away from VWAP. So suddenly it doesn't look like a good setup unless you're taking it through the volume weighted average price. So for myself, it just never set up an A+ trade for me on that VWAP trade. So shout out to anyone in it. Obviously, if you got that bottom on Palantir, kind of kicking myself that we didn't get VWAP on HIMS. I want to be long this again, but I don't know if we're going to. Right now, it's trying to close above that prior high at 46 on the daily. So that's a big level. They're trying to buy above it. The last time it failed, I thought we were getting a VWAP. If it can hold above 46, then that's where I'm going to re-enter on this bad boy. I'm only looking long right now in HIMS, at least until we retest that high of the day. Only about 15 minutes to go. Palantir is trying to moon. NVIDIA is running into a little bit of resistance, but not that much. I mean, if NVIDIA can just break and go green, this market got another leg and we'll try to go green itself. But it's starting to stall out here on NVDA. That's kind of the problem that this market's having right now. Apple's not going for you. Microsoft isn't really doing much of anything. Trader Forever asking about Netflix filling in the gap. It's not a huge gap percentage-wise, but it's not nothing. And it is showing some strength above it. The only problem is Netflix isn't going to drag the market with it. I like Netflix. I love Netflix. I think it has a chance to fill in this gap. But everything is sort of stalling out at this high currently. And I'm thinking about, that's why I'm thinking about the mean reversion on Datadog. Because we're just sort of slowing down this upward trend. And here's Datadog, which has already done it already twice on a mean reversion. Once in the pre-market, and now I wait for it to close under, trade to VWAP, maybe even lower.
The reversion can definitely be a little bit mean here as Palantir coming into VWAP. So I did kind of piece out a little bit above that 108. I did get aggressively sized, so that was good. I got into about almost triple? I guess triple, so like B size. I would say B size, yeah. I got into B size, let's say that, and took off a decent chunk there. Posted here at 108 halves. There it is, taking me for the last one. So now my average is to the chase entry that I had at the 108s. So now I'm just looking for that final continuation. We made it into P-Pro VWAP, which is sitting at 108.60s. I have other VWAPs here at 109.26s. No idea whether we're going to get there or not, but the idea is to take off 60 to 70% in and around near target, and I've done that well here. 108.50s coming in. Let's see if we get that full-on reversion to VWAP. SSR bid definitely coming in beautifully off of a 105 hold. Sure, did it hold 105 perfectly? Absolutely not. The low day is 105.32, but again, a little bit of confluence there. Okay, I want to get out of the rest right there, cancel everything else. Thank you, come again. That's that reversion to VWAP, and it happened to work out pretty decently there on the bid. Sure, VWAPs, depending on what kind of VWAP you're looking at, might be a little bit a point higher, but again, that's all I'm looking for, 105s to 108s. I like that. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. And moving on to the next one is what I want to do. Market's kind of strong. NVIDIA bidding, TQ's bidding, so maybe the short potentially coming in. Let's see. There's that 108 bidding coming right back through. So I'm glad I kind of got out there for now. We'll see what it does in and around VWAP. If we can hold and sustain above VWAP, and maybe we're looking for a full-on V-shape recovery continuation back through open 113s and change. The open was 112.71.
If that gets to 113.
If it gets to 113, that's absolutely. But we've seen this happen.
We've seen it before.
So it's like, all right, cool. Like it's like I can sit there and be like, oh my God, I don't believe it, or be like, all right, it's stepping up. The probabilities get a little bit higher every time it takes another step up, right? So I'm like, all right, let's see if that happens. But VWAP sellers, that's what I want to look for because they were very, very dominant right off of the open. Again, it's an SSR name. You need to have inventory to sell into the bid, and if you see bids getting taken out, it might give you an inkling, maybe some short-term direction of who might be doing the selling, and then that might add some confluence to your decision-making. In itself, it doesn't mean anything. In itself, it's definitely just noise, but when confluence with multiple other factors, you might experience a little bit of power there. Is my screen flickering here? I know that Sean sometimes complains about that, but my screen's been flickering a little bit.
It happens, but I don't think.
But it's not flickering. Something else pops up and it comes back in.
I don't think you see it on the broadcast. So I think it's fine for everybody watching. True. Mine will do it sometimes too, but I think it's fine for everybody watching. Hando Man just asked, what about Intel? Nothing's changed. I like boring trades, and Intel, it's still looking the same. This prior bar above 20, that's where the stop is. I'm in under VWAP. It has not broken. This is a 3-minute chart. Let me zoom in so you can see better. It has not broken that. I'm not adding to it above VWAP. If it shows me, like it did this yesterday, where like it'll show, like it showed early, like a double top above the volume weighted average price, then it settled down. As So I don't know, like it's not the exact same setup, but I don't want to be adding to it unless it's failing underneath VWAP, and then just a trend trade. That's kind of one of those, I'll put the stop in, I'm waiting for it to give me 1-to-1 or make a decision to do something different. Otherwise, I want to look for something like a HIMS that I think is a little bit bigger, or a Datadog, which I think is a little bit bigger. HIMS still holding above 46. Datadog, I'm actually looking for the reversion on, and we'll just hunt it. Like it's continuing to trend higher. Just got to be patient. As long as it's under $109 on DDOG, then I'm looking for that reversion short, and once it breaks the trend, I'm shorting it to VWAP. As simple as it gets. Let's go over to Adara. It's already 10:50, and then afterwards we'll find out what's for lunch.
The sellers coming in, VWAP sellers.
Here is the US dollar. Still some higher lows in the daily chart, but this trend here right now, last 3 days have been red. We're now back below the 100 level, currently trading around that 99.3. It's a light day for economic data, but tomorrow certainly is not, because in case you missed it or forgot, we're going to have the FOMC meeting. That will be our May meeting. We are heavily pricing in no rate change at this meeting. Currently, about 96.9% of participants are expecting we're not going to get any change in rates. 3.1% is expecting a 25 basis point cut. That's up marginally from yesterday. But again, this point pretty much priced in. We're not going to get any changes. June, if it'll load for me here, where is June? June here, 68.1% of participants also expecting no change. So we went from having a June cut heavily priced in to now, again, seeing like it's going to be a little bit longer than we expected until we get any rate change. Now, before we send you back to the guys, I'm going to take a moment to thank our friends at ProfitX, because if you're looking for unbeatable odds in the biggest games, switch to ProfitX's peer-to-peer platform, where you set the price. No more one-size-fits-all lines. It's like crafting your own picking strategy with real-time trading tools. Secure the best odds, track the action, and watch your plays come alive. Experience total control at every step. ProfitX Sports Playing Reimagined. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. Back to you.
I'm going to need some help from the crowd here on what is for lunch.
Okay.
Because I don't know, I have no idea what any of this is. And I'd like to think usually I would know these, because I'm from Brampton, so I should know this. Kerala beef curry, I think I'm saying that right. Cumin basmati rice, that's a win. Cabbage and carrot thoran, which I've never heard of, Thoran. Cabbage and carrot thoran, and then we get the salad. I don't know. So it sounds decent. I'm down with the Kerala beef curry. That sounds delicious. I'm getting a salad either way, so it doesn't really matter. But I'm not sure what this carrot thoran, cabbage and carrot thoran. Maybe you guys know what that is.
It's like a salad kind of thing. I'm having pineapples.
Obi stole all the pineapples,
Yeah.
so let's not even.
Obi always steals the pineapple.
And like apparently
this
it's
is-
like a big thing. It's not very considerate, Obi.
Listen, here's the thing.
Cabbage thief.
I've ran the stats, right? I've ran the stats.
You didn't run any stats on the.
So visual. So it's like I don't normally back test, but I definitely forward test. So what happens is usually by the end of the day, I'll take a look at the fruit bowl. And I did that for a few weeks. And I was like, damn, there's a decent percentage of pineapple that stays in the bowl by the end of the day. Now, using that information as confluence to the fact that by the end of the day, most of that fruit gets thrown out anyways, and I'm noticing that nobody really takes all the pineapples, I might as well grab that liquidity earlier on in the morning, in the pre-market.
Or
I should grab that liquidity in the pre-market so that I can deal with it in the open market.
One second. And I love the logic. And I love the hoops I love the mental hoops that you're jumping through right now, Obi. But I want you to do everybody a favor and show me that plate right now. Show me your bowl right now and put that right here in front of everybody.
Okay.
So it is now 11 o'clock. All of the pineapple that he stole is still there. So don't give me into this nonsense about stealing the. You didn't even eat it.
It'll be done by the end of the day.
But other people could have had some pineapple, son.
That bowl stays empty. Or not empty, it stays full.
I took
by the end of the day.
I took like 3 or 4 because I'm.
Wow.
I'm
Why'd you do that?
Like that. You took like 8,
I could have had those.
9, all the pineapple. That's how it is. No, at the end of the day, look, you can bring anything to a trading analogy. That's what I love.
I mean, is that not? I mean, I don't know.
No, don't look, man. I get it. You took the
sleep,
liquidity.
breathe.
I'm not the one that's going to be pineapple this today. because I got mine early. That's how I roll.
Yeah.
With only about 5 minutes to go, we're going to send you guys to the midday. But one of the themes today has been the retracements back into VWAP, whether it's Palantir bouncing up into VWAP, NVIDIA bouncing and breaking. I did jump into that Datadog trend break. We're going to give it to the prior bar high. We're going to look for the VWAP retrace. Has to get to 105 first. So first stop in front of 105, and then volume weighted average price at 104.50. So that's the new trade that we're in here, is just going to be Datadog. HIM's still super. I did it again. I keep hitting NASDAQ, and it's a New York stock. HIM's still looking strong. It's done another pullback and fail underneath 46. Not fail, but break of the 46 level. So it's trying to hold on to that 46. I still want VWAP ideally. That'd be the right entry, I think, for myself. We're trying to be patient. It is 11 o'clock here. All right, here's where.
Look at the bid on
I
Palantir.
appreciate you, Mean Gene. Great name. Love Mean Gene back in the day, but pineapple sucks anyway. On pizza, we're in 1,000% agreement. By itself, pineapple is absolutely delicious. And if you're looking,
It's so good for you.
it's everything.
It's really good for
It's
you.
delicious. It's good for you. And if you're looking for the best pineapple that you will ever eat in your entire life, well, then go to the island of Antigua and eat some pineapple from there. It's absolutely delicious. Not just mangoes. They got beautiful beaches and lovely pineapple, which I say every chance that I get to throw in there. No, pineapple is awesome. I
that's
just
what I
don't want it on
haven't
a
been on.
pizza, man. It's all good.
It depends. I think I like it on pizza, but it really depends on what you pair it with. I think that's a very crucial. The sweet and the savory, the sour the balance has to be there. You gotta balance the book a little bit. It can't be too weighted one way or the other. But here's a strong bid coming back here on Palantir. So, oh boy, we kind of pulled back all the way down to, what is that? All the way down to, wow, my average was 107. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. My average does not matter. The fact of the matter is that the trade is there. So we pulled back to 107s, and I think that's kind of where I was sitting at. But then when this 108 starts to bid, and we look like we're taking out some of these prior highs there. So again, VWAP on this platform here, I have at 109.17 now. Let's see if we can get to that 109. Again, now I'm in with much, much less size. Significantly less size, because again, I took a decent chunk with the size that I wanted to, maybe a little aggressive as well. Now it's following through into VWAP, so I'm more than willing to take a piece of that as well, but with, again, don't want to be too greedy. Because I know I'm chasing, I'm giving it a lot of room. I'm giving it, honestly, about a point here to let it work, because if we're actually poised for VWAP and maybe we do some consolidation, maybe shake some hands out with VWAP consolidations, that is likely to happen in and around on top of VWAP, maybe, and that's above 109s, and we're stepping up into that as of right now. So let's see if we get that continuation for the upside. We talk about that market tailwind, currently trading above 19,900 on the NASDAQ with about 2 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to close. And this 15-minute candle on Palantir, very aggressive to the upside, back into VWAP. Same is the 30-minute candle as well. 30-minute prior bar break on Palantir was at, what is the price? The high is 107.50. So those players that are trading off of that prior bar break on a 30-minute, definitely well in the money right now, about a point as we're trading above 108.5. So that's good as confluence as well. I'm like, all right, there are definitely other participants on the side of this trade as well. So 109s, maybe some resistance. Let's see if the market tailwind can take us there. But Palantir, absolutely beautiful opportunities off of the open. Again, both ways. This kind of reiterates, you got to stay nimble. Whether it's long, whether it's short, I had plans for both. I had plans for the long, I had plans for the short. It does not matter. I should not care whether it goes up or down. My job as a trader is not as an analyst. So I just have to go with the flow, go with the punches, try to roll with the punches, and follow my rules to the best of my abilities. And if we're going to come right back in and we don't follow
like a little
through,
boxing action.
Yeah, just a little bit of, a little bit of boxing. But again, we're not, this is not, I told you I used to do Muay Thai.
That I knew.
But Muay Thai, my Muay Thai teacher, he taught us after classes, he taught us some moves from Muay Baran, which is what Muay Thai is a very distilled version of Muay Baran, because Muay Baran was used, it's martial arts for warriors. So each and every move is meant for effectiveness and efficiency. So it's either to hurt or to, take someone out of commission. So there's a lot of bone breaking in Moibaron. There's a lot of insta-kill moves as well. That, again, interesting stuff, but yeah.
I'm just waiting for Obi to do this.
So you can't be playing sports here. You can't be playing display sports. You gotta go in for the kill when it comes to trading here. Hopefully we've brought you some of that today.
Insta kill?
Yeah.
So you got like the death pinch, you grab the dude's heart, like that kind of stuff?
Yeah, maybe some Sub-Zero. Was it Sub-Zero or Mortal Kombat?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
finish him.
There you have it. Apparently, this dude is gonna also rip your heart out because that's how he rolls.
No.
The insta
trying to grab some of this price action. That's what I'm going for, right? It's like, let's say, breaking trends.
Obi, before we go over to the midday, Pony AI just broke the high of the day. Remember, it's Uber partnering up with Pony as they're now 15% to the upside. I don't know if it was just a news story, but remember, they're partnering up with Uber. Pony AI on 11 million shares of volume, now above the 50 on the daily. Big spike there through the high of the day. So this is starting to squeeze. And that's the biggest volume candle of the day for this punch through the high. Let's see if it can hold on to 11. That looks really good over there on Pony. Look, it's past 11 o'clock. We got the midday boys on there. Joe, of course, our good friend Joseph, reminding everybody they don't eat broccoli. So I have to remind everybody that the man has literally never had apple pie before in his entire life. So which one you think is a little bit more strange. I have had broccoli, I just don't like it. But someone hasn't had any pie in their entire life. And that's my man over there on the midday. Joey Options, Sharif, go get him. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. We'll see you later.
See ya.
There's Donald.
There it is. What a fire, the best intro there is.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy, Mr. Shivers. Joey Options. And I'm Sharif. I'm just joking. I'll set you up with that one, huh? You like that one,
This guy was planning that all morning.
I totally was, dog. I'm not going to pretend.
But one thing to note, I eat my greens, y'all. I eat my greens. I get that broccoli in. My
there you go. There you go, baby. There you go. I love it. All right, what's up, everybody? We got Anish, the priceless trader. There is no price for him. Juan Padilla and Kenneth C. Dude Rocks 420 and Yannick, Gorev, Miggy, Mog, Mo. Shout out to Jay Lee and Bristol. We got Parabolic FOMO and Dewey, Jorge, Steve, Jacques, Andrew. Oh my goodness, Kyle O, the Roaring Griffin, Mary, Bart Simpson, Jolly Man, I guess he's happy. I like that. Sharif's left bicep, hey! Adrian Dinas, Dino Abedini, we got the Soul Queen, we got the world's best mod, baby. Bears versus frickin' Bulls. How about other Zinc and Mike, Michael, Felipe, 3 sevens. Good morning, right back at you, Mr. Sevens. Sir David of Smoosh a Lot, Victor McDonald and Bot Yacht Club, Jimmy Joe Smith, nephew Joseph with a capital dang P, and Mr. John. We got Robert Woods. We got Tough Aldrin, Ricky G, Scott H, Small Cap Gapper. I haven't seen you in a minute, Scott. Welcome back, brother. If you've been here, I just haven't seen it. Amy Tiger. We got Emily. We got Joe Williams. Oh, baby. Adrian, Trixie, Sachin. Why not as well? Bright Awakening, Frank S, Day Trader Cut, Ryan Fenholes, I think, Trader B, 69, Judge Shack. You know where I'm sitting if I'm sitting in the 60s, my boy. Cold King Blue Army. Last but certainly not least, we got Mr. Dinkelberg in the chat. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to you, John.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. It's Tuesday. A lot to talk about. Palantir, fantastic numbers, decides to sell off 13% on the day, guys. So we're going to go over these trades, and it was not a smooth start for your boy. Full disclosure there. It was tough. But, hey, with earnings, right, like shoot or shoot, right, guys? Oh. That's what we do. Shoot or shoot. That's what we're paid to do here. So we take those shots, and we look for those grand slams. I was talking to my guy, Gorev. It's earnings. Did I execute 100%? Absolutely not, but I was still looking to kind of hit that larger trade, and it just didn't work out for me, and that's just sometimes the cookie crumbles there, guys. And that's what we do. We say it with our chest, and then we just go back to put it behind us, right, short-term memory, and then look to get involved in some other things here. So there we go, guys. You know my style. I go heavy. I try to go heavy. I try to push that size. I add into these positions, and it just didn't work. And that's just, unfortunately, the name of the game that we play. But we're in some IBIT right now to see if we can get some continuation of the trend. But one thing to note here, guys, we got to crack this downward, this downslope right here and sit on the back side of it in order for us to really, really get the ball rolling. But before we send it back over to my guy, Sharif, and he's going to give you all the small caps that he's looking at on the day, I want us to focus on something very, very important. And you know what I always talk about and how it just influences the market. And I want you to pull up the earnings report on Palantir yesterday. And this is all you really, really need to see, right? 125, 130. Look, what was that high on that earnings report call? And then you can see us reject that aggressively from there. I posted on X the options chain and kind of why we should listen to this. And I didn't. And there you go. When the market is telling you something, pay close attention to those hints that it's giving you. It's happened on NVDA, and now it's happened again, once again here on PLTR. So it's like, okay, when it's telling you something, the options chain is relaying important information. It's our job to take it into consideration and base trades off of that there, Sharif. So that's what I wanted to point out. 130 strike price, 23,000 open contracts. Check that earnings report high to a penny. Rejected there, my friend.
All right, man. Sounds good. Obviously, Palantir is definitely going to be in play today. So is IBIT. So we're definitely going to keep eyes on that. But here's what I'm looking at right now, guys. It's a light bunch. I don't want to say it's a light bunch. That's probably not an accurate description, but it's not a great look today for the small caps. There's one that's a triple-digit winner. I'm in it right now, KTTA. As you know, in the morning, I trade in the sim, and then when we get on the show, I trade live. So I did trade this one at the open profitably. It's been quite directional. At times, it's shown respect for key technical levels. At others, not so much. Right now, my assessment is that I'm looking for a VWAP hold over here. So we'll see. I've already wet the beak there, but we're a couple of pennies out of the money right now as it does drive itself back down into that $3 area. Two low 90s, my stop on KTTA. But there's a bunch. As you can see there, we've got HIMZ, which is a 2 times bull ETF of HIMS. That's why the chart look identical, and I just lost the bid there. I'm talking about KTTA, so we'll get stopped out. We'll start 0 for 1. That's kind of the way that this works. Let's see if it retraces back above VWAP, above $3. I'm talking about KTTA. Now no longer a triple-digit winner. It is down in the 90 some odd %. So that one is losing VWAP. Got to keep an eye out on that one. EVGO as well. Very, very directional, very strong on the day. Did this report? Because this is interesting. So there's 2 of these guys. Don't confuse them. There's GoEV and there's EVGO. One is an actual EV company. One is an EV charging company. EVGO is a charging company. So these guys are like Blink, ChargePoint, similar to that. Very directional, very strong, and here's why it's moving up on the day. Stock is soaring on sales and guidance. We're very strong. We're not going to read out the report, but they obviously did report earnings. So this is an earnings winner and a good one at that, 40% or thereabouts in the clear as it knocks on the door of that $4 area. Now, having looked at this on the 5 over here, you can obviously see right away from a cursory view that it is very respectful of that solid green line. Viewers of the show will know that solid green line is the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. Always on my black charts will be the 5 minutes. So this one, I'd be very interested in picking it up on a 10 EMA retracement. Alas, the EMA is a dynamic level. Therefore, I cannot place a static order to shadow a dynamic indicator. It doesn't work that way. So I'm going to have to be moving it as it goes. So we'll talk about the rest of what I've got here on the small cap gapper watch list when we get back from Midday.
Just be aware here, we do have Scott Bessent, who is still testifying in front of the House Appropriation Committee, being asked here about his thoughts about a central digital currency. He said it's not a fan. He believes that these digital currencies or digital assets belong in the private sector. So that just came through here. Again, I'm just basically repeating this from what I'm hearing in my ear. So if I get here, yeah, so here's, I guess, a more clear summary of his comments just coming through in X. And I quote, a central bank digital currency is a sign of weakness. So he views it as a sign of weakness, and he does say that he's not going to be in favor of the Fed issuing digital currency. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Derek. Quickly, just before we go on, the OG Havana Woody letting me know that Go EV, which was the EV company, is bankrupt. And when I typed in Go EV in the ticker, it didn't show up. So thanks, Havana, for pointing that out. I did not know that. Yeah, it's a tough life being an EV company, whether it's in North America or China. I'm hearing a lot of Chinese EV companies going belly up as well. So much or so aggressive is the competition in that country. No different over here. So EVGO, the charging company, electric vehicle charging company, very good look as it knocks on the door of 4. It's up over 40%. So I'm certainly interested in anything off the 10 exponential. If the 10 EMA does not hold on EVGO, I will not be looking to the 20. I will be looking to that volume weighted average price. So currently on my chart, $3.58. So we'll keep tabs on that. CoreWeave, what a day today for CoreWeave. Beautiful look. Up, no, it's not up big, 6%, but when you look at the technical pattern, it's beautiful. Reclaims VWAP at 10.15, and it hasn't looked back since then. And also the deeper, or not the deeper, the retracements, I should say, do hold above the 10 EMA, so I like that as well. In addition, there is obviously here an area high. I'm talking about that's 52 3/4. Which was defended. So look, the lower end of this bull flag range, 53 is the low. So it's being front run. That low end of the range is front running that previous area high. So you want to see that. That kind of gives me a more of a bullish feeling that it's not even coming back into that key technical area to retest it. So strong is it on the day that it's being front run. So that I'll be looking at as well. UPWK, another really good look right now. Upwork. 20% in the clear. This is technically not a small cap gapper, as it's about a $2.13 billion market cap. But as you can see, you don't need to be a super trader to know that when this thing spikes at 4 o'clock, it is likely an earnings winner. So this looks like it's earnings day one. Beautiful thing is we're holding that area high at around 15 bucks. We traded below it momentarily, like right before the open. But as you can see, right at that 9:30 a.m. open, we took the level no problem, and we've been above 15 for a while. So another one that I'd be interested in picking up off the 10 exponential. But look at this 2-candle retracement over here. This did breach the 10. So if you're going to use the 10 as your impetus for getting in the trade, don't have such a tight stop below the 10, because it's shown you its propensity to breach the level yet reclaim it super quick. So look at the characteristics of each and every stock that you trade. What are they doing? Are they habitually respectful of technical levels, or do they breach them at times? If they do, you have to account for that in your stop placement as well. So UPWK, interesting. And then Brendo brought us this right at the morning, AREB. We got that ARAB money. It's dropping all the way down. They're bankrupt now, Joseph. No, I'm kidding. Bull flag to start the morning there at 8:40 a.m. when the news hit, and then we rocketed it up above $4. But that was as good as it was going to get on the day, man, because this looks like a head and shoulders pattern, looking to go red on the day if it goes anything below that 295. So AREB in focus as well. As I look over here, KTTA is halted the downside, so it loses that $3 level. It looks like a flat bottom break with that descending wedge. So we'll start 0 for 1 on the day with that L on KTTA, but we'll certainly be looking to do a little bit better here, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. All right, so let's talk a little bit about Bitcoin here. You can see the channel that we're starting to form, and now we're kind of on the backside of it, holding VWAP relatively well. One thing to note is that we have a really strong drive here, and then now we're just kind of pulling back. So this is a positive signal, just going really, really small to start, and then if we really get the ball, if we can get that momentum to start to pick up and we start climbing higher, then we can add into the position once it starts winning. So I also got to be cautious too, right? Because I took some decent size on Palantir earlier, and it didn't work out for me, and I have risk measures that I have to always implement all the time. But one thing to note, guys, is that Google is really strong, and we started talking about this yesterday. And it's unfortunate because I seen this 5-minute print right out the gate, and I'm like, ooh, I really like this, and I should have took this trade, shoulda, coulda, woulda. It's unfortunate that I didn't, but by any means, that's a really good setup. I usually don't trade those 5-minute orbs as frequently as I used to do, but you can see that this one worked out really well, but that indecision print is there and that volume spike is there. So that gives you more conviction within the setup, and that's why you got to take those trades. I did trade AMD this morning, and I was slightly premature on that front as well. I was looking for that 5-minute hammer to print right here, and it just didn't work out. I got into the volume weighted average price, and then it rejected it. So yeah, that didn't work out, but that's okay. We'll find something that does. I mean, we got earnings on AMD and SMCI this evening, so I'm looking forward to that. And Sharif and I were just kind of briefly talking. We're like, man, how much more can this stock get beaten up before it eventually finds some ground and finds its footing and can get the ball rolling? So let's see what Lisa Su and company has in store for us this evening, Sharif, because I mean, like, think about how long we've been holding these lows for. Right, like we've been hovering around this $100 range. We dipped down to 78, which is absolutely crazy. But I mean, if anything is positive, like if there's any form of surprise, and that's what the street loves, is surprise.
Bang.
If there's any form of that here in AMD, this thing can really, really start to squeeze up to maybe that 115. But I'm not saying that's going to happen. But with that being said, like we're still down 50% off of those all-time highs, a little bit more than that, closer probably to 60. But what we'll do is we'll take a look at the expected move and to see, like, hey, what is this range that we're potentially looking at here on AMD? And I already have it up here because I was curious myself. So here we can see, guys, we're looking at approximately about a 8% expected move. So that could put us at a high of 106 and then a low of 90. So what is this telling us? Okay, so if you're playing that at the money straddle, then you need to exceed 8%. And if you do, then that's when your trade's really going to start being profitable. So just be cautious of that. And also what we want to do is, okay, so we have that 8% expected move, a high of 106, or a low of 90. Now, what's the options chain telling us, and how can we give ourselves a higher chance of probability being in our favor? And is there any form of correlation between the expected move and high levels of open interest? And with that being said, 105, at that 105 strike price, we have 17,000 current open contracts. So keep an eye out on that. But before that, we have 22,000 at that $100 strike price. Now let's go to the put side and see what we have on that front. And I mentioned that we have a low of 90 here, potentially a low of 90. That's going to be the implied move. But at 95, we have 14,000 open contracts. But right at 90, we have 25,000 open contracts. So if we do decide to dump, I'm going to be looking for 90 to be acting as a form of support. And if it does not, then maybe there might be some more potential downside. But we can use that put wall as somewhat of a gauge and make trades based off of that, Sharif.
Yes, sir. All right, setting up a couple of dip trades here on our friend EVGO. Guys, we're in HIMS over here. We're long 48s. I just wet the beak at 65. And now we're waiting. I'm waiting, for 88s, okay? I perceive there to be an ascending wedge pattern on HIMS. Now, whether you get the flat top break quick as you like, or you zig, zag, and dilly-dally, we're going to have to wait and see. But I perceive this to have $47 resistance. In fact, I'm supported in that belief by the 3-candle rejection on the 5. Now, mind you, the candle at 9:45 did breach $47, making a local area high, the high of the day, mind you, at 48.52. But all 3 candles closed below 47. There's a seller here at 47 that, is quite high in their conviction. We keep working into it and we keep rejecting it. You saw that same look again at 10:45 when the high there of the candle was 46.75. Yet again at 10:55 when the high of the candle there was 46.70. The point to tell you here is this one is a good flat top break candidate through 47. It may come with bamboozlement though. You may get wicked in, wicked out, and tossed all over the place before you end up getting the flat top break. But I see this as an ascending wedge pattern with the area low being that area 43 hold that we put in at 10:05 and 10:10. And again, this area pullback here at 10:35 and 10:40 on the 5-minute, which is obviously another area low. In addition to all that with the higher lows and the flat top. It's been very respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5, 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart for our newer traders. And I don't mean to undermine anybody when I say that. I just know that we have newer traders all the time. Somebody was telling me in the chat, you feel like I'm condescending in the way I speak. I swear to God, I don't mean it like that, but we have newer viewers all the time. I have to take account of that, right? So right now we're going into 70. We're doing it live here. We just got into 80s. Let's see if we can break through that 80 area, Joseph. I'm waiting at 88s, but it's not giving me that print it's not giving me that print at all. So we're going to have to pack our patience over here, back up into 72s. The tape is moving a little bit more aggressively now. Over 10% goes HIMS. We're about 11.5%. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Very interested in that flat top break. Now, I'm obviously putting my out south of the flat top break, what I perceive to be a possible flat top break. That doesn't mean I end the trade once the out gets triggered, my 88s, if it gets triggered. If it breaks through that $47 area on a closing basis and doesn't wick down in the way that it did at the open, I'm going long again. And we'll take it again. Here we go again, showing me 81s. Can we get some 88s, please? Yeah, you always wonder whether you should be flattening out at these levels or not, but that's always the question that I struggle with, whether we reject off this level, and that's what it looks like it might do at the moment. So keeping my eye on this one, trying to pack my patience the best I can, but I'm certainly interested in continuing the trade with this one. Now, the other one that I've got on, EVGO, I didn't get my dip trade, despite the fact that I put it a little bit higher than the 10 EMA. So we'll look to take the first print on that at 90, and then after that 95s, we've got 87, so we're break even on it at the moment. Back to HIMS, again, zigging and zagging right now, south of that 70 penny area. It was able to wick up into 80s, but that's as good as it could do. Let's see what we get here, Joseph.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, sorry. I have to interrupt, my man. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nick Dubb. He threw in a big boy super chat there. Thank you for $5, big Nick Dubb. So the situation is here. We got Rivian and we got Uber reporting. Rivian after the bell today. He's like, would you mind giving your thoughts on Rivian and Uber? Love Uber long swing. Have you been adding on any dips? Look for Rivian breakout. So I don't have Rivian, but I have Uber. You know that. So definitely haven't added anything at Uber. Full disclosure, when we did dip down that day, the day that Donald Trump told everybody to buy, I didn't take his advice. I bought before he said that. But I did add to my Apple and my ASML positions at very advantageous levels. I didn't add to Bitcoin or IBIT. I didn't add to anything else other than those two. So just full disclosure so that, you know, I'm not accused later of making stuff up. All right? So let's have a look over here at RIVN. We'll start with Rivian because I have a more of a fundamental picture on Uber, but more of a technical picture here on Rivian. Now look, you got let's call a spade a spade. It's been really ugly for Rivian as of late. We can't really seem to shake these lower highs. And we've been putting them in since August 2023 and even before that. I'll submit to you actually, it starts way before that. The lower highs have been in place since basically, oh goodness, since ever, okay? It literally has been since ever, but since we kind of found this area over here at around, say, south of $40, lower, look at this, lower high, lower high, lower high. All these are lower highs with no higher highs. Oof. Yeah, so what I'm looking for from a technical sense is to break this lower high situation that we've been into for a long time and print something possibly above that 17, possibly above that 19. Look, you've got a 17 area here, you've got a 19 area here, a 24 area here that we spend a lot of time at. So that's my thinking on this one. It's a technical story until we get some R2 information. I was telling this to Brendo at the big desk today. I really feel that the R2 can be that needle mover. Okay, it's the one that they can produce en masse. It's the one that a lot more people in the population can afford. I mean, I was telling Brendo again this morning that the R1S, not the T is a bit cheaper in this country. The R1S is still used 3 years old or 2 years old, over 100,000 Canadian in this country. That's too expensive. How many people of the population can you think can fit that bill? So I definitely think we need the R2 to move the needle. I think that will be a really important thing analysts will be listening to today on the call. They want to hear about the R2 and obviously a bit more down the road, that smaller, weird-looking R3, which I don't care for. Yeah, I don't. But the R2 looks real good. I like it. Let's look at Uber. Uber, you know how I feel about Uber. $60 bottom. That goes back years, bro. We can look at the weekly on that monster. That $60 has been money for years. Initially, it was resistance back in late 2020, early 2021, and now we've been using it as support to no end. This is the weekly, guys, on your friend Uber. And starting over here, that's February 2024. Okay, since we took out that level, look at that 60 hold, 60 hold, 60 hold. You get where I'm going with a 60 hold. But on the same side, that 85, 80 has also been a hard road to hoe. But we are almost back into all-time highs on Uber, man. The market is certainly not at all-time highs yet. Uber is. In addition to that, we've been hearing about them throw in different collaborations with different companies for ride-hailing in different countries too, not just the United States. I think they've got some deals out in Asia as well. So Uber, fantastic look, but I got to tell you, we need to hear some good news from them today because I feel like the market's primed to sell off on any bad news. We saw that with Netflix, with the, with the Hollywood 100% tariffs yesterday. So I really like Uber. If Uber misses and drops down into the mid 60s, not financial advice, I'll be buying it up there. How about that? Okay? So that I don't give anybody the wrong advice. I'll be buying it up at around $60. So if we miss on Uber, that $60 level is money in my humble submission, Joseph.
Okay, yeah. So guys, I want to take a look at Tesla's price action here. This could be a really, really good breakup setup, especially if the volume starts to step in here. So you can see prices really starting to compress, and we're consolidating sideways. So there is a potential trade. NVDA started to rip a little bit here, and AMD as well too. So that's a positive sign for some of these tech stocks. And if we can really sit on top of this range and we see that volume step in, then we're going to look to take this trade via TSLA for sure. So going to keep my eyes on this one. I'm cooking up here in IBIT. I'm going to look to start to take some off here as well too, guys, because that is the name of the game that we play. So here we go. I'm going to take about 30% off right now, just to be cautious.
Get it, Joseph.
A little bit, maybe we'll go a little bit less. But okay, there we go. So we caught that fill there, guys. So again, just playing the break of this channel, adding into strength, and then if it comes back to my break even, then we'll just get stopped out, but that's okay. But you can see the strength here in the tape, so I want to get that ball moving. As soon as I take some out, Bitcoin decides it wants to start ripping. That is crazy.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I mean, that's the whole point, right? Like, so I take some out. We leave some for a runner, and then we look for that break of the high day, and that's what we're kind of doing here. But I want to keep my eyes on Tesla just in case it wants to break out here, and we see that volume step in on the lower time frames. I think that's going to be a positive sign and a good setup, but I like this potential trade here on IBIT. One thing to note, if we crack this indecision print high, then we can absolutely rip into these post-market highs, and that's what I'm kind of aiming for here with this specific position. As we climb higher, I'm going to take another 10%, 20%, we'll call it here, guys, off. And there we go. We took that off there. Give us a little bit more breathing room on the day. So working out really, really well. Just a little bit over half of the position remaining now, but I also have to respect my break even. So if we come back towards that and we don't continue this breakout, then it's unfortunate that I'm going to have to give back some unrealized, but that's okay. We took some off, we locked in those profits, and now we're looking for that extension within this move here to just kind of give us some more gains. But eyes are on Tesla as well too if we don't crack this high day here in IBIT. But one thing to note on this 5-minute time frame, it doesn't reflect it here, but we can see it on this chart that we're slowly starting to stair step and pick up in volume, and that's going to be a positive sign. We always want to focus on that. Is this breakout going to be genuine? Are we going to break through some of these highs of days? And with that being said, you guys see that we have to see that momentum and that volume step in order for us to classify it as a genuine move and break through key resistance levels. All right, guys, so that's the game plan. Telling you guys exactly what I'm thinking in my head and exactly how I'm going to execute these trades. And I think that's a really, really good start. You always want to have a plan, and if you go into a trade without a plan, then your chances of success are going to be drastically affected. All right.
Uh-oh.
So yeah. Okay. So here we go on Tesla, guys. All we need is that volume to really start to kick in here. I'm gonna pull up TSLA on my chart. Nice breakup move right here, breaking through some of those resistance zones. Positive sign. I'm gonna have to pull up TSLA relatively quick to see if we can get involved in this name, because we don't want this ship to sail without us, but we also don't want to chase it too, guys. So we got to be cautious. We're going to wait for that volume, then we're going to wait for that retest of that breakout zone, and then maybe we can get involved here. We can start really, really small, which I'm thinking I'm going to do. We're just going to get our toes wet here, guys, with this in case the volume does decide it wants to step in. Therefore, we're positioned really well. If it does break the volume-weighted average price, then we'll just get out of the trade and reassess the situation. But one thing to note, we need this volume. This is a nice engulfing candle print right here on the 1 minute. Now you can see I'm buying above resistance zones, but we need that volume to step in order for us to continue and then potentially add into this position, Sharif. So that is the game plan. We're in some TSLA right now, looking for the continuation of this potential breakout pattern. And if these big names are going to continue to move the way that they are, then I think we're sitting in a good position.
All right, my man Bovin is telling me that we got Donald tweeting here on Truth or whatever, Truthing. Yeah, here it is, 5 minutes ago. I look forward to meeting the new Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney. I very much want to work with him, but cannot understand one simple truth. Why is America subsidizing Canada by $200 billion a year, in addition to giving them free capitals, military protection, and many other things? Question mark. We don't need their cars. We don't need their energy. We don't need their lumber. We don't need capital, anything they have. Lies. Other than, where am I at here? Sorry, I have to click other. They need. He's bargaining here. We don't need their cars, we don't need their lumber, we don't need anything they have other than their friendship, which hopefully we will always maintain. They, on the other hand, need everything capitals again from us. The Prime Minister will be arriving shortly, and that will be most likely my only question of consequence. Donald Trump, the ever skillful negotiator, getting ready to meet the new Canadian Prime Minister. He's not new. He kind of took over from the old guy and then won the election fair and square. He's going to be meeting with him shortly. I saw Carney getting off the airplane there. So yeah, keep an eye out on that, guys. We could have, car-related news, auto tariffs, so lots of stuff could be in focus here. I'm not exactly sure when they're going to hold a joint press conference together, but expect there to be some volatility coming from that conference. So I'm all ears, I'm all eyes. Adara's at the big desk. She's going to be covering that as soon as it does happen. So we'll keep you guys apprised. But Donald Trump meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney today. I think for the first time, I think they did speak on the phone before the election, and now they are going to meet IRL. So definitely interested to see what happens there. It's a very consequential meeting. Obviously, the countries are very, very interlinked. Let's just call a spade, both socially, everything else, economically, everything kind of tied in together there. All right, guys. We're involved in a couple of trades. Let's talk about that. EVGO, I'm interested in adding into this one. I'm taking very, very small size here, okay, on these dip trades. I'm very interested in adding until that volume-weighted average price. If it loses VWAP, which is currently around 363, I'm out. Simple as that. We'll take an L. Okay, so let's set up another dip trade there, see what we can get. It's going to have to hold above the volume-weighted average price. I have no interest in holding that below it. So I'm building my position slowly. KIDZ, kids, up, not big move on the day, 6.8%, but putting in higher lows and higher highs. Feels like it could be a flat top break candidate, maybe around 680 or so. I'm also trying to build my position, as you can see on the screen there. I've entered there at 674, but I've got 3 dip trades, all 10 pennies separated from one another. I'm interested in catching the higher low pattern that we got on this one, obviously punching in near the highs. So I've definitely got to adjust my cost basis, so to speak, by setting up the dip trade. So I'm interested in looking at that one as well. So KIDZ, EVGO are the ones that I'm involved in right now. CoreWeave, though, continues to do quite well. The only reason I'm not weaseling into this one is quite expensive. I mean, it doesn't make a difference since we're on a prop floor. This is obviously the firm's money, but you know, it's kind of hard a little bit to manage risk on this one, especially on the show, and it is a little bit spready. Okay, I know, Adara. I don't think it's spready enough for you, though, Adara. It might be like it's not a $10 spread quite yet.
That's not going to be enough.
I appreciate that, Dara. Thank you for when she wants, she can get in whenever she wants. She's got that button now.
Yeah, oh yeah, there we
right?
go.
She's got her button. Go ahead.
Let's go Bitcoin.
What do you got, baby?
We got Bitcoin breaking out here,
Okay.
guys. This is what we want to see. Holding on to this position, a knife engulfing candle right here on the 1 minute. So I want to crack the high a day, continue into 53.80s, and then maybe that's when we'll look to take a little bit off. Being patient on this Tesla trade as well, too, there, guys. All right, so we're gonna take another 10% off here. Roughly at that crack bang. There we go, caught that fill. So let's go here. IBIT, we broke that channel. We sat on the opposite side of it. We added into the position, and there you go. We're slowly starting to cook up positive here on the day, up about 1/3 of a, 1/3 here, guys. So that's a positive sign. I like this. I want Bitcoin to recover. There we go. We take another leg higher. We got that 53.81, Sharif. We're cracking through that high a day. Everything that we were talking about, we want to see that volume and that momentum start to pick up when we breach key levels, and you're seeing that displayed right now here in IBIT. And one thing that we need to note is now just pay attention to any form of indecision on the lower time frames. And it looks like we're genuine right now. We're looking pretty good. You can see that volume really start to pick up here on the 1 minute interval. So that volume by time profile giving us more conviction within the setup. And that's exactly what we need. We're looking for those things, and now they're coming into fruition. So there we go, Bitcoin breaking out. We cracked through that high a day. This was a nice short signal, and I'm like, oh no, that's dangerous. But then we were patient. We entered on the pullback. The pullback volume was low. Once we cracked the channel, we entered more shares on the break of that channel. So now let's see if this move can be sustained, Sharif.
Great look, Ayush Sharma. Tell me look at AD or TDUP. Great look. All right, I gotta say something though, man. Guys, we're building out a brand new roundtable style layout. All 4 hosts on set, live, all at once. Yes, there will be hammers. Yes, there will be dust. But by the end, Studio 8, that's what we're calling it, baby, is going to change the way live trading is done. This is a metamorphosis, straight up. From the studio, you know, to the one we've always dreamed for. You've seen us evolve over the years. If you've been watching the show a long time, now you get to watch us transform. Studio 8 is coming. That's what it looks like now. Wait until you get a gander at what it looks like after it's done. That entire wall where it says Trader TV Live, that entire wall is gonna, can I give it away, Brenda? Ah, Brendo.
Oh,
good thing I checked with him, huh? Yeah. Ah. It's going to be very interesting. Yeah, there's Brenda. There's Brenda. There's the old one. There it is. Get it, Adara. And there we are over here. The Bash Brothers. Oh, get him, Joseph. So that's the entire studio there, guys. We are going to be doing a big boy renovation. We got a bit of a taste this morning as to what's to come. Mark, the nice and bright early time slot of 7:30 a.m. was drilling up a storm.
Oh, yeah?
On the other side there. Yeah, it was fantastic.
That's what we want to see.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that, Joseph, but we're gonna have to deal with it because things don't get done on their own. So yeah, guys, we're building out an entirely new studio. It's going to be bigger, better, and we're super amped up about it. Obviously, we want to let you know because you may hear some disruptions in the background, but trust me, we'll be a lot better for it, no doubt about it.
It's going to be the best studio ever.
It's going to be the best studio. There's never been better. All right, guys, we're still involved in EVGO over here as it finds a little bit of support here at what seems to be the 20 EMA on the 5. I'm still waiting for 88s to wet the beak. Nothing doing there. KIDZ did come in to my 80 print and didn't fill, which I'm okay with. I don't mind this one dropping. I've got very small size up here. I'm obviously looking at dollar cost averaging planned DCAs. into that volume weighted average price, which is currently at 643. Let's see if this ends up giving me a bit of a fill or what the situation is. Good look there. Let's look at TDUP for our friend, Mr. Sharma. This is a good looking chart there. This is the weekly. What the hell? This is a beautiful looking chart over here. Look at this multi-day run ever since January 14th. This thing's been rocketing up, man. Good look. This is not just around for a good time, not a long time type situation. Let's see what the look is on the 5. Okay. Another one that seems to have a bit of respect here for the 10 EMA. Even on this candle, comes back in and tests that 615, 620 area where it had rejected earlier. So TDUP, man, has earned its way up onto the side chart, and it's up 42% today. So let's put some dang respect on this one's name. I just took off KTTA, and we're putting in TDUP right now on the side chart. We'll definitely be involved in that one if it does set up the right way. High day on this monster, $6.45. Let's see where we get to. We're currently trading at 635, Joseph.
Oh, let's go. All right, say look at Miguel Cotto. Oh, all right. Oh,
Miguel Cotto?
Yeah, this guy said my left hook looked like that.
Oh.
But didn't he get destroyed by Canelo?
One of my favorite fighters. So
Yeah.
what, bro? Lots of people got destroyed by Canelo.
I guess essentially everybody got destroyed.
So you remember what he did to your friend there that used to pack his gloves? That Pacquiao beat up as well? Margarito. He beat the living you-know-what out of Margarito. So did Pacquiao, though.
All right, then.
Oh, Miguel Cotto was a serious fighter, bro.
He looked
Puerto
serious,
Rican, man.
Yeah, ooh, I
Puerto
love
Rican
those.
fighter, bro.
You know my favorite Puerto Rican fighter right now is, and he's a bad dude, Edgar Berlanga. He fought. Yeah. I just love him. He looks like a G. Like that's a guy that you see on the street, and you're like, yeah, you don't mess with that guy whatsoever. Yeah. So Berlanga, one of my favorite fighters right now, and he's just iced out too, so all the time. So yeah.
Joe Mama. 100 Adaras versus 1 Sharif. Who wins at Joseph? What's happening here, Joe Mama?
That's crazy.
What's happening here? We're not trying to fight our coworkers.
Yeah,
Give me some credit. 50 Adaras.
I mean, I don't want to fight Adara. What's happening here?
Yeah.
I know,
It's
Adara. I don't know what to
100
say to that. I'm sorry.
It's a 100 gorilla thing.
It's a,
You know what I mean?
That's
To be
so
honest
funny.
with you, I take the 100 humans over the 1 gorilla. I just think you don't.
Well, someone said that basically the gorilla would get really tired after killing 20 humans, but he'd rip apart 20 humans.
Oh, yeah.
And then he would fatigue.
If you're the first 25, you don't want to be the first 25, to be honest.
That's crazy.
With you. Yeah. But I mean, 100 Adaras and 1 Sharif, I got to go with the 100 Adaras.
Yeah, bro. I don't have enough arms.
Yeah, and the cardio. Well,
and
you do the
Adara's
cardio,
pretty
but you
tough.
do the
She
cardio
smashes
there
double
after.
sessions a day, too.
There you
So
go.
let's put some respect on her name.
Top gold, boys. Yeah, we can take a look at GLD. We'll pull that up for you there because what is Obi laughing at there?
I'm chuckling because of what people are saying. I'm looking at Ob. I'm like shocked.
Obi, yeah, I don't know.
Ob is just entertaining me.
Yeah,
right now,
Obi,
bro.
man, he's printing up a storm.
Oh yeah. When is he not?
So here you guys. I mean, like there were some shorting signals here on gold, but then it's recovered relatively well. So here you go. We're just approaching that all-time high once again here on gold.
Okay.
We're only about 1.5% off of that there, Sharif. So if you were trying to hold on to that short, it didn't work out too well for you because you have now gapped up and you're only 1.5% off of that all-time high. I thought that we would see a little bit more of a retracement on this underlying Sharif in this asset class, but that has not been the case here. And there you go. So if we crack that all the time, just be cautious on what's going on because it could definitely squeeze and continue to move to the top side, especially if there's still some uncertainty in the market. And I think that's something that we need to take into consideration. Okay, so Tesla's not breaking up how I want to. Once we crack the volume weighted average price, I'm just going to hop out of the trade here because I don't want to hold on to a failed breakout. That means we can move to the downside. And you can slightly see how extended the Qs and the SPY are from the volume weighted average price. So no participation from Tesla on that front, and NVIDIA and some of the other big tech names are starting to break down as well too, Sharif.
Yes, sir. All right, I set up a dip trade here on TDUP. I'm trying to pick it up off the 10 EMA, knowing full well that in the last hour and a half, it touched the 10 EMA, like legitimately touched it, not came close to it one time. So I'm thinking, maybe the right move here is to get in now and to do exactly what I'm doing with the other ones and planned dollar cost average. But I don't want to be in 3 trades that are like that because that's not going to set up in the right way here. So I'm going to leave the order at 633 on TDUP for that 10 EMA retracement. If I get it, I get it. Great. If I don't, well, then you miss some, you lose some. Adara's at the big desk.
I just want to let you guys know there's no news on this that I can see other than Trump trying to get these pharmaceutical tariffs to come. But Eli Lilly, I just want to put a spotlight on because this one, incredibly weak as we have some relative strength in some areas of the market. Eli Lilly just took out last week's low. This is now at 780. It looks like 788 now almost. So LLY, if you're looking for some names that are relatively weak, this is certainly one of them. This is, again, Eli Lilly. Back to you.
Not getting filled. Yeah, that's the way she works. I thank you for that, Adara. Guys, I'm feeling kind of good about this HIMS trade over here. We got out at the top. Now, I was concerned that this was, or I was theorizing that this would be a flat top break through 47, excuse me. But it's actually rejecting 47 in the same way that it did over here. So now it breaches through 47, probably triggers a lot of people long, because if I saw it, a lot of other people saw it. Goes up to 47.20, and now we're down to 46.30. And this is now losing the 10 EMA. It's been holding the 10 EMA since 10:05. So an hour and 40 minutes, and now it's losing it. And it's got a 2-candle red setup. Now it even hasn't had a 2-candle red setup since 9:55 this morning. So it is kind of dropping a little bit here. Now, where's the level to pick it up at? What's the move? So I see a possible, let's see what it does at the 20. The current level of the 20 is $45.70. But the volume weighted average price is right around 45. In fact, it's a little bit lower than 45, around 44.75. So I'm interested in this one, but it's got to set up in the right way. I'm not going to just try to guess where this one's going to trigger. All right, here we go. Now we're dipping into EVGO, into my last beak wetter, which is waiting at 69s. It's defending 70 right now. Anything below the volume weighted average price, which is 363, I get stopped out of this one. Simple as that. But we're doing it live here on KIDZ. There we go. Now we took out 2 levels, 80 and 85s, and now we're up to 87s. All this without getting any other thing filled. So I still have small size, full disclosure. This candle did pass my dip trade, and it passed it by quite a bit. I'm waiting at 65s. This dipped down into 61s, but it was so spready, or there was no liquidity, I didn't get filled there. And that is not a fake wick, because I've got it both on my platform and P Pro 8. So yeah, you win some, you lose some. We take out some on the top there, which obviously helps me de-risk. So let's throw out another order there at 95s. I'm going to leave these orders over here live because I think they're still valid. The higher low and the higher high situation hasn't changed. And so therefore, these dip trades remain valid. And they're still at key levels. So that's my thinking here on KIDZ and EVGO, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. So yeah, I got out of TSLA. That was a false break. We didn't get any of that volume to step in. And then you can see kind of just this bearish engulfing right here. So we added to that position and never got that breakout volume that we were necessarily looking for. And then now you can see that we're heading towards some key support levels and looking like we might break down. Here you go. We got that same engulfing. 5-minute print here on the SPY, so you can see 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes of trading just absolutely engulfed in a span of 5 minutes. So when you see that, that just tells me that sellers are in control of the price action right now. It doesn't mean that they'll stay in control, but you can see that weakness within Tesla, and I don't want to be trading it when it's weak. I want to find some strong names, and I think that's IBIT. IBIT is working relatively well for us, so that is a positive sign. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on with Tesla from a daily standpoint. I remember somebody was telling me that they had some contracts or anything along those lines. I forget who it was, and I told you, if we had the ability to sit on top of this 296, then we can continue to climb. But I also referred to it as saying locking in some profits just in case you don't get that breakout, and then we look to move to the downside. And Sharif was talking about it this morning. Is that number truly accurate? 540 EVs Tesla sold. Oh my days.
And
that is.
Look, to be fair to them, Joseph, they weren't selling crap ton. I'll show you the exact data right here. So here it is. Let's just scroll up super quick. So what they sold last year, this time, Joseph, was 1,404.
Yeah.
Now they're down to 536.
Yeah.
What really concerned me about this is that you had seen Tesla sales drop off everywhere. France, Spain, Germany, except England. It wasn't dropping off. That was the bright spot, and it's not anymore.
So there you go. Now it's not the bright
trigger's going
spot.
down.
And how we mentioned with BYD coming into, we were talking about it multiple times before. These cheaper EVs are just are coming in with storm and force here, and just absolutely taking market share from Tesla. And you can see that displayed with the numbers. Sharif said 1,400 EVs next year, and then that's cut by 60% the following. So that is a tough look for Tesla. The earnings report was not good at all. So if we continue to move to the downside, I would not be surprised. And if we crack some key support levels, then there it is. Eventually, I think the fundamentals have to come up, catch up to this name. And maybe we're seeing that right now. Sharif down 2% on the day.
Well said, man. I mean, like, I personally don't get any satisfaction of reporting bad numbers for Tesla. I happen to like Elon Musk. I happen to be involved in the company in the long term, so it doesn't please me at all to do this, but this is the truth, and it's ugly at the moment.
Yeah.
Some would say if it's his own doing, nobody forced him into the government. Well, there's so many different opinions here. Joseph, we're doing it live here on KIDZ. We're taking out the top. We're at the high of the day right now, 698. I just took out the last beak wetter, and this was sad for me because I had all these dip trades really thinking that they were going to fill, and none of them filled. And now we're exhausted out of shares, so we're knocking on the door right now of that $7 area. I'm talking about KIDZ, one of those ones that we saw last week really running, and everybody had a nice laugh at my expense there because I was like, go kid, or I was like, I'm getting kids or something like that. I don't know what I said, but it was ended up being funny and kind of off-putting a little bit. But KIDZ, guys, 10 3/4, about to take out 7 right now. I don't perceive too much size here on the level 2 at $7. I'm only seeing about 50 to 70 lots or so. I'll submit to you there are real numbers probably a lot bigger. Look at it, take out 7. Okay, what do I know, man? Good look there for KIDZ, taking out 7 now, the high of the day, 706. Does it hold 7? You got the bid and the ask, both above $7. Does it stay there or does it continue to dip down? So here's what I'm going to do. Those dip trades that I had there are no longer valid, so we're going to cancel all of them. And I'm going to set up another dip trade, and it's going to be at 80s, a little bit above 80s. The reason I see 80 as a good level, once, twice, you know what I'm going to say?
What?
Obi freaking thrice. Get it, Ob. We rejected that $6.80 level. So if it took us so many attempts to clear 680, maybe, just maybe, it might act as an area of support if we come back and test it. Get it, Joe? So what we're going to do is we're going to set up a dip trade at 685 and let it cook there, see what we get, and we will not get upset, as my friend Neil likes to say. What do we got over here? All right, let's keep an eye on the other one, EVGO, doing bupkis. We're out of the money on that one by about 7 pennies. We'll keep an eye out on that. How about the other one over here? Upwork, we already got stopped out of. Now let's have a look at Upwork over here. Did I have the right stop? I think I did, because I was trying to base it off the 10 EMA, but it's lost the 10, and now it's lost 16. $16 level area. High of the day, 16.43. It's below 16, dropping into 15.94. My next pickup on UPWK will be at around 15.75 for volume weighted average price retracement. Let's give this one another try over here.
Oh, wow. And
I'm going to put in my order at 15.82 to front run that volume weighted average price area. We'll see what we get there. Back to KIDZ. Let me know if you want to get in.
Yeah. Can I cover this here real quick? Yeah, so there we go. Guys, so that was a big time false breakout here on Tesla. You can see that we are compressing in price. And then as we were climbing through some key resistance zones, that volume never stepped in. And that's why I got out at the crack of the volume weighted average price. And you can see we're continuing to move to the downside here. So it's really important to, and I posted it on X, go check it out, the options chain and PLTR. But it's important to follow what the market is telling us. Once we cracked VWAP, I just got out of the trade. So imagine I was still holding on to this position. I would be taking a double size the loss than what I initially should. That volume is starting to pick up on the lower time frames. If you pay attention to the time of sales, you're going to see the weakness displayed as well too. So there you go. Getting out when we're supposed to, taking the right size loss helps us stay in the game longer and prevents us from taking bigger losses than what we necessarily should be. And you can see that displayed here in Tesla. I'm glad that I'm not bag holding this name because it's breaking down and looking like it wants to continue to move to the southeast direction, Sharif.
All right, we just got the dip trade now on TDUP. I'm going to continue to defend this one into that $6 area. I like this trade for a $6 area hold. That's where the volume weighted average price is. So I just got my beak wet there at 20s. Let's see if this one wants to continue dropping or whether it wants to pop back up. So what? Oh, my mistake there. TDUP, yeah, that's just my mistake. Get back into that. Just fat fingered that, my mistake. All right, so what's the situation? We're going to look to put dip trades into that $6 area. So I'm going to go ahead and wait there for this many shares. Let's see what we can get there. So looking at TDUP for $6 hold, 646 high a day. What do we got on? We got 12s, okay. Not bad. Let's wet the beak here at 17s. Not a bad look there. Okay, let's set up some more to the top side and at 22s, and we'll just layer the orders in case this one wants to pop back up. Back to now EVGO. This one's working its way back into 80, so I'm pleased that I was able to get my DCAs there. Now, I don't anticipate this one really rocketing up above 4, especially since we've got a bit of a downtrend. Since around 11:10 a.m. when we made that high of the day at 393, it's been a lower high, lower low situation. This current candle that we're in at the 5, that one that manifested at 1150, that's the only one that's really changing the game with a higher low than the previous candle. So let's see if we can get the seller who's been here at 80 for a while, whether we can shake him or not. Let's see what the situation is there. I tried to add more here on KIDZ at 85. It didn't have me, and now it's back up above 7. I'm going to leave that order active in case it does come back in and trigger. But if KIDZ continues to hold above that $7 area, I'm going to have to chase it at those levels. So it's not exactly what I want to do, but we'll keep an eye on it. What else we got over here? Upwork, I already made my point on that one. And TDUP, we already wet the beak there. Let's see if this one comes back into 6 and triggers, or if it makes its way right back up again. The current 5-minute candle has a higher low, but it literally just opened up. Yeah, all right. I haven't been looking at the chat too much. Ken, thoughts on WRD for a swing trade? It also has collaboration with Uber, but it was quite beaten up. Let's have a look at WRD. See what the situation is with that one. Shout out to my man Mean Gene, by the way.
Shout out Mean Gene.
Mean Gene Okalan, who was talking about SMCI. I told him fantastic look, but I don't trade these ones, so we're gonna leave that one. Heat it up again over here. Do a quick wipe.
My hands are cold.
Fantastic. All right, here. I'm not going to even say it. WRD, Mr. Shivers. Oh, I love that name, bro. Mr. Shivers is sick. All right, WRD, I can see your point there. Definitely beaten up there real bad. Yeah, kind of hard to give you a good look at this. Was this a SPAC? No, this opened up at 15. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of hard to give you any look on this one just because the trend is what it is, right? It's a plethora of lower highs and lower lows, and it's not changing. So I definitely, I don't know anything fundamental about the company, but the technicals, I need to see something different. I need to see higher highs. I need to see a trend change. A fundamental analysis, I can't really help you on, guys. Adair.
We have the NASDAQ here on watch. Donald Trump and Mark Carney just stepped into the White House. We have some people following them. They were asked some questions, but Trump just basically raised his fist at the camera. Mark Carney did the same, and in they went into the building. So I'm just letting you know, we have seen, after waiting for a while here, an appearance of Trump and Carney. We're going to have to wait and see what comes of these meetings. The time initially, I think the meeting was supposed to start at 11:45, but clearly that's been delayed, so we're going to have to wait and see. I will always be listening, and I'll keep you all posted. Back to you.
You and I both. I've got it live here. It looks like it's the Rose Garden of the White House. It looks like. So, yeah, it looks like they haven't come out quite yet. Canadian American flags, obviously, to welcome our Prime Minister, the newly elected Prime Minister. His name is Mark Carney. Just give you guys some information on who this dude is. He's an economist. By profession, he was the governor of the Bank of Canada, the BOC, as well as the governor of the Bank of England for a time. He had 2 tenures. He lived outside of the country for a long time. He was an economic advisor to Justin Trudeau, who was using him. I don't know what kind of advice he was giving him and whether or not Trudeau was taking his advice, but we'll have to wait and see whether, the situation is a little bit different in terms of the economy and how they execute on the economy over here. So that's who Mark Carney is for our American friends who don't really know too much about him. Just want to give you a bit of a 4-on-1 there, Joseph.
Yeah, thank you for that.
He also runs, he was on the board of Bloomberg, says Jeremy Crypto. Also, we know him. What's that asset management company that he's running? Starts with a B?
I have no
You know what I mean? I forget the name of it. Carney, yeah. He's still Bridgeport or
it's something like
Adira.
that.
Do you know what I'm talking about? The asset management company that has money in the Cayman Islands and stuff, and they were making accusations that he was hiding money. Anyway.
Figure that out right now.
Okay. But your co-pilot?
Brookfield,
yeah, Brookfield Asset.
Just like that. I don't even have to type in any website. I just click that little icon right there, Sharif, and then it pops up. You know what I mean?
Yo, bro, you got to get Microsoft to put you on the payroll.
Hey, man.
You can't just do this for free, Joseph.
Yeah, it's true. I got to, sorry. You got to put me on the old payroll there.
Oh,
guys.
man.
But yeah, here we go. We're still
Good
sitting here. GVO, good vibes only. USA loves Canada, our brothers and sisters.
We love
Yes.
you guys,
Yeah,
man. My sister's American, man.
Yeah,
I mean, you kidding me? Like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I have any American family that I know of, but that's okay. You guys are all my family. So let's see if we can continue to bounce here in IBIT up about 0.2% here, looking for the continuation of this trend. And if we can break that the high day that's been established, or we're just going to come in like the rest of the market. You can see that Tesla really broke down and sold off of that fake break there, guys. So there you go. The volume not stepping in and then now cracking through some support levels and continuing to move downwards. So there it is. 260 is definitely in the works. I think the momentum to the downside on this name is probably going to pick up. I could totally be wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised if we go into the 240s or anything along those lines once again. So the US dollar used to get a 40% discount up there. Not so, yeah, I mean, that's funny. Not anymore, says Michael Fox. And yeah, the Canadian dollar had a nice little pump there. So, hey, we'll take that. Nice recovery on the Canadian dollar, but yeah, let's get back into some IBIT and see if we have any potential room to add. The thing is, I don't want to chase it all the way up here, even though I am positioned relatively well to currently where we're trading at. I can give myself some room, and if we are going to, so there was a gap here that's been filled now too, Sharif, so that's even more of a positive sign. I like that. That's on IBIT. You won't see that displayed on Bitcoin there, guys, but with this ETF, you'll see that. I'm going to add just small size here just for that crack. I do like this pullback volume. You can see how low it is here, and if buyers really want to step in, then maybe we can push and establish a new high a day. So I'll be patient, try to catch the lower end of this range. And if we don't get it, that's okay. We're still holding on to some size here, and if we get that crack of the high day, we'll be sitting relatively well. But if these big tech names want to continue to bleed, that is not going to be good. One thing to note is that NVDA is starting to form this bull flag type pattern. If we break up higher, that will be really nice. But what do I do? And what do I ask myself? Why are we consistently running into 113.24? And I mentioned how contracts were being rolled over previously for the past couple of weeks. And through those mid-teens, we've seen those high levels of open interest acting as overhead resistance, and we squeezed for a bit. A lot of traders were caught offside through that 119 strike price, and then now we were 116. Sorry. Strike price, now we're sitting below that. But once again, the levels and the amount of volume isn't as high, but we still have a lot of open interest through those teens. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that and how we can relate this to our trading once we get back from Madeira and with Neil's lesson of the day.
Here's the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is still down in the day, though it did make a really nice pop here, but we're really unable to get back above this level. This is actually below these kind of post-market lows from yesterday. The high of day here around this 483.30. Then if you look at the S&P 500, exactly the same formation. Let's take a look at the IWM because we haven't done that in a while. IWM actually holding up relatively well, down less on a percentage basis as well, down only 0.5% today. Is that Russell 2000? But What are some of these movers? I want to talk about some names we haven't discussed as much, and I'm going to do a tale of two charts here, as you will. One name that's really weak, and then one name that is shockingly strong. Here's Eli Lilly. It is below last week's low as of probably about 30 minutes ago. LLY to the downside. This has been hit pretty hard since earnings last week, and we did have Donald Trump talking once again about pharma tariffs, which are, I guess, soon to be announced and implemented. Then we have CEG, Constellation Energy Group. This name is incredibly strong. It is still at high of day. Constellation is an earnings day one move. It was mentioned on our watch list this morning, so you can check that out. Not a lot of volume pre-market, but great move today for Constellation, shooting to the upside. And just a reminder here is our look at what we're expecting to report after the bell. Tempest, Rivian, Upstart. We've got Clover Health, Lucid, EA, and the two big ones at the very bottom here, AMD and Supermicro. So if you want to take a better look at all of that, go on X at TTV Research. I post these every single day, usually around the start of Power Hour, about 3 p.m. for the next day. So check that out for sure. Send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. Make sure to like and subscribe. Without further ado, Neil, take it away.
Thank you, Adara. The lesson of the day brought to you by the one and the only underrated artist, A. Marie. It's that one thing you did. And first of all, I'm a huge fan. Like, that is one artist that I'm there's always that one that baffles you. Like, why are you not much bigger? Like, the level of talent is to me on the Beyonce level, but whatever. That's neither here nor there. When I say it's that one thing, sometimes you're just staring down one idea, one area, and it is all you need. And I'm not saying history always repeats itself, but I was just talking to Obi, and I didn't actually want to throw up, but I wasn't happy with myself that we didn't look at Robinhood. And so this is where it all comes from. Look, you saw it on earnings. Robinhood dipped under 47. 47 has been that key price. All the dips under 47, huge reversion. 46.7 into 49. Following day, dips under 47, 46.70, 250. Yesterday, dips under 47. This time it goes a little deeper, but it holds 46, right back into 48. So I don't know, what's the one thing that you might be looking for this week on Robinhood? That one thing. There's your dip. It's under 47. Just mean revert. The first heavy bottoming tail candle. You can take 2 shots at it if you want. I'd say it's cleaner yesterday. But again, maybe not as big, but you get a very clean $1.50 move. Okay, so fine. Maybe you're not always going to have something as obvious as to just sit there and say, well, it could be one trade and that's the only one that you need. You can apply that to something a little bit different. And I'll look at, sort of waiting for Palantir. Like, I missed the long on Palantir. I'm like, I'll give it a couple of shots to the long. We'll try it. Did try it a couple times, then missed the absolute bottom. Okay, well, what's the one thing I'm now waiting for? Should have done it twice. It was the opening range top at 110. So as long as that reversion trade off the low doesn't break 110, and it doesn't, there's your test. Doesn't break 110, you're short in the back end of that trade. Now it's short, add. It ends up catching, I think it's the right out because it ends up catching a bit off 108. So you get like 109s to 108 and then it trades out. But the second time was even better. Why? Because that one thing you're looking for happened again. It broke the volume weighted average price, triggering some people to look for the long trade, but then it failed the opening range resistance, and then there is your flush. Again, you're only really looking for one specific thing to happen. You don't need anything else, and that simplifies the trade for you. And that's what I love about that kind of a setup. I could argue that Hims maybe not as clean, but did, again, the one thing that you're looking for. Once you've missed, what for my money, the best long trade off the open had to have been Hims. If something did better, don't at me. I don't believe you. It was 38 to 47. I'm not really sure anything was a better long on Hims. But what are you supposed to do when you miss it? The one thing that I'm looking for here was to pull back into the prior high. VWAP, like I'll try it when it tries to bust through VWAP, but you got to be able to get in when it pulls back. That one place you're looking, fill the gap in, and if it does a bottom there, you got to have the long. Now I like VWAP, by the way, because it's like, in the middle of the day, it's already confirmed it held that gap. I actually kind of like VWAP in here, but that's neither here nor there. I think some of the simplest setups that you can find or trade ideas, or where you can just be laser focused on one particular price, one particular move off of a single indicator or a single price area, something that was a level the day before, maybe even the same move like in a Robinhood, and then it just simplifies your day of trading, because ultimately, whether you're up, down, round, whatever it might be, I always tend to grade the day not based on, well, how much did you make? Did you take the best trades? Like if you have 5 trade ideas, and you took 2 of them and they both worked for you, well, what if idea 3 was worth twice as much as the other 2 and risked less? Did you really have a good day? I understand you're up. To me, I never graded as a good day. I'm like, did I have the best opportunity? So I know I'm not grading myself well today because I missed the early HIMS trade. And maybe the same thing with the initial Palantir short. But I'm really more upset about something as simplistic as, well, if you were just looking for the same buy the dip trade on Robinhood at the open, it literally did it twice. And you could have had either one of them. And that's a really simple idea. You don't have to worry about where you were going to turn on Palantir. With Robinhood, you're just like, is it gonna catch a bid around that 46 into the high 45s like it did yesterday? And the answer was yes. You get into that bottoming tail, and Bob's your uncle, and it's an easier trade. And ultimately, it's going to give you more juice, or at least as much juice as Palantir, the way that it moves. It's still putting in a good ATR. So try to simplify your trading. If you can find that one thing to hone in on, a lot of times you don't have to worry about 4 or 5 different ideas. You can just work on the one if it gives you that perfect entry. So shout out to A-Marie. I have no idea why her career got railroaded, but yeah, inspired by a fantastic song and simpler trading ideas. There's your lesson of the day.
It's just that one thing that got me tripping. Sorry, Neil.
But
I had to do it, bro.
One hit wonder.
Yeah, it is. I didn't hear too much of her after that, to be honest with you. Guys, it's live. They are in the Oval Office now. I'm talking about Donald Trump, Mark Carney, and the like. So this is live. They're doing it live right now. So here we go. Now the comments are starting. Donald Trump praising Mark Carney, saying he ran a hell of a race in the election. Starting off, you could feel like a little bit on the right foot there, maybe to kind of, just make the things a little bit less awkward or so. So live in the Oval Office now, Donald Trump and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. Here come the wild cards. I don't know what's going to be said, what's going to happen. Who the hell knows, Joseph?
Let's see if we're really friends.
That's part of his charm, this guy, right?
Yeah, we need some of that American hospitality, Southern hospitality.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah, definitely love Southern hospitality. Yeah, so Joseph, we're involved in a bunch of trades right now. I'm in 4 longs at the moment: EVGO, KIDZ, TDUP, and UPWK. Some doing okay, some not that great. The worst of the bunch will be EVGO for me, but the end is near for this one. If this loses the volume weighted average price, I'm out. Simple as that. So this will be the biggest loser I have on the day. I did average into this one, into the area that I liked. My cost basis is 80. I'm 12 pennies out of the money.
There we go. The volume, something must have been said. Obi's in it. Obi's really getting the ball rolling. Something was obviously said here, and then now you can see the market start to react. I hopped out of this IBIT trade, but there you go. You got that volume spike. That's something positive that you want to see. This guy's in office. He's talking with the Canadian Prime Minister. So best believe we're going to see this volatility step into the market, especially if those algos get triggered on anything specific that Donald says. And you've seen that displayed within a matter of minutes of these two men talking to each other. You get that volatility spike here in the market, Sharif, with the likes of some big names really getting a nice pop here. NVDA, IBIT, and Tesla now off of those lows here.
Carney starting off with a joke. Carney's now talking. He's like, I'm on the edge of my seat. Everybody started laughing. I like that moment of levity. Keep things cool, keep things calm. I like Carney for this interview. Like I was telling Brendo today, You can't rattle his cage. He's not a person who is an emotional guy who responds. It's not going to be a Zelensky type moment. I also don't think it's going to be a Keir or a Steinmeier type moment. He's not going to try to flatter Donald Trump. He's going to be that kind of even keel. That's how he is as an individual. I expect him to kind of act like that. So we're going to have to keep an eye out on this. I'm hoping that some good comes out of this for both countries, obviously, right? I just don't think that there has to be a net loser and a net winner. Go ahead. Adara. Go ahead, Adara.
Got some news.
Thank you for telling me, bro.
Two here. Before Carney said he was at the edge of his seat, he was actually referring to a very vague comment that Trump made here about a big announcement before his Middle East trip next week. He said he's not going to tell us what the announcement is about, but that it's very positive, and he said that it's going to take place either Thursday, Friday, or Monday. So keep an eye out for Thursday, Friday, or Monday for an announcement on an indeterminate topic ahead of his Middle East trip. He said it's going to be very big and the biggest you can get, and also very good. So not clear if it's on tariffs, but I think worth noting regardless that this is on watch. Market pushing to day's high. Back to you.
Yeah, I can kind of tell. It was a sarcastic question, brother.
Honestly,
Joseph's sitting there pumping his fist. He's there. He's all good. I'm like, you good, Joseph? He's like, yeah, I'm real good. Like, no.
I'm really good, man.
Hey,
this is
bro,
exactly
that's what I want to hear,
see.
man.
The market just look at this move here on NVDA, guys. Sharif, what was I telling you this morning?
What were you telling me?
I got a notification. I told you guys I got some fills on some contracts like right at the low. I posted them on the weekend, and to be honest with you, I wasn't expecting them to get filled, and then sure enough this morning they did. I got the notification on my phone, and then now look at NVDA go. As you can see, that volume really start to step into this market. So it's unfortunate, and the thing is though, the thing is, like, it's so frustrating because I was like, okay, I'm gonna look to grab some NVDA around the lows of this range, and then boom, that volume spike steps in, we break out through some key resistance zones, and then now we can see that move possibly being sustained. So a good look, and unfortunately I'm not involved from an intraday standpoint on this, but that's okay. We're not gonna cry over spilled milk or anything along those lines because IBIT's climbing as well too, so that's positive. I got right out a minute before we decided to break through that high a day here. Now positive 0.5% on IBIT, and let's see what NVDA is up here as well too. Sharif, if we're positive on the session, we're still slightly negative, only about 0.1% here, 0.2 closer as we start to pull back. But this is what I want to see, guys. We were talking about it. We've seen that volume come in, and then something additionally must have been said because now you can see we just blown through.
Yeah,
some
he's singing our praise aggressively right now.
Yeah, so
aggressively.
There we go.
I love Canada.
Friends.
He praised Carney multiple times, saying he ran a hell of a campaign. He respects the hell out of him. He's been following him for years as both central bank governor on this side of the pond and the other side. It's starting off on a good foot so far. I like where this is going. So far, so good. But we all know how these Donald Trump interviews or press conferences can go. They're wild cards, baby. So we'll see exactly how it all ends up being. But so far, so good right now. And, we want to get a deal done, man. Like, we want to get deals done. Let's move this along. Let's make it mutually beneficial. Everybody wins. We both rely on each other, whether the posturing is, whether the words being said during the posturing denotes that or not. I happen to love America, very much so. A lot of relatives there, and I want to get things done. So I'm obviously a little bit emotionally involved in this. And, whatever the situation is, Joseph, I like where it's starting. I like where it's going so far. What do you got, my man?
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, to add to your point, I think a big part of the reason why Carney got elected is because the older vote, like that he was going to deal with these tariffs firsthand, like first on and everything. And I don't think that's something that Pierre really touched on. He was more about the independence of Canada and everything along those lines. And voters didn't like that. They want to take care of these tariffs because, like Sharif said, we are really, really interconnected, and that's displaying here. So hopefully these two can get along and we can come to somewhat of a conclusion.
Yeah, he's like, we're protecting it. Yeah, so he's going through his lines right now. All right, guys, we'll leave that reporting to Adara. Adara, again, if you want to interrupt, just hit that Donald Trump animation because I'm listening to it as well. So we'll be able to hit the production. I won't be able to hear the production team that quickly. All right, guys, we're doing well on some, not so well on others. Let's start with the ones that we're doing well on. Where is it? Where's my TDUP? For TDUP, we got 10s on. We just took out 20s. I've wet the beak multiple times. I didn't get the add there at 603, but I had already added into that. So my next beak wetter on this one, 26s, $6.26. Here comes 24. Not a bad look. Also involved in UPWK. Have good amount of shares on this one. Where are we long? We're long 72s. We just took out 88s. Now the next beak wetter 93s, and I'm front running 16, and then a little bit above 16 should we reclaim the level. This was a good volume weighted average price hold here on UPWK. Whoa, the press is, they're like ravenous, bro. The press is just ravenous right now. They want to get a question, and everyone's talking over each other. So very aggressive press conference. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of questions and a lot of answers there. All right, just took some more out here on UPWK as it wicked up into 94s. Please, this dang punch. Let's keep an eye on that. The ones that are not doing that well, let's just be honest about it right now. This one, KIDZ, started off real well on this one. I was putting out a theory that 680 area would hold. Alas, it is kind of at 680, but the actual level itself is giving way. So what do I have on KIDZ right now? KIDZ, I got 84s. It's showing me 77, so I'm a little bit out of the money on this one. My stop is below that 60 penny level. It will have to hold $6.60 for me to stay involved. And my worst one so far is here, EVGO. Now, this one did come in to the volume weighted average price, and we have a 3-candle hold at the volume weighted average price. I'm waiting for this one to give me something other than lower lows and lower highs. Right now, it's not. So it started out really well, started off very strong, but now it's at a critical level. It has to hold this level. This is the volume weighted average price. I don't mind aggressively adding at this level to have a better cost basis, but it's going to have to prove to me that this level is one that's going to hold at. I won't get in otherwise, so I'll keep my eye out on that. Back to KIDZ here. I'm seeing multiple bottoming tail candles come in. Where's my KIDZ? Come in. So that we've got 2 candles here that have bottoming tails into 670. They've all been bought up. Let's see if this can work its way back up and continue to put in those higher lows that we got. Like, this is a higher low all the way through. So let's see if that wants to hold or not. He's showing around the Oval Office.
Okay.
He's showing portraits of George Washington, and the press is, they're asking him all sorts of questions. Hold on. They're asking him about Bessent today because Bessent did testify in front of the House, and he said that there were no discussions with China. So a reporter is asking him, like, how come Bessent's saying that no how come Bessent's saying that there's been no discussions with China? So Donald's answering him now. Go ahead.
There we go. Okay, yeah, good stuff there, Sharif. So we got a lot of super chats coming in here. Thoughts on CoreWeave Inc. Ticker, CRWV. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Something must have not so positive have been said. As you can see, we take a little bit of a dive there. CRWV, I believe it is. Yeah, there we go. Let's take a look at CoreWeave. So yeah, I mean, today put in an absolute stellar session. There's no denying that. We're not going to beat around that bush. All right, we're going to go to Adara, guys.
Sorry about that. I pressed the wrong button. I'm already here. So here is the NASDAQ dropping here after Donald Trump said that China is not doing business right now, but they want to meet. Again, this directly refutes multiple comments he's made suggesting that President Xi called him personally. So he's echoing comments from Bessent.
That's not what he said.
Bessent said earlier that they're not in talks with China. Trump now saying they're not in talks with China, but they're basically also saying here that I guess China wants to negotiate. Now he's also saying that by not trading with China, we're losing nothing. So suggesting that the China trade relationship is not that meaningful to the U.S. Really interesting comments coming here from Donald Trump, but he keeps saying they want to meet.
I just want to add something there. He didn't say that they didn't have conversations. He said he didn't meet with Xi. He said you would have known if I met with Xi. Meeting to me means in person. And so that's obviously didn't happen. We know that Xi didn't come here. We know Donald didn't go there. So I'm pretty sure that's what he said there. No, he said he didn't meet with him, and that if he had met with him, the press would have known about it. I'm listening to it. So I'm listening right now. We'll keep an eye out on that one for you. So Donald Trump taking questions as we speak. Go ahead, Joe.
Here we go. All right, so guys, see, like just as it came in, that volume, you see we spike, and then any form of negativity, goodbye. All of those gains gone, right? So that's why you got to be cautious. I'm not going to say it is definitely headline sensitivity, but don't just be chasing things. We had that breakout volume. Now we've given back the majority of that move. So don't chase. That is why when we see these volatility spikes, unless you're positioned really well, be patient for it to cool off and then look to play some trades based off of that, all right? Because now if you were to be chasing at the top of the high, say on the likes of NVDA, you're now a couple dollars, you're about $1 out of the money on that front. If you were chasing the highs on Bitcoin, you're down 30 cents on that front. So just be cautious. And in the overall market, if you chase the Qs at that high, on that 5-minute high, you're now $3 out of the money, with no continuation to the top side, and that volume being sustained with selling pressure. So don't chase these volatility spikes. You want to wait. It's the exact same thing with FOMC. You don't want to be playing these initial reactions, wait for everything to cool off, and then find a way to participate on that front. Because what we just gained has now absolutely been obliterated and trading back towards the downside. I would not be surprised if Tesla and Palantir break these lows here, and if the Qs and the SPY break through the volume-weighted average price, I do believe there's going to be a lot more downside here in this market, especially with this Trump news.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, sorry, I'm just listening to that song, concentrating. Yeah. All right, guys, I added into kids over here. It's going to have to hold here at this level. I saw a couple of bottoming tail candles. I'm a little unsure about this one, full disclosure, so it's going to have to hold that 60 penny area for me to stay involved. But this one is starting to make me a little bit worried. So is EVGO. I think that this is the end of the trade here on EVGO. Going to flatten out here. So this will be a bit of a bigger loser for me. Full disclosure, we did add into this one with the theory that it does hold up at the volume-weighted average price. That didn't happen, so we'll give a little bit back there. I'm still keeping my eye, though, on this one over here. There we go, UPWK. Added at the volume-weighted average price quite aggressively. I was able to wet the beak multiple times. That one in front of 16, though, did not get filled. So this is starting to put in a bit of a level here, rejecting the 10 EMA from the south side this time. That's not exactly what I'm involved in this one for, so we'll keep tabs on that one. TDUP continues to do well, but it's also slowing down. So all the small cap gappers right now, sadly, I feel like are slowing down a little bit. Are we going up?
No, we're doing an ad read.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So here we go, guys. So very, very important stuff. Traders funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out big. We're talking 5,000, 15,000, 36,000, and even 29,000 on one trade. Here's how it works. You pay one-time evaluation fee starting at just $47. That's your total risk. Trade real shares, not CFDs, using up to $200,000 in company capital. You keep 70% of the profits, no margin calls, no account blowups. Scan Trade the Pool QR code to get 10% off and start your journey today. Trade the Pool, guys, go check it out if you're interested in kind of using a leverage system and not having to worry about your own account, PDT, etc. But guys, we're going up to Adara.
We have some more comments coming from Donald Trump. He said twice in the last few minutes that his announcement that he teased out it's going to happen in the next few days is not necessarily about trade. He didn't say it wasn't about trade, but he said it's not necessarily about trade. So that's on watch. It's also worth noting here that he's been said, people keep wanting me to wait out and sign deals. It's not about us signing deals. It's about the other countries signing deals. And that if he wanted, he and Howard Lutnick could just go sign a whole bunch of deals all at once. So more talk here on trade. NASDAQ trying to bounce a little bit here off that 482 level. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Dara. So yeah, guys, here you can see we're starting to get a little bit of a rebound here in the market, holding some key support levels. Let's see if that's going to hold up on the session. If not, we break them. There might be some more downside, and we have to be cautious with that. All right, so Tesla bouncing off those lows, but Palantir starting to approach that low a day, putting us down about 14%, roughly 10% of where we're currently sitting at right now. So just be cautious on your entries with this name. The volatility is most definitely in, and on that earnings report high, this is what I was referring to, and I wanted to point out to you guys, 127 or 130, we're going to call it even, and that's where we had the highest levels of open contracts. And then now you can see that flush, and we haven't been able to gain that ground back. So there you go. Pay attention to the options chain and what it has to tell you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Keeping my eye here still on these bad boys. Still UPWK not doing a whole lot. It's kind of slowed down. Someone was telling me FOXO, so I did have a bit of a look at that one. I also want to look at Pony. Pony's basically at highs right now. Let's look at FOXO first. So I want to explain kind of why I didn't want to get involved in this one. It's got a really interesting pattern here. It seems to be finding support on the 50 EMA on the 5. Not something that I typically see with these ones. They don't usually find support at the 50 EMA, or that's been my observation. This one seems like it is. So it's not the trade that I want to take, but an observation I'm making nonetheless. It also seems to have a whole lot of resistance at $2.20. Now, it did work its way up to $2.38 momentarily, but you can see it ended up closing down at $2.13. Most of the prints today on FOXO have rejected $2.20. So this one could be kind of a flat top break brewing. Kind of hard to say. It's also halted a number of times. Let me just show you over here. So it did halt up once, twice. It had 2 down halts over here and then a third, 1 up halt over here, another down halt, up halt, down halt. You get it. It's been halting within a range. Kind of annoying there. So I wouldn't be so interested in trading this one. The one that I want to keep my eye on is Pony, man. Pony has been very, very respectful right now of that 10 EMA on the 5. It's at it right now. It just dipped into it into the 12 mid-80s. Right back up into 13 it goes with a 13.35 high a day. This one I could certainly be persuaded to get into PONY, one that we already know because we've been watching this one for, I think, over a week now, and does have a good headline with some big names. So keeping an eye on that. I'm going to load that one up on a trading screen. All right, KIDZ, we got 65s. We just wet the beak there. Or excuse me, we added at 55s, wet the beak there at 62s, waiting for the next print at 69s. This one is a hammer candle off the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it holds, man. I didn't get that 69 print yet. Let's go ahead and wait at 74s, and we're also going to wait at 79s as well. I'm going to just layer my orders in case this one really gets gangster and wants to pop up to the high side. So KIDZ coming into the volume weighted average price, holding for now, underline that for now. CoreWeave as well. Before I go on to something else, is at the volume weighted average price, that $52, $53 area, 52 high 90s, which is also an area of resistance. Carney now talking. He hasn't been talking much if at all because Donald's been basically taking the majority of the mic time so far, and he doesn't really say much either when he does speak. So questions are still being posed to Donald here. We'll keep tabs on that, Joseph. Those are the positions I'm currently in.
Okay, nice work there. Yeah, guys, so we're back into some IBIT. See if things have started to cool off for us and we can continue. So our risk profile is really defined. If we crack this to the downside, then I'm going to assume that we might head in towards the volume weighted average price. If not, we can hold this steady. We're probably holding the 9 and the 20 relatively well here on the session. So there we go. If we can crack through some of these pivots, then I think we're going to be sitting pretty good. And so let's look at it from a risk to reward standpoint and what we got going on. We'll pull up the old trusty tool here, guys. So you can see where my stop loss is currently sitting at. That's going to be our stop right there. And then we aim for this high of the day, which would roughly put us at a 2-to-1 there. So about a 10-cent stop, looking for a 20-cent move here at that crack of the high day. And if we continue to climb higher and appreciate, then there will be an opportunity to add in some key areas that we break there. So you can see that pivot, we crack that, then that can be a potential add, increasing your 2-to-1 to maybe a 2.5 or a 3-to-1, something along those lines. So we just got to be patient. It breaks that low, 53.65. we're out of that trade. It's a thesis invalid, and then we can reassess and then potentially get a better price. All right, so that's the game plan, guys. Speaking, just telling you what is going through my mind, and we're doing it live as always. Someone in the chat asked, "Are we live?" Of course, we are always doing it live, and that's our game plan. So you can see we're hovering around, just moving sideways right now. If the big tech gets a pop, NVDA sustains this move here and starts to climb back towards that volatility spike, then I think we're going to be sitting in a good position. We crack 53.80. There's also another add position there as well, so I'm going to be keeping my eye out on this one and monitoring what we got going on in Bitcoin. Now, we got a $20 super chat. It's Sweet Water. All right. I might not know much about politics, but I know that when the printer breaks, everyone just kind of stands around and talks about their weekend. Great show as always. All right, thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, much appreciated. Sharif and I here every day, as well as Obi. He's here, Neil and Sean. Brando Adair always doing a fantastic job at the desk, so much love and much appreciated. But let's go Bitcoin, still positive on the day. You can see we're starting to take a leg down. We're only about $1 away from that low on Palantir, so we'll keep an eye out on that. And it doesn't look like there's going to be any continuation in NVDA here, guys, as we start to head towards that low of the range. If we crack 53.65, I'm out of this trade, Sharif.
All right. I don't know why this Dylan Waltman guy is getting upset about the beak wet or something. I don't know why. It tilted him a little bit.
Where is he?
I don't know. All right, guys. KIDZ, I'm really unsure about how this one is all gonna go. So it's losing the bid right now, but it's trying to hold VWAP with some bottoming tail candles at that level, but it continues to sell off aggressively. It's got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 red candle setup net right now on KIDZ. It can't catch a bid for the life of it, so I'm gonna keep my eye out on this one. I did sadly get wicked out of CoreWeave over here at the volume weighted average price. That one is a little bit frustrating because I think I have the right idea on this one. Let's see if it holds. I could be certainly persuaded to get back in. It's exactly what I'm going to do. So there we go. We're back into that. Oh, we're not actually. That's frustrating. All right, so we're going to get back into this one. There we go. Now we're involved in that. So let's go ahead and put in our stop. And what do we have here? So we've got 17s on. So let's set some profit takers on this one for 25s, and then we'll layer the orders to the high side. So I'm going to put below prior bar low. So prior bar low takes us all the way down to about 52.70. So 52.69 is where we're going to stop out if it does go against us there, and then we're going to have to give it some room because this one did not trigger last time. I had to actually flatten this one out, so spready was the ticker. So that's what I'm looking at right now. CRWV, I'm in KIDZ as well. That one is continuing to kind of hold the volume weighted average price. So CoreWeave flat on that, KIDZ out of the money, TDUP and UPWK in the money, but we're not really getting those aggressive moves up. So I am a little bit concerned about that one. I didn't get into Pony because I've just got too many positions on at the same time. So I'm going to go ahead and take off HIMS and put in PONY so that we can look to execute on that one if it does come in back into that technical area of support. All right, TDUP looks like it is breaking out over here. So let's have a look at this one. How many shares do I have on? Yeah, I can with the beak here. So we'll take out some there. And that one continues to kind of move up. So we'll set up the profit taker now at 29s, and then we'll layer the orders above that for a possible high of day break. So that's my look on TDUP. How we doing on the other ones here? Still nothing doing on CoreWeave or KIDZ. So KIDZ at that critical level, it's going to have to hold this level, and it continues to put in red candles despite the fact that it's got a plethora of those in a row. Doesn't really matter. Continuing to kind of print red. CoreWeave, we're about 10 pennies now out of the money as it drops back down into 53s. I did give this to prior bar low, so it's going to have to hold up here, Joseph. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm still sitting in this IBIT trade, guys. I told you where we're going to potentially add to that position, and we've done so. I could have maybe added about a minute earlier, but that's okay. I'm not too worried about this, because if we are going to go for this crack of the high, then we'll be sitting pretty good, right? So you can see this is the initial entry. I told you once we sat on top of this resistance zone, that's a potential add territory to go for that high a day. If not, if we break down, then I have to get out a couple pennies earlier, because now my average is higher just due to the fact that I added. So if we come to the low of this range, I can no longer hold it to the south of this range. Now our stop is definitely tighter. We're trailing this, and then if it comes into this zone, then we have to get out of the position. But we're starting to get a bounce here, so that's a positive sign. I like what NVDA is up to. Going to be talking about it a lot. I've been referring to the swing position that I have on it. I had shares, and now I have contracts. So I mean, if this thing really gets the ball rolling, then I'm going to be a happy camper. There's no questioning that. So again, what we kind of stopped in the middle of what we were going over with the open interest here on this name. So I just want to go through the teen strike prices just to see the amount of size we're actually dealing with here, and it's quite a bit. So we're going to start at 113. 23,000, and this is on the call side. Unless I say I'm talking about the puts, I want to refer to the call side always, because if you're long, you want to find where that overhead resistance may be. So we're going to go from 113, even though at the 12s there's quite a bit. 113, 23,000, 114, 17,000, 115, 37,000, and then we go all the way up to the higher teens here, 16, 15,000, 17, 29,000, and then 18, 19 is where 18, 19, and 20 is where we really start to see that size increase, with 80,000 contracts at 119 and 87 current open contracts at that 120. So what is that telling us? That is potentially max pain here in the market. Can we get that at magnet effect? Absolutely. But if we get around those levels, I'm going to be looking for the rejection of 119 and 120, but I'm not saying we're going to get there exactly. All right. So now let's go over the put side and see what potential downward movement and support levels we might be able to establish here on NVDA. So 112. We have 13,000 open contracts. Now moving down to 110, 27,000 open contracts, and then 105, 22,000 open contracts. So you can kind of see we don't have those high double-digit numbers on the put side like we do on the call side. And what that's telling me is that there is significant overhead resistance, and that is a lot of supply. So we're going to need participants to absorb that supply in order for us to continue to appreciate and break through some key zones, Sharif.
All right, we're talking about the 51st date again. Carney's laying down the law. He's like, look, Canadians, they don't like this, okay? They're not going to change their position on that. Stop saying it. Basically, he didn't say, I'm paraphrasing, obviously. Donald's listening as he's talking. He's not reacting, which is, you know, this is exactly what I expected from Carney. Even keel. He's an even keel kind of guy. Right? You're not going to rattle his cage too quick. At least that's been my observation of him so far. Howard Lunatic was also speaking not that long ago, speaking about some of these trade deals. So that's the situation. All right, guys, we're doing it freaking live here on CoreWeave. We got 17s. We just took out 45. So a decent look, finally getting a nice dub here on our friend CoreWeave. But we're not really that much in the money, man, full disclosure. So it's going to have to move up a lot more for this to be profitable. So let's go ahead up and set up at 55s. We can extract some there. And then we'll set up some more also in the low 60s. So that's my look right now on CRWV as it holds a volume weighted average price. Same thing with KIDZ, also multiple bottoming tails through that volume weighted average price, but it is holding on a 3-candle basis. Let's see if it ends up triggering my order on this one. Looking for prints to the high side on my friend on KIDZ. I'm not going to give you guys another opportunity. TDUP also continuing to curl up. Happy with this one. We got 09s here on KDU or TDUP. It's showing me 30s. The next level I'm waiting at is 33s. So let's see if this one continues to run now. It's got 33s on the level 2 here on the ask sides. Oh, there we go. Now we're getting that filled. Now on TDUP, yeah, we still got more beak wetters. Let's see if that 39 print goes. And then then on top of that, we're going to go high 40s for the last beak wetter on TDUP. Let's see if it continues to go here. Let's go with the bigger position, though. Let's see what this one is up to on CRWV. Show me 29s, 25s now. This one holding VWAP, but not exactly breaking up aggressively to the high side as one would have hoped for a bounce off VWAP. So trying to pack my patience and not take out too much too quick on both KIDZ and CRWV. Looking for that volume weighted average price hold and pop. But yeah, as I mentioned, nothing doing quite yet. UPWK, I could flatten this trade out here because it did hold VWAP, but it looks like it is rejecting now the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute from the south side. And that's not what I'm in this for. So on you, we got 71s, we're showing 76. That's the end of the trade over here on UPWK. It's kind of hard to manage 4 at the same time, and that is the least one that I'm worried about with very little size, and it looks like it is making lower highs and lower lows. So flattening out that one. All hell is breaking loose right now in the press conference. All the press is talking over each other. You can't even hear who's asking what. Donald's chuckling. Carney's chuckling. Is this over? Did they mute it, Adara? Oh, no, there we go. Now we're back. So they muted it for a second. Yeah, nothing's happening quite yet. So
Did Trump say anything when Carney made the 51st state remark?
I didn't get to hear because I was talking. Yeah,
So-
Dara, go ahead.
So earlier, if you don't mind me cutting in, when
Yeah,
to
of
the
course.
51st state, Donald Trump talked about, how he's a real estate agent at heart, and so he knows how to buy or sell things like, I guess, properties and countries. Carney's response, very measured, as Sharif said, was, well, as you know, some things aren't for sale. That as a real estate agent, like this building in Canada is and will never be for sale. And then Trump said, never say never, time will tell. So that's what happened. That was his first response to that issue. The most recent one, I think he kept quiet, but we know what his opinions are. Right now, they're just kind of silently sitting in the room. And then Trump just said, thank you very much. Looks like this might be over.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. I do appreciate that. Yeah, it's exactly what I expected. I didn't think that there were going to be any, highlight reel moments. Carney's just not that kind of guy. Yeah, he's a technocrat. You know what I mean? He's an even keel kind of technocrat. You're likely not going to rattle his cage. So yeah, that's the situation. It is now over, I believe. Obviously, we could get more Truth Social tweets after this. We already got one to start. He kind of set the tone there that, he didn't need Canada, this, that, and the other. I'm talking about Truth Social tweet he dropped before the meeting with Carney that I read out to you guys live. So yeah, we'll definitely wait to see if Donald drops anything anew. Right now, it is over for now, so we'll have to wait and see how this market reacts. It looks as if, we didn't really, we're not in positive territory right now on any of the 4 major averages, Joseph. Down 2/3% on the NQ, 0.5% on the ES, a little bit more than half on the Dow, and about 3/4 on the Russ. So the market's still negative on the day. That has not changed. So we'll see exactly how we do into the afternoon. All right, the current trades we've got on, TDUP looking real good over here, but still rejecting that $6.40 area. I perceive there to be quite a bit of resistance at $6.40 on TDUP. We'll have to see if that gets taken out. UPWK is a done trade. KIDZ is going to have to hold VWAP here. It has on a 4-candle basis, but it's not giving me that move up. So I'm trying to pack my patience on this one. Break even currently at the moment on it. And CRWV, 4-candle hold up at VWAP, doing nothing, not popping back up above that level. So this one does concern me a little bit here as it's trading below both the 20 and the 10 EMAs, Joseph.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't listen to it, but a lot of people in the chat are saying that Trump dunked on Carney. I don't know. I'll have to
well,
go
when
back
you
and
say
listen to it.
51st state in front of the prime minister of the country that you're saying 51st state on, you could interpret that as a dunk, but Carney's not going to take the bait, bro. He's just not that guy.
Yeah, he's not going to fall into that bait.
No.
All right, so here you go, guys. We got a nice little pop, and then we rejected. You can see on this 5-minute print right here, that's a good signal. So as soon as we crack this range, I'm going to hop out of this trade. And yeah, so there you go, broke down, market's breaking down, Bitcoin's following it as well. So I'm out of this right now. See you later. That trade didn't work out. That's okay. So let me see if I can get out of this. There we go. Okay, yeah, so we're out. We didn't get that continuation nor that crack to the high side. So a sideways moving market, I guess, for the past little bit. I mean, we were trending earlier in the session, but now Bitcoin's breaking down because that has a lot to do with Canada and the United States. But I mean, here we go. That was sarcasm, obviously, if you didn't know. So there, yeah.
Get him, Obi.
Yeah. Apparently, I don't know. But yes, nothing. Okay, so here we go. Sideways here in Tesla. And then you can see this really ugly head and shoulders type pattern on the overall market here. You got shoulder one, head, and then potentially shoulder two. If you're buying the bottom of this range, then that's probably going to be your best idea. You don't want to play the breakout trades today because I don't think those are necessarily in play, and you want to be cautious on that front. So lots of sideways chop around here. Again, we have FOMC tomorrow, I believe it is, at 2 o'clock. So there you go. This can explain some sideways price action. Come 2 o'clock, don't be looking to get involved right away. Let the volatility cool out, and then you can base trades off of that. But that's something that's going to be positive. As the VIX has been cooling off for the past little while, we're going to get an additional volatility spike come tomorrow, and then we can definitely base trades off of that, Shreve.
Yes, sir. Okay. Continuing to watch CoreWeave here, it's not looking good, guys. It doesn't look like it's going to hold VWAP. It did pop back into 20s. As you saw, I moved down my order to 20s and it didn't fill given the spread. So I'm a little concerned about CRWV right now. I don't have as many shares on CRWV as I do on KIDZ, which is pleasing because KIDZ finally, oh my goodness, took out a level for me there. So we got 63s on now. The level that I'm waiting for next, you already know, 69s, and then 74s, then 77s, and then 84s there. So we'll see if this one wants to continue moving up. It's got a 4-candle higher low, higher high setup on KIDZ, but by no means is it as strong as it was in the earlier time slot when the moves up were quite aggressive and quite sustained? It has not been that case for a little while now on KIDZ. So keep my eye on that one. Definitely have way more shares in this one than I typically do. So that is the situation right now. Same thing with CRWV. More shares than I typically have, but nowhere near the size that I have on KIDZ. The one that I'm keeping my eye on right now as well, again, PONY, as it continues to trade near highs, but TDUP. This is the one that we've been in for a while. It's been a predictable, consistent trade, having trouble, though, that $6.40 area on this attempt and on many other attempts. You'll be able to see these wicks here that go above that 640 area and then are met with aggressive selling. That's where I picked it up originally, and it continues to have trouble with that area. Now, is it an ascending wedge in the sense that we can say maybe this is a flat top break candidate? It could be. I mean, you can kind of see the higher low, higher low, flat top pattern, but this is kind of where it puts a damper on that. We didn't get up to 640 on that implied balance high. Best we could do is 622. So the 640 area was more around here. So I'm less inclined to want to call it a flat top break. We'll see what we get there. Let's keep an eye out on KIDZ, moving back up into 69s. Now showing me 69s. On the ask side of the level 2, 67's on the bid, so it's got a cross for me to get printed. Now it's showing me 70 and then 68, still not getting the print. There it is. Now we get the print at 69's. We've got 62's on. Let's see if that 74 penny area would like to print as well. So good look right now for KIDZ, finally heading back to the high side over here. We'll see if we can extract some more profitability on this one a little bit higher. Don't want to take out too much too quickly. It's got a 710 high. So if we can get anything possibly into that, mid 80s or something like that, it'll certainly help me out a bunch. Let's see if we can extract some profits over here. It just got into 75s. Didn't cross, as a result, didn't get the print. So, yeah, that's the situation there. PONY, let's go back to PONY here, Joseph. So this one looks like a couple of bull flags here, more than a couple, perhaps 3. So this is the first breakout here. You get that breakout off that $10 area hold, great area to hold up at. You range at $11, so that's already $1 there. For a bull flag continuation. Then you get the monster break from $11. I would submit to you, we started the consolidation area, the flag component of the bull flag between 12.5 to 12 2/3. So a big move up. by Pony. Then you got yet another bull flag, a lot more similar to the first one than the second one. So this looks like an Elliott wave, man, where you have that initial wave 1, and then you have a pullback of wave 2. Then we know from our lessons when we did them on Elliott waves that wave 3 is the biggest and the baddest of all the waves. And this is kind of what it looks like over here, because bull flag number 1 and bull flag number 3 look awfully similar to one another, while bull flag number 2 is just a monster. So good look right now for PONY. Got nothing on it, but that doesn't mean we can't get into it if it sets up the right way. Very consolidative at this level, and has been so since we got up into this level at around 12 o'clock. So going on 45 minutes right now of range at that level. All right, we got a couple of prints here on our friend KIDZ as it moved up into the mid-70s. Let's see if it'll continue moving up here. Joseph, take some more out here.
Yeah, for sure. Guys, market's starting to pull back in here. Tesla is south of the volume-weighted average price, and the Qs are running right into it. The SPY is now south of VWAP, and NVDA is heading towards it as well, too. You're getting that breakdown here in Bitcoin, so that is important to know via the crypto space. So the weakness coming into play, and none of that strength has been sustained. And yesterday was choppy, too, right? We closed roughly around PDC, so if we're going about 2 sessions ago, that's roughly where we closed at. So again, a lot of nothing, and then we're going to zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint in the overall market, just to kind of get a better picture, right? So when in doubt, zoom out, I guess, as they would like to say. And you can see we had a nice recovery off of the lows, and now we're starting to pull back, all right? So that's not bad. It's a healthy pullback, but we are running into some resistance areas, so we got to take note of that. But a nice V-shaped recovery. If we consolidate within this, I guess, 20-point range here on the NASDAQ, then maybe we can break out and continue this move and start to recover some of that. But again, lots of headwinds for this market, and we need to always keep an eye on what's coming. When we have meetings like today between Mark Carney and Donald himself, you can see that volatility most definitely stepped into the market, and then you can base a short or whatever it may be, whatever your bias is after those prints come in. And that's going to be the same thing for tomorrow come 2 o'clock. And then once Jerome Powell starts speaking around 2:30, like he usually does, then we will be able to make some trades. That's what I usually do. So once 2 o'clock comes and then we get that initial reaction, I usually like to wait a half hour, 45 minutes before basing any trades off of that. And that's what I'm going to plan on going to do. I'm going to go in and plan for tomorrow, just to get my mind right and straight to say, hey, we're going to get this volatility. Go small size throughout the earlier session. If there is some sideways price action, calm that volatility spike 2 o'clock. Then we wait another half an hour or so, and then there's hopefully going to be some good trades that we can make. But just speaking of earnings, guys, I know we talked about AMD, but let's go over some expected moves on a couple other names. I know SMCI is this evening as well too. SMCI, so hopefully they can report on time or something like that. But Rivian and ANET. So let's take a look at what we got going on from an implied move, and we will start with SMCI. There we go. So about a 10.3 expected move here, guys. That can put us at a high of around 35. We'll call it 36 even, and then a low of around $29. Now let's take a look at the options chain to see if we have anything that's correlated with that expected move and high levels of open interest, so we can base some theses based off of that. Base one more time. Okay, so 35, and let's take a look at that strike. And then if you guys can pull up your options chain, take a look at that 35 strike price, 29,000 open contracts. So if we trade anywhere in the realm of that area, then maybe I'll look for a rejection, unless that momentum and volatility just brings us way past that expected move and past this high level of resistance. And on that front, okay, so what was next? Rivian, RIVN. Okay, so about a 10.9% expected move. That's going to put us at a high of around $14 and a low of around $11. Let's take a look at the options chain to see what that's telling us, and if there's a correlation between what the options market is telling us and the chain. RVM. Oh, why am I spelling it wrong here?
What happened?
RIVN. Nothing.
Okay.
RIVN, there we go. So again, we want to look around that $14, $15 strike price, 6,000 at 15.5. We got 12,000 open contracts, and then on the downside there, 11, 12. We'll call it 12 even. 11,000 open contracts right at that 12 strike price on our IVN, and that's for this week's expiration, right, guys? So that's what you want to focus on to see what it's telling you, and then come Friday and then Monday morning, you can see if those contracts have rolled over, and you'll be able to identify those support and resistance zones.
Yes, sir. All right. Keeping an eye here. I just actually got into Pony for the first time on the day. So where do we belong here? Joseph, what do we get on PONY? We got 13s. Uh-oh. That's no good. Let's set up some beak wetters here to the high side. Looks like it's having a lot of trouble with 20. So if we could de-risk in front of that and then look for some higher sides there. All right, we already got a print there. Not a bad look so far. Let's see what PONY has to offer at these levels. It's been kind of respectful of the 10, so we'll take advantage of that. Anything below 13, though, I'll have to stop out of that. CoreWeave, we're break even on that at the moment as it's back up into 20s. Still no prints, though, to the high side. KIDZ concerning me, though. I've got a lot of shares in this one, way more than I typically take, and now it's putting in a possible lower low. So it's making its move back up. It had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candle higher, higher, higher low. And here we go, the same nonsense again. So it does find some support off the volume weighted average price. But I'm going to de-risk substantially here because I am kind of sick of nursing this trade. So no, that's not what we want there. We're going to take up all those, and then we're going to take out the majority of the position here. If we can get it, it's not giving even the mid print. I'm not even getting the mid print. So liquidity on KIDZ is absolute crap today for a $6 name. It's just it doesn't have it. So kind of frustrating on this one. Hard to get out when you want to get out. Back to PONY, took a couple of prints there as it does continue to the high side here in the mid-20s. 13 mid-20s, we got 13s, just got filled there at 23s. Let's go ahead and set up more to the high side there, so we have one in the mid-20s. Let's set up one in the high 20s and then one in the mid-30s as well. So they're kind of convoluted there between each other because it's on the 5 and they're all super tight and condensed. Jesus Christ, this kid's is driving me nuts, bro. It's just not filling me. It's just not filling me, bro.
Kids tend to do that.
That's a good one. Way to make me chuckle, and I'm gonna kill this turn. Yeah, KIDZ. Yeah, it definitely doesn't have the oomph that it had behind it today. Maybe because it's only up 5%. That's probably why. There no love for KIDZ today. I'll keep tabs on that. TDUP, I haven't said much about because, well, we're in the money on this one, and I don't really have to worry about it as much. I only got a couple of beak wetters as well left on this one. Oh, my God, KIDZ. You can't even get out flat. I'm losing my patience today, bro. I'm literally losing my patience. So, yeah, I'm going to have to woosah. All right, CRWV, Packer will try to have some patience on this one. But Pony breaking out to the high side. All right, that one makes me feel a little bit better. Monster move up for Pony. We had 13s on. We just took out all my beak wetters there. High a day just printed on PONY, 1354. We got a second possible bull flag continuation here. I'll submit to you we've had 3 so far. The first one started at 10:55. Then the second one started at 11:20. And the third one started at 12 o'clock. Could we get a fourth one right now starting at 12:55? We just took out all my orders on PONY to the high side, so I've got nothing left on this one. We'll keep an eye out on it. If it sets up again at 13, I'm a buyer, but I don't know if it drops all the way back down. 13.54 the high, 38% with a $13 area support. Now, it has breached it on occasion. Like, it's gone down, I would say, from the time that we took out 13 at around 12 o'clock. The low of that range is 1284. So it didn't breach 13 by that much, in other words. So if you're going to get into this one, maybe a 15 penny stop, max 20, to give yourself a little bit of room. PONY looking the best of the bunch right now. Joseph, what do you got?
Thank you very much for that. Okay, so let's take a look here at what potential setups we have as we continue to bleed in the market. I mean, IBIT's starting to come back in towards the volume-weighted average price, and same with NVDA. Those were what I was looking at, but it wasn't what I stuck with my notes. I seen. Let me pull up my Notion here for you guys to see what my brain was going at this morning, or thinking around. Anyways, Palantir and FXI were my two #1 ideas, and we tried Palantir, it just didn't work out for us. That's okay. But yeah, FXI was really strong today. We'll pull that up here so we can take a look, and I'm curious if that strength has been continued throughout the session here. Oh, okay, so we came back a little bit. We pulled back in here on FXI, but that primary trend, see, one thing to note, and I want us to focus on this right here, so you can see how the volume weighted average price started to hug price action relatively tighter, and therefore the pullbacks weren't as deep. We weren't as extended from VWAP like in the likes of the Qs and the SPY. It trailed FXI relatively well. Now, if we pull up the Qs, you can see how extended at one point we got here. Oops. I'm not loving it. I'm not loving it right now, brother. All right, there we go. So
just pack your patience.
Yeah, you've got to pack. Yeah, I got to pack those for sure. I mean, here we go. You can see at one point we were relatively extended Shreve, and now you can see that we pulled back in. And I was going to call this a head and shoulders pattern, but it's not. It's not a good looking one whatsoever. So we'll just avoid that. If you have to force the setup, then it's not potentially there. So there you go. Negative on the day, just about 1%, and now trading below VWAP. I'm going to look for a potential bounce here in NVDA at the bottom of these ranges, because at 112 we do have a lot of open interest on the put side, and that can act as some support, and we're trading around 112.63, and it's almost to a T, Shreve. As you can see, we've touched it multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like again on the 5-minute candle, you can see 3 touches right there, multiple touches right here, and multiple touches right here off of that 1261 specific level. So we'll continue and look for that bounce. If it breaks it to the downside, then maybe we can get into the volume weighted average price. But that's also adding up with some pre-market highs. As you can see, we have a consolidation zone in that specific range as well too. So that gap has been filled. It wasn't even a gap, that they wick filled it, and then we just continued to bleed off, and then we got some filled on some contracts. But you can see just still roughly trading within that same range as yesterday. Opening price is exactly where we're trading at right now, a couple pennies off of that there, Sharif. That's yesterday's opening price, that is. And then we appreciated, and then in the post market we sold off, and then we just came right back within this range. So a nice consolidation range right here, holding up key levels really well, and you can see these whipsaw moves are just getting bought right back up.
All right, Yannick telling me that Reddit coming back into support. Reddit falling into support. That's what he said there. I'm not sure what you're looking at, brother. What area of support are you talking about? Are you talking about this hammer candle over here back from the 30th, which had a low of 121.81? Excuse me, that doesn't make any sense. The low of 108.50. Excuse me, 108.50. Is that what you're talking about? Because we got a low of 109 today on Reddit. Tag me again, Yannick, because I'm not sure exactly what you're looking at there. Are you talking about this area low, again, back on the 30th at around 108? Yeah, 108.50. I think that's what you're talking about. This could be an interesting area here on RDDT. A bit more of expensive and of a name. Obviously, I won't be trading this. It's not really my cup of tea. But that area over here did hold up on the 30th, and then we ended up having an aggressive retracement. So off that 108.50 area low, we ended up closing out at about 121 bucks. So not a bad look for Reddit. Definitely a bit of a tougher look these last few days after the first, was that earnings report? Yeah, so it looks like an earnings report there after the bell. And then lower lows and lower highs subsequent to that. So it gave up the entire move. In fact, it got all the way up into 142, and now we're barely holding on to 110 with a, yeah, so he's looking at the 108 as well. Shout out to Yannick. Yeah, it's a good look, Yannick. I mean, this is not really my kind of trade, but yeah, I certainly see where you're seeing the technical area of support very close. It technically has a 109 on the dot low of day today, so it hasn't given up that level quite yet. So maybe it holds up at 109. Maybe it doesn't make it back down to that 108.50. Let me know how you end up trading this, Yannick, but definitely, certainly not for me at these levels over here. What else we got involved? Okay, let's go back to Pony, because this is the one that continues to print. Still holding up at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Currently, the 10 EMA is around 13.15. Current price, $13.38. So you're well above the 10 EMA, but you range, at least my observation for Pony is that it ranges and then it explodes to the high side. You can kind of see that over here. It did a little bit of a range here, about a 20-minute range, popped up to the upside. Again, over here from around 11:30 to that breakout at 12 o'clock, it did range. And yet again, it's kind of doing that same thing with $13 area low, and now it's near the highs at $13.43, with the high of the day being 53, excuse me. So what I mean to say is try to pick it up towards the low end of the range. If it's showing you over and over and over that it's bull flagging, ranging, which is obviously part of the bull flag, pick it up towards the low end, maybe 13 mid-teens. If you really want to get aggressive with it, maybe even low 20s. So fantastic look today on PONY, up 38 and change. But at the moment, a little bit high for me. I need to pick it up off a key level. And that's kind of what I did there. I got it 13.10s last time, so it was towards that 13 area range. And I had my stop below that 1285 area, which was the range low. It continues to make higher highs and higher lows on every successive 5-minute candle. So all the last 4 5-minute candles, each and every one has a higher low. Not necessarily higher highs, but they have higher lows. So PONY in play. Just make sure you are trading it carefully. Haven't said anything about TDUP because yeah, it hasn't really given me an opportunity to get more in, and it didn't trigger my order there at 40. So TDUP, I still feel, has a bit of a resistance area at $6.40. We're printing a quarter right now while we're long 8. So I don't think I enter anything here more on TDUP unless it comes back into the volume weighted average price, which currently is around six bucks. So possibly another add here at $6. I did add at 608, as you can see there. But for the moment, nothing for me there. Let's look at CoreWeave. That's the other one we're involved in. Where is it at? There it is. Here we go back up to 53, but it's a series of lower highs every time here on CoreWeave. So it is concerning me, guys. I mean, we do pop up above the volume weighted average price, and then we keep rejecting. There we go. We just got a whole bunch of prints there to the high side on CRWV. What's our cost basis now? So we've got 03s. True to form, it prints me right back down into 53.
Dang.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not a good thing, but yeah, no, I know. You know you're focusing on something else, done that before. It print me in the high teens, low 20s, and then drops right back down. What concerns me about CRWV is that you keep seeing it hanging out at VWAP, but when on closer inspection, you can kind of see the incrementally lower lows and the incrementally lower highs. It's not very obvious if you zoom out, but it does become obvious if you look at a candle per candle look there. So CRWV, you know, we'll see. My stopped in trigger, and we just got a bunch of prints to the high side. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about this one, Joe.
Yeah, good look there, brother. If you want to do the playmaker pool, it's time for that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We'll fire that, man.
We've been
we got a little bit. We
didn't do yesterday.
We didn't do. I documented yesterday's.
You did? Okay,
Yeah. I did yesterday's. You went to the washroom, so I just wrote it down quick. Yeah. I'm like, all right, I want to get that in. But yeah, we've been.
Are we going long or short?
We're going long.
Okay.
Going long, and we're doing it live.
Let me know. Let me know when you're ready.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
I need some positivity.
Yeah,
here.
honestly, straight up,
all right,
bro.
Let's go.
559.84.
559.84.
561.84 is profit taking.
Bang.
And then 558.84 we're out.
558.
Yeah, let's find out how this cookie crumbles, baby.
Let's go. There it goes. Number 89 there, guys.
Oh,
almost at 90, almost 100. What should we do for the Century Century Party, man?
That's a good question.
The Century Party,
That's
we
a good
definitely need to get in there.
Well, we're in the money, right?
We're in the money, man. We're climbing nice.
Yeah, we gotta think about
I mean,
that.
look at this here, guys. And then there you go. Like this is like Bansky type stuff over here, if you ask me.
Guy's feeling his data.
Yeah,
I feel like you're like a statistician or something.
This is our data, man. This is our data and what we've done.
Bro.
So once again, guys, for those who aren't familiar, and I'm sure a lot of you are, we've been tracking data. We're just kind of going with like not necessarily a discretionary type of aspect with trading. We're like, okay, let's see if we can find something that works, like an algorithmic type trading. We enter a trade at 1 o'clock, and then we're looking for a 2-to-1 profit target. Whether it doesn't matter what time, but at 1:55 we get out, no matter where the position lands or stands. So what we're looking for is a 2-to-1 profit target. We risk $100 to make $200. Our max loss is $100, and our max profit is always going to be $200, regardless of what the underlying asset, aka SPY, is doing in that front, brother.
All right, guys. Marcus, let me just make sure I get his name right here. Go to fan funding. Marcus, oh, goodness gracious, it's been that kind of day. Marcus Steven Johnson, $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Marcus, for that. I ran out of Molson's. It's only Tuesday CDE gold. Only I don't know what any of that means. Molson's, it means you're done drinking. And it's only Tuesday CDE gold. Do you know what this means?
I have no idea.
I don't know either, brother. And I'm not very smart, so I do apologize. You're going to have to explain yourself. But thank you for the $2 super chat. Did you cover Sweetwater's $20 super chat?
We did, yes.
You're good to go on that. All right, sounds good, man. All right, we're gonna go to Adara. She's got news at the Big Desk.
I'm assuming he's talking about beer. He ran out of beers. It's only
I know, that's what I figured,
yeah.
but I don't understand what it's only Tuesday CDE gold.
Well, he's been drinking, so he obviously it doesn't make that sense.
Let's just check what the CDE is.
Gold.
Oh, it's mining. Okay, here it is.
Okay,
It's a gold
there we
miner.
go.
Core Mining, it's about sorry, Adara, 1 second. $3.6 billion market cap, diversified precious metals producer company, has 5 wholly owned operations, a silver gold mine in Sonora, Mexico, and some other places in Mexico as well. So let's have a look at the daily on this one super quick before we go to Adara. It should be good. I mean, it's a gold miner. Well, it's definitely not trading with gold, guys. Definitely no overlap there. In fact, it looks the opposite. Around the top here, feels like on the daily. So we'll look at this one a little bit more when we get back from Adara.
I'm actually going to look at it more now because I just looked into this. The second I heard the CDE thing, I did look into this. CDE Gold looks like 8 million shares traded on the day. They report tomorrow after the bell. So earnings coming up here, and this is not a small capper by any means, about $2.26 billion market cap, 4.1% short float, and a 392.81 million share float. And this company's Canadian, so more light being shed there on CDE. Decent volume, as you could see here all day, guys. So far in this 15-minute candle, we've traded about 500,000 shares. Back to you.
Absolutely. Los Polios down 2K in the last 2 days, and last Friday I thought of not losing anything this week, if not winning. I mean, it happens, man. You guys seen me lose money here live on Airstream and I trading. Losing that money, it happens. This is part of the game. Is just keep those risk measures in place, and then when you have something that's working out, you try to make it as profitable as possible while staying within your risk measures. And that's why this is so difficult at times. All right. So I mean, like from today's price action, it's not an easy day, right? And honestly, for me, earnings season is when I usually start to trade significantly better. But the market has been beaten up. We're kind of in this indecision type price action. And then you can see that displayed here in the past couple of intraday sessions. So there it is. I mean, imagine you were just sitting in this trade. Me personally, when we're moving sideways, I'm not good whatsoever. That's when I start to kind of micromanage everything. I want to see orderly price action. And you can see the overlapping of each 5-minute candle here. Not necessarily easy. We're up, we're down, we're up, we're east. And it's tough, right? I want to find something that's trending and moving in a direction that I have a bias and a thesis built into. And you can see here the cues. Just moving 481 throughout the majority of this session here, guys. We sold off in the morning, but then we just came back right into this range, and we're currently trading at 481.99. And I'm going to assume we're going to close not too far from the opening price on today's session, because tomorrow is when that volatility is going to step in.
Uh-oh. Or like what Stevenson, or not Stevenson, who's it? Carl Geo. This pony is on something. Yeah, man, I don't know what it's on, but it keeps making higher highs. $13.60 now, the high of the day. It's not a very tight spread for a name that's traded 38 million shares on the day. I've seen it as wide as 6 pennies right now. It's 2. It's not bad, but it is bizarre. I mean, I still can't wrap my mind around how something that's done so much volume could have a wider spread. Still, somebody needs to explain that to me, man. But anyway, 1350 is where it's been hovering around. Again, my perception of this one has been it ranges, then it breaks out. So I think that the money trades here on PONY would be, try to pick it up towards the lower end of the range. But this thing keeps breaking out. It's a 1360 now high a day. It just popped up into 60 there quick as you like. What is the previous candle low? The previous candle low is 29. The current candle low, 38. That's where I'm setting up. Let's go ahead and wait trade at 39. See if we can get something there. It's showing me 48, so came close to filling, but not quite there. So good look right now on PONY. How you get in, I think, really makes a difference here, because you don't want to be getting it in at the high and then have it drop 20 pennies against you and then dollar cost average, and then you may or may not end up finding a move higher. So PONY, we're putting a dip trade here for the high 30s. Let's see if it does dip in and fill us. I'm trying to base it on prior bar low. I'll give you some technical levels here for PONY. Obviously, that $0.50 will be some psychological resistance until we clear it. But the 10 exponential on the 5 that I really use a lot is 13.25 right now, with the 20 around 12.90, and then VWAP is far removed from the current price action. The volume weighted average price a little bit lower than 12, believe it or not. Looks like 11.88 is where VWAP is currently right now on PONY. So we're really extended away from that area, but it's up 40%, and it really got going there midday. Like, this was not a pre-market mover in the normal sense, nor was it really exploding to the high side on the open. It really started getting going, I would say, at around 10:55. So like right before the show started. And I'm not really sure exactly why. Let's have a look at the blotter, see if there's anything new that came in for Pony at around midday. So Pony, anything over here? It's just the Uber Robo-Taxi joint venture thing in the Middle East that we reported to you guys this morning. That came in way earlier at like 8 something. No, 7:30. No, even earlier than that. Excuse me. 6:58 I'm seeing. No, I'm seeing 6:30. So this came in super early. So the fact that it's reacting to it late is a bit of, it's interesting. Chuck of all trades, Pony IPO price $15. Interesting. Thank you for that, because that will be an interesting area of resistance should we make our way up to 15 on the day. Obviously, good technical area there. Ozan, my meeting's just finished. Did I miss e-signal? Very close, my friend. Don't worry about it. We always got you covered, Ozan. We know where you are at all times, and we do not do the e-signal until we confirm that you are in the chat and can enjoy the readout, of course. Shout out to my main man, Ozan, who tried to stay at my house when he does visit, apparently, Toronto in June.
He's coming.
Ozan, let us know when you are in the city, though, if you're actually coming. I don't know if you're being facetious about that. Let us know, brother, because you've been a viewer for a long time and an interesting character, to say the least. There, Joseph. What do you got?
Yeah, exactly. So he won't be staying at Sharif's house or mine.
You're gonna invite him?
No. I mean, hey, let's see what he's like, man. We can't do anything.
Let's see what he's like first. He may or may not get an invite.
Yeah, he may or may not. So there you
Shout
go.
out to Ozan.
Yeah, so I mean, Ozan, if you like e-signal, I'm pretty sure you're a solid dude. So yeah, we don't got too much to worry about. Yeah, if you like e-signal, you're already set up. So there you go. All right, guys, Bitcoin heading back towards that high. Let's go. That's what we want to see here in this market. It's just the king of cryptos continuously climb higher. So you can a nice hold here. If we're gonna just draw a basic trend line, go from here to here with a nice little whipsaw move right there. But now heading back towards that high day, still positive 0.25% here on the session. Debating on trying another stab on TSLA. We formed almost a double bottom here on Tesla. So you can see we tapped into that level multiple times and we've rejected it. But the thing is, though, you got to ask yourself, do you continuously want to try to trade an underlying asset that is moving sideways? Like, look at all these candles overlapping itself here. Again, unless you're buying the bottom of the ranges and selling at the top and then selling at the top and buying back at the bottom, then by all means. But I'm a breakout trader, so I want to look out for that breakout of key resistance zones. I want to see that volume step in, and I want that momentum to really break us through those key levels that we're looking at. But Bitcoin is really moving, and that's a positive sign. And the same with the likes of NVDA. So you can see this base that was formed, double bottom type price action here on Tesla, and then we've bounced off the same level here in NVDA multiple times, approximately 6 times at the least here, Sharif. So that is a good, positive. Say positive one more time. Let's say that's something good that we want to see here. Again, I'm going to wait for that volume to kick in. Price action really choppy, moving sideways, and that is not something that I particularly like. For breakouts, I want to see that volume step in, and that's what I'm going to be patient for. And I think that's a really important skill, day trading these sideways markets.
See your friend Bud? Bud Crawford,
but yeah, what's he
confirming the
Canelo fight? Yeah.
in September, saying, we're like, quote, in September, I'm going to show the world what greatness looks like. And, but Adara, I know it's a little arrogant, but let me tell you, Adara, if you watch this guy box, I mean, he can back it up. That's the thing. Terrence Crawford's, would you say he's pound for pound right now?
Yeah, he's pound for pound.
He's pound,
There's
number one.
Yeah, there's
right?
no one better.
There's
than
just
him.
no one better.
There's no one better in boxing. Right
Yeah,
now.
so he's going to fight Canelo, and what I saw from Canelo on Saturday left a lot to
He's
be
up
desired.
there, though. He's
Canelo?
Up there. Yeah, he's in his mid-30s.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm not trying to put disrespect, but I'm saying the current state of Canelo
absolutely.
is...
I mean, dude, he's fought like you got to take into consideration how, like, fighting camps are so tough on your body, and for these guys to go through so many of them and then try to perform at that peak level is so difficult, especially for such a long period of time. That's why Floyd was such a black swan, I guess, right? Because he didn't really care about anything else. He just cared about boxing and money. I guess so he did care about other things in boxing, but these boxers have a lot going on outside of just the sport itself.
Exactly.
I'm not saying that Canelo doesn't love it, because he obviously does. I mean, I remember when he signed that first contract with DAZN, it was like $300 million, and then you're like, yo, what? It
was crazy.
Crazy contract. But I mean, I think Canelo's at the tail end of his career.
Agreed.
Is it the best fight for him? I don't think so, because I think Terrence Crawford wins that one.
Oh, easily. I'm assuming here that it's kind of a payday for Canelo.
Yeah,
like maybe
that's
that
what it is,
final,
right?
the
It's
final
like,
huge payday.
Huge payday, exactly, right? So those guys are going to make ridiculous money, probably $100 million each or something. Where does boxing get this money is what I'm curious about,
Don't you know,
to be honest with you.
You think about that a little bit more now. Who's running all these fights?
Yeah, I mean, but at the end of the day,
it's like a bottomless pit over there.
It is,
Turkey?
but that's like that's one dude, right? But then again, are they bringing in that much money? Like, I don't know. Like, the Times Square event was essentially free, and then what is Ryan Garcia going to catch a payout?
But DAZN, you had to buy the pay-per-view, no?
I don't know if you had to buy it. Yeah, did you? Okay, so the pay-per-view. So, but you're not getting that at the door.
No,
you're not getting
the gate is big. The gate's big,
right? The gates are huge, right?
We know that the pay-per-views where the majority of the money comes in, right?
It is, sure. But the gates are large, right?
Of course, especially with $15,000, $20,000 tickets. But thank God nobody paid that.
Because
those were really
I would
bad
be asking
fights.
for my money
really
back,
bad
to
fights.
be honest with you. Like,
Agree. Agree. It was no good. All right, there. It looks like Ozan staying with you.
Yeah.
Worst case, I would stay with Joseph. That's what I want to hear, Ozan. Worst case,
Bobby
case I don't let him in. Yeah.
Joseph looks 35 years old. Thanks, man.
Hey, well, I don't know about that, but sure, okay.
Sure.
I wouldn't give him that.
Yeah.
I really wouldn't, right?
Whatever.
That's the situation right now. Guys, PONY still involved with this one. I punched back in here at 61s. It's showing me 58s, so we're a little bit out of the money on this one. Definitely looking at continuing the ride up here on Pony. Trying to get it at the bottom end of the range. Going to send it to Adara.
Fun there, Sharif, and also thank you to our friends at ProfitX, because if you're looking for unbeatable, in sports, playing flexibility is everything. ProfitX, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can just set your own? Plus, our mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. Back to you.
I'm noticing, dude, like I get these notifications from Auto Trader.
Yeah.
And so if you search a car, it'll just keep sending you notifications on the things that you search.
Yeah.
So I searched the Model Y not that long ago. Joseph, how much would you say a decently priced 2024 with 16,000 kilometers, fully loaded? It's got the blue color, which is extra, white vegan leather, which is also extra. Doesn't have a FSD, Joseph, but it's got
2024.
Pardon me?
2024 year.
2024.
Of 16K. I'm gonna say.
This is a Model Y.
Yeah. 65,000.
42,988.
Oh, wow.
Dude,
there you go.
Teslas have dropped off a cliff in terms of used. The prices. Can I tell you something? My old man and I, we went and checked out a Model Y. It was a performance. It was 2022. It was in the middle of COVID. I will never forget it. April 2022. We drove out to Guelph to check this thing out. Yeah. This guy wanted 95. 95. They were like 30,000 above sticker because that's when gas prices went through the roof because of the invasion, whatever. And everybody wanted Teslas because everybody thought this was going to be the case forever and ever more. And it was insane because the amount of money you would have spent on a gas-powered car, you spent on the increase in the price of buying these Teslas.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Dude, I can't believe it's like half the price. So it was 2022 at the time. Obviously, it's 2022 now. So this is a year older.
Yeah.
Right? Not now. 22 at the time. It was a 22 model. This is year 25. That's a 24. But bro,
43 for essentially 60K.
It's no good.
Right? Yeah, it's not good at all. I mean, there you go. Talk about brand damage, Sharif, right?
That's what it is. It's brand damage.
I don't think it's going to
it.
be forever lasting now.
No.
Get over it.
No, but we keep talking about this. We keep talking about Europe and the drop in demand in Europe. There's a drop in demand in the United States too. Let's be honest with it. And here's the thing too, Joseph. Like right-leaning, as a general rule, you know, right-leaning people who may agree with a lot of Elon Musk's views are not necessarily EV drivers.
No,
they don't actually like EVs.
No, what do you
so
mean?
it's a dichotomy that he found himself in that he's alienated a little bit the people who do like EVs and the people who like him don't necessarily like what he has to sell.
They like stacks and black diesel smoke.
There you go. They want F-150s. They want dualies. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Again, that's a generalization, and not everybody fits under that umbrella. And I don't want anybody to think that I'm making these wide dispersion generalizations. But for the most part, I don't know. I don't think he should resign, Cristobal. I think he's just got way too much to offer the company from a technical sense. But yeah,
he's gonna be warned, or I guess the Warren of Tesla. I guess he's not. He will never, until he has to retire. I don't think he ever will.
No, he's like, I feel like he's one of those guys that's just like he'll work till he dies.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
He has to.
Like Charlie.
Yeah,
Charlie.
He has
There's a lot of people that like that. You know what I mean? Anyway, yeah, I kind of see what you guys are saying there. You guys are killing me in the chat, man. I can't even repeat some of this. All right, man. Yeah, Jeremy Newman, you're dang right. I like my diesels, LMAO. Yeah, sure. I'm not saying you don't, brother. I'm not saying anything about them. We got plenty of people who like that kind of stuff over here as well. Just go north of Toronto, and we get into the countries. That's all the country area. That's all people are driving, man. They like big cars. They like big SUVs, 3-row SUVs. They like their dualies. They like their F-250s. It's normal. That's what it is here. Driving that in Toronto is a little bit tougher. Obviously,
most definitely tough.
The streets of Toronto are notoriously great, Joseph. They're excellent. They're well paved, well maintained. Adara, I'm not being sarcastic. Of course I am. Yeah, I'm just trying to throw you. Yes, I am being very sarcastic. They're not very good at all, Joseph. Yeah. We're still holding this position on Pony here as we zig and zag near highs. We're kind of doing the same thing, though, guys. In fact, it looks a bit more bullish because during the previous areas of consolidation, we were kind of sideways in our consolidation. Now we're kind of putting these higher highs and higher lows. So I'm trying to build up the position incrementally towards the low end of the range. I perceive that to be to the high 40s, maybe even 40. I've got a dip trade there at 40 that's gone unfilled for the past 20 minutes or so. So we'll see what we get there. I got 61s. It's showing me 56, so we're not that much out of the money. Let's see what else everybody's saying over here. Ayush Sharma. Sharif, is TDUP in a trend break to the downside now? It does feel like that way, brother. Good call out by you. Good observation there. It does feel like it may flat bottom break. And the reason I say that is because you have this area high here at 40s that we already know was kind of hard to breach. It breached it on a wick basis, dropped right below it, and then the next attempt at 40 is a lower high. Right? All the while, we're kind of using the 610 area, which was the closing print on these candles, as area support. But for how long? What I need to see, my man, is a break above this area to say, okay, well, we've got higher lows, and now we've got higher highs again, so the trend is intact. That comes if we break above that 635 area, which we haven't done for a while here on TDUP. So good observation by you. We'll see exactly what we get here. KIDZ is breaking out to the high side here. So just popped up off that volume weighted average price at 657. All the way up into 680. Good look here for KIDZ. I was involved in this one earlier with good share size, but it did not act in the way that I had planned, so I flattened out on that one. But here comes $7 again. Let's load up KIDZ. There it is. One directional candle to the upside here.
One
A
direction.
big volume spike there, Joseph, on one 5-minute candle coming into that 690 area. So KIDZ back in focus, but it's not up by much, guys. About 8.94%, just about 9% right now. We'll keep tabs on that one.
Yeah, good look there. I know a lot of people were mentioning Robinhood this morning. I know Neil was talking about it as well too. But we got a nice spike here. As you can see, we broke this pivot high. We did print this indecision, this inverted hammer right here, though, guys. But nice engulfing candle and recovery here on Robinhood. A great earnings report. Just the market didn't like it. So there you go. You can see that we're pulling back. Maybe
I feel it was like Palantir.
it's exactly.
You know what I mean? Like it was like everything was so good, but everybody expected so much out of it.
It's
Like what the hell was
surprise.
wrong with the Palantir?
Yeah,
earnings
exactly.
yesterday, you know what I mean?
It's the surprise, right? They're expecting a little bit more, and we didn't get that. I mean, with Palantir, we were approaching those all-time highs, and we just went on like a monstrous run. So you can totally justifiable, but I think it's going to continue to climb higher eventually. Just the street wants to absorb some more liquidity,
100%
grab some shares at lower prices, and then start to rocket the underlying asset.
Friend Danny Ives, man, throwing around statements there.
He's throwing out the T word is crazy.
This is crazy.
That is crazy.
Joseph, they're not even making $1 billion in revenue on the quarter yet, man. They're not making $1 billion on the quarter.
Crazy.
Apple, which is $3 trillion, is making almost $100 billion on the quarter. Palantir is not making one.
No.
And the guide for the next quarter, which was above estimates, is still 900 and change.
Yeah. I mean, but it's still like the growth from a year-over-year standpoint is fantastic, right? And that's what we want to look at. It was like 68% with that forward guidance as well, too, coming into place. It's just a fast-growing company, and I think that's what the street likes about it. And I think, not to compare apples to oranges or anything along those lines, but that's why the street really liked NVIDIA, just because of that growth cycle, that exponential growth, and you've seen that reflected in the stock price as well. And I think Palantir is going through something similar like that, and that's kind of what you want to look for, I think. And that's why I kind of got into the likes of Robinhood as well, because we've seen the growth within the activity across the platform. So that's kind of the thesis that I built, is like, okay, we see it through some of these tech stocks. Let's see if a company like Hood is representing those similar kind of growth patterns, can reflect that in its price.
And if I can add a little bit to that, I agree with everything you just said, but I feel like obviously they don't do the same thing.
No,
they don't.
It's not even relatively
but
close.
They're both kind of like new untapped markets. So for example, like banking, real banking, like investment banking for lower net worth. I'm not saying lower net worth individuals.
Like you said, not the $20 million, $30 million individuals.
So bang, there's one. And then obviously Palantir. AI for obviously for the military, but there's other applications as well. Like we know, Joseph, their commercial contract increase year over year, 71%. Newer commercial contracts this past quarter than the one last year, which is fantastic, man. Who the hell can complain about that?
No, that's what I'm saying. Those are the type of growth cycles you want to be able to identify in some of these stocks. And again, I don't know how far we can get into multiple expansion and what the PE it's trading at and everything along those lines, but this is exactly what we want to look for. And that's what drew me to Robinhood, right? 700% increase year over year in crypto transactions, 100% increase in options transactions, more users on the platform, the gold package, etc., the AI bots. This is what I was looking for, and this is what I wanted to see in Robinhood. And I think at some point this thing is going to continue to climb higher, and that's why I really like this stock.
You know what? You know what Pony is doing right now, man. Pony is powering up, just like my man right there. There he is. Get it, He-Man. Can't even.
Climbing another furlong there.
Bro, I absolutely love how the money is just like emitting from all of his body right there.
Can I be honest with you?
It's holding up. What?
It's not one of my favorite GIFs, man. I'm going to be honest. I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. That's the thing. I'm just.
There's one right there. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't love it. I don't love it, but I mean.
How can you not like this?
I was in a big.
What is happening, bro? Look at him. He pops up on the corner of the screen. He pops up in the middle of the screen. Wherever you want him, you got him. Shout out to my man, He-Man. Come on, man. Uh-oh. All right. Adara.
What was that? Oh, the trumpet.
You don't have anything. What's going on over there, Fabian? You're faking us out, bro.
Yeah.
Although I will add, That is a
Yeah, I
genuinely
mean, you
good
most
animation,
definitely
and I like
want
that
to
you
be
played
on.
with the pony.
Hold on, Adara's saying something. What happened, Adara?
I just called, Pony is looking genuinely good today, and I like that animation. And with
Get
that,
it,
I'll clip
Dara.
it off out of here.
I put the furlong reference in there, but no one really understood that one. But that's okay. For all my track stars out there, all my
She's a runner.
all my pony.
She's a
betters,
track star.
Get a nice furlong climbing those furlongs. I guess that doesn't even make sense. But yeah, I mean, here, this is my favorite. If I'm going to be honest, this has been my favorite as of late.
Get him,
We got
Jerome.
Tomorrow,
Get him, Jerome.
2.5%. There's going to be no rate
Predictions
cut.
about that?
Yeah. We're paused. We're pausing.
We're paused?
Yeah. I think it's
Yeah, well, I think that the market's pricing that in. But any curveballs there with respect to tariffs? You think he drops any hot lines about that?
I think no. Well,
huh?
maybe possibly, right? But again, I don't think he's going to get involved too much with that. I think it's been the same thing for the past couple of years. Maximum employment, price stability, but hopefully he's a little bit more dovish in this. He was like, okay, but he's gonna, he's gonna say that the financial markets are strong, they're robust. We don't have anything to worry about on that front. So that's what I'm thinking he's gonna say.
I agree. All right, guys, here we go. We added into Pony on the drop down there. I added at that 40 penny level. We've wet the beak all the way up to 78. We have 51s on. I just added a little bit there. Now waiting for that 55 cross and pop. Let's see if it does pop. It's at 55s right now, unable to cross. There it is. Now we're moving up. Let's go ahead and wait at my friend 60. Oh, come on, Mr. 60. Print, bro. All right, so we'll see if this one wants to print, showing me 60 here on the ask side of the level 2. We are going to Adara at the big desk.
We just talked there about the Fed briefly, and so we do have the FOMC meeting tomorrow, of course, of interest. But also, if you want to brush up ahead of the FOMC meeting, why not check out XTTV Research? Look at some of our JPOW-themed graphics. I have a pretty massive series coming out tomorrow about the statistical analysis of his ties and what role they do or do not play in certain aspects of the market. And there actually is some statistical correlation. But before we get to that, here's what we already have out here. This has been an ongoing series, just looking at all of Trump's Truth Social posts about the Fed, and he just posted one last week. He's not using his new nickname too late anymore for Jerome Powell as of this most recent post, but he did say once again that the Fed should, quote, lower its rate, all caps, 3 exclamation points. So we'll have to wait and see what Jerome Powell says after this meeting, but it's worth noting, as of late, Trump has posted after every FOMC meeting and after every NFP print. So with that pattern, we might get a post from him after this FOMC meeting if things are not to his liking. We'll have to wait and find out. But in the meantime, X at TTV Research for all of your infographic needs. Back to you.
Oh, Pony's flying, guys. Pony's taking out highs, man. Here we go. We're at 88s. Joseph, I know you wanted to do that real quick, but we're going to flatten out here at the top on PONY. Wowzers. Pony is going, man. I literally just added at 40s, at 45s 1 second ago, and now we're at 94s. We're about to break 14 here on Pony, man. This one is the one that I really should have been sizing into, not that CRWV. This is the one, guys, very strong. It's not letting up, man. It hasn't breached the 10 EMA since it reclaimed it. Goodness gracious, at 1055, each and every closing print on PONY above that 10 EMA, Joseph, since 5 to 11. Unbelievable look.
Hey, but you know what time it is, guys. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Ozan.
Yeah, he's staying at your place, bro.
He's staying at your place.
Look, man, you know, I can have him over for like a night or two, as long as he smashes 4 nights at your place, bro.
4 nights? That's crazy.
I'll do 1, bro.
That's crazy.
I like your eyes are like 4.
He's Signa 4, yeah.
Shout out to my man Ozan.
Selena will be kicking him out real quick.
Right away,
Yeah, real quick. Like
who's
later? No, you gotta
can't bring somebody
dog
on the show. E-signal, baby. He's getting amped up. Get it, Ozan.
Guys,
Go.
Bitcoin just put in a new high a day quietly. You can see that we traded it here earlier. We went 1 for 2 on this one, so 50% accuracy, keeping it positive, but negative on the day, full disclosure, just due to that the Palantir trading, and I just kind of took that off my charts, and I wasn't paying any mind to that one. But here, a nice high day on BTC, IBIT that is, 53.92, that key level. And you can see here on the daily, guys, we're right back at the top of this range, and we're holding this 95. I believe this is around 94K here on Bitcoin. We're holding that really well, and that's exactly what we want to see, a nice breath. And then the plan is that we take kind of that next leg higher, and that's going to probably put us around that 56, 57 target on Bitcoin. But we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. That will put us on 100,000, on Bitcoin itself, just a little bit north of that. So that's the game plan on that front. And then same with the likes of NVIDIA. If we want to go over kind of just my swing trade plans and what we got going on, and that's what it is with NVIDIA. So you can see that we're still holding around this 110 range, and I mentioned us being on the backside of this channel. We have now got that retest of the backside, and then I'm happy to have got that contract fill. We've held that 110 relatively strong, and that's going to be a positive sign for this strength. Let's see if we can get some positive tailwinds here on NVIDIA, and I'm sure that we can climb into that into those high teens, 119, 120, because there is high levels of open interest at those strikes, Sharif.
All right, WRD breaking out, guys. Thank you for calling into the chat. Chuck of all trades calling out. There were other people as well. HR, Puff, and stuff talking about it as well. Shout out to you. Good look by both of you guys. Again, like we mentioned, WRD. Sorry, 1 second. What is this? We Ride Incorporated did report yesterday after the bell. You can see that spike there at around 5 o'clock, or it seems. No, let me just make sure I'm stating that accurately. The 6th. I don't know if this actually reported after the bell. Let me just have a look. No, so I think it was, it was the strategic partnership with Uber. For whatever reason, they reported it at around 5 o'clock and the market reacted to it. So We Ride expand strategic partnership to bring autonomous vehicles to 15 additional cities globally over the next 5 years, including Europe. And it's taking out highs as we speak. Look at that big boy move. It ended up giving up the ghost right at the open there. It looks like, you know, somebody was selling up a storm. It ends up holding at around $7. And since that time, it's been a plethora of higher highs and higher lows. What a great look for WRD. I got to tell you, you know, that's a missed one by me. On the day, let's keep an eye out on this one. 678 high a day continues to go. Let's take off this piece of you know what and put up WRD. Here we go, 678 breaking through the range at around 460, 885 now. This one looks like it is going to that $9 area quick as you like. I see the 10 exponential moving average on WRD at around 850. There is support at around the 60s because we did wick into there multiple times at around 1230, 1245. We'll keep an eye on that one when we get back from Madeira.
Yeah, just worth noting here, this is the NASDAQ making lower highs, lower lows as of right now. And it looks like we have some geopolitical turmoil or tensions on watch here. Pakistan and India exchanging comments. Pakistan's defense minister saying that a clash with India is imminent and they'll destroy if India builds anything to stop water. So just some comments coming through between these two countries, geopolitical tensions. I'm not seeing anything else here, guys. Back to you.
I've been seeing a lot of stuff about this online. It's ugly. It's getting ugly. I don't like it. Like, we don't need more belligerencies all over the world.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't look good right now. And I'm seeing these talk shows on YouTube. It's like there is a moderator. I don't know where they're from. They're trying to be arbitrators, and then they'll have like a guest from India and a guest from Pakistan, and they're just yelling at each other. Like, the entire thing is just them yelling at each other. They obviously don't see eye to eye on much. And to be quite honest with you, dude, like, I don't think we need more turmoil in the world, man.
Just
but are you surprised by it? That's the thing. I'm kind of not surprised. Because it's become a multipolar world. You're strong, I'm strong, they're strong, she's strong, and everybody wants to flex. Everybody wants to get their way. And how are you going to do that unless somebody else loses?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I don't know.
The market will balance itself, says the Obe.
Let it balance itself.
Let it balance itself naturally, he said. I don't know, Obe. I don't know if I'm going to leave that.
Oh, he's going for the natural selection.
It'd be nice, but I just don't see it happening.
I mean,
Brandon Franklin, have I ever watched The View? No. I've obviously seen clips online and stuff like that, and I've probably changed the channel and come across them. Why? I'm not interested in that show in the least. But yeah, thank you for asking.
Yeah, have you
Sharif
ever,
So Canadian, says Mr. Easy Street. Brother, why am I Canadian? Because I don't want everybody killing each other? I think that we can agree on humans. We don't want that to be the case.
the majority of humans.
What's going on over here?
Can agree on. Did you ever read the book, The Breadwinner?
You don't know the history, so stick to stocks.
Okay.
Brother, did I take one side or another? And I'll talk about whatever pleases me. So don't tell me what to talk about. Go ahead.
Yeah, read the book, The Breadwinner, even though it has nothing.
What is it
like
about?
It's about the war kind of in the Middle East. It's an old book, old.
This is the Middle East.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying it's not really referencing that.
I see
But
what you're saying.
yeah, just go and check it out. It's a good book. Yeah, all right, guys. Market AMD starting to break some of these lows. We know we got earnings this evening, so gonna keep an eye out on this one. Let's see if we can ground gain some ground here and advance money destroyer and become advanced money duplicator once again. So someone please, Lisa Sue, make AMD great once again. Trading around 225, now about a 60% haircut off of that one there.
Everybody's rants. I always get the joke from everybody.
Yeah, everybody get that.
I love everybody.
Gotta get them going there. Exactly, poke the bear. It doesn't matter who's right or wrong, to be honest with you.
I didn't even make a pronouncement on who was right or wrong. I just said people
He literally
are
just
getting
said,
involved,
please
bro.
don't be killing each other.
That's all I literally said.
And people are getting, but it doesn't matter, all right? That's what we want, just world peace. As Will Ferrell once said, everybody love everybody in semi-pro, which
Semi-pro.
yeah. So there you go. There you are. But
I love it.
Look at this pattern here, guys. Just talk about sideways price action. You can see that we've been trading within about a $2 range, not even roughly a dollar range, roughly here in NVDA. You get this one whipsaw move with that volatility spike, but we couldn't hold those levels, and then we just come right back into this range right here. So if you're playing those 0 DTE condors, I think that's going to be potentially a good setup for today if you're in right now, or even some of the just basic spreads, especially after that volatility spike. You'd be collecting some nice ELE. Everybody knows ELE. Yes, that's what we want. Everybody love everybody, man.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't even know that that's what it meant for.
Yeah.
I'm not in touch. What's that, Adira?
I said, oh, that's what that means.
So you didn't know either.
Everybody loves everybody.
Kind of out of the loop there, bro.
So that's what we want, and we are. So guys, just
man.
be patient. So yeah, Q's breaking down a little bit here. If you're playing those credit spreads based off of these volatility spikes, you're probably doing relatively well, especially those bear calls. Even if you buy some bull puts around the lows on those strike prices, you're waiting for those to expire worthless, and especially gaining that premium off of those spikes is a positive sign. So condor traders seem to be in control today, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, I'm trying to weasel into WRD over here. I'm really having a hard time deciding what the right level is. So I'm trying to wait for that 8.5. And there's a reason why I'm waiting for 8.5. It's because the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 is at 8.5, and I also like it for the psychological area of resistance. And to be quite honest with you, it's not just psychological. I mean, look what it did over here. It kept rejecting that 8.5 over and over and over until we took it decisively at around 135. So it's exactly what I'm going to do, man. I'm throwing in an order at 8.5. I'm obviously going to front run it because it does get to be a bit of a crowded trade. I'm going to put it about 4 or 5 pennies ahead of the level. It's showing me 60s now, so maybe we get filled on the dip trade. What's my out here? A decided breach of the 10. So as I mentioned, the 10 is at the 10 EMA on the 5. So it's, as I mentioned, it's right at 850. So I'll give this one about 6 or 7 pennies to that level. Here we go. We're showing 55s. We're not getting filled. It's going to have to drop below 55 to get that fills. It looked like other people are buying this up at 55s, much in the same way that I want to do. So do we get it in here? Look at it. It just bounces right back up. That's frustrating on the day. Oh, my goodness. I don't know, man. I just haven't had luck today. It comes into my level. It doesn't trigger me. You're kidding. All right. I don't want to chase this one, though, because I don't want to be in a position where I have to DCA to no end. So that's the situation. Pony coming into my level as well. I'm waiting for a 10 EMA retracement on this. So let's go ahead and get some in over here. If we can get in some at 67s, will it have me there? There we go. Good. Again, Pony, anything below the 10 EMA, I'm out of that one because it's been very respectful of it. And yeah, so WRD doesn't let me in. It comes into 55s, at least for the moment. Doesn't trigger me doesn't trigger me quite yet. So we'll pack our patience on this one. But again, anything really below that 10 exponential moving average on the 5 on a decided basis, I'm going to be gonzo with this one. The other one I'm involved in, KIDZ. Not a bad look on this one. Still waiting for that higher low, higher high pattern to manifest. So pack our patience on that one. So those are the 3 trades I'm involved in right now, Joseph.
Nice look there, guys. All right, let's take a look at RGC, as someone in the chat so kindly asked me to do so. Can you talk about RGC and how it is getting this action with such low volume? Absolutely. Bioscience, biotech, okay. So again, you got the volume, but you can see there's liquidity issues. Excuse me. Big time liquidity issues here, even on the 5-minute. Pre-market and everything along those lines. I can take a look at what they exactly do. So these coffee always give me a little hiccups here and there. I feel like Fabian.
You went Fabian, man.
Yeah, Fabian was on another planet today, this morning with that one there. I was like, what is going on? There was just so much going on. My brain was just being stimulated with so much. I'm like, man, I need to step out of here for a second and take a little bit of a walk. But here you go. You can see on Regenicell Bioscience here, guys. There's big time liquidity issues. Is this an intraday trader? Absolutely not. Normal special. We got to be nice to Regenesis over here, all right, or Regenicell. But a nice breakout. And I think this is what you're going to be referring to. How come we see this massive breakout, but then the volume isn't necessarily confirming it? Maybe it will step in. Something's going on here. I'm going to pull up exactly what they do because I'm curious, because that's a really big time breakout candle, Sharif. It's gone over 100% today. On the session from peak, 150% from the bottom to the top there. So we're going to definitely have to take a deeper dive into what's going on with this one and to see what we got going on with RGC. So Regenicell Bioscience Holding is a bioscience company that focuses on research development of commercialization of traditional Chinese medicine, for the treatment of neurocognitive disorder and degenerative, specifically attention deficit and hyperactive disorder, ADHD, and autism, with a $2.9 billion market cap here. Let's see if there's any specific news on this healthcare stock. Nothing that I see. Holdings Limited resumed trading. So it halted, I guess, throughout multiple times of the day, as we've seen on the price action. But there you go. There must be some level of catalyst, because that's a big boy breakout here on Regenicell.
I like that. Yeah. Big boy breakouts.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're doing it freaking live here on Pony Man. We're taking it. I added aggressively into 55s. We just got into 80s. I'm pleased this punch with this trade. I'm looking at taking out more there. It did get into 80s. It didn't cross. I think that probably is not a good idea to take another one there at 80, so I'm going to try to cancel it if I can. Super quick. There we go. Good. Let's go ahead and put it a little bit higher than that 80s. We're going to put it at 82s because I did take a print there on 80s. So good look right now for PONY. WRD, I got in, got out super quick. Lost 4 pennies a share just like that. It had to hold that 10 exponential. I gave it a super tight stop, so kind of on me there. Back to Pony as it's breaking out again. Oh my goodness. Here we go. This one just took out all my orders again. Now I'm waiting at 90s for the next beak wetter there. So showing me 87s, down to 85s, right back up again. So PONY, man, is the gift that keeps on giving. Again, giving you that pullback off the 10 EMA on the 5. This is what I'm looking at, guys, on my side chart. This is the PONY over here. And as you can see, I mean, it's just been very, very respectful of that green line. This is where I got in on this pullback into the 10 EMA, and then right back up we go into the high 80s again. So what's my cost basis? 56. So let's go ahead and move up the stop to 54s. So we'll go 13, 54, and then if it ended up losing that level, then we get stopped out. Simple as that. Put that for the last remaining amount there. KIDZ, though, I see that one finally took out some orders to the high side, taking out 88. Now I'm waiting at 93 and then south of 7. It's got a higher low situation. Could be a flat top breakout here, guys, through the mid 90s. It's been basically putting in higher lows ever since that candle at 125. That big green candle that manifested at 125 on KIDZ. Subsequent to that, all the candles have higher lows. Possible flat top breakout. If we can get it, I'd be pleased as punch to take out all those orders to the high side there that I already have waiting for the order to trigger. So showing me 88s right now. We did get the beak wet there. Let's see if we can get something at or in the 90s, excuse me, the mid 90s there. What else we got? Okay, so Pony not giving up the ghost quite yet. So we are not getting that $14 break or a high. Wow. Joseph, bro.
Bro,
Look, go,
you've been smashing
Pony,
that
go.
thing today.
I'm negative on the day, full disclosure, because of that. No. CRWV, it rinsed me, Joseph, but I'm not going to use any expletives. Look at this guy wanting me to get kicked off the show. Okay.
No, I thought you were going to go beep.
No, yeah, that's actually a good idea.
Right?
But Pony, guys, fantastic look there. Pony right back into the high of day, 1394. Big boy candle there. Touches a 10 EMA, rockets back up to the upside. So fantastic look on PONY, now up 44%. My next peak wetter, guys, is a break of that $14 area. We're waiting at 1405s. So if we can get something around that, that will be my last out there. It's been a good trade on Pony on the day, man. I can't say that for too many of my trades today because CoreWeave really did destroy me. But Pony, we've been just doing the same thing. Any pullbacks into the 10 EMA I've been adding, and that's kind of how that trades ended up working out. Sometimes they work out that way, sometimes they don't. And yeah, that's the situation. Joseph, what do you got?
I'm just looking at AMD's daily, and I just I'm at a loss of words here. I would never expect this name to be doing this. It was supposed to be number 2 in the AI race, and we're still down 65% off of those all-time highs, which I just find insane. I'm curious to what you guys think. The stock has just been beaten to a pulp. 56% still down off of that all-time high. I'm curious to what you guys think. Is AMD going to come out with any form of surprise? Is it a pump or is it going to dump in the aftermarket? I wouldn't mind to see a rebound in AMD Advanced Micro Devices, and its name is stuck. It was last year when we heard Katina Man say Advanced Money Destroyer, and it's just it's probably the best fitting name for any ticker right here. So curious what you guys think. Pump or dump here on AMD on that earnings report, which I believe is just after the bell. We'll get an exact time here for you guys.
It is at 4:15.
4:15. Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, so AMD is at 4:15, and you have Super Micro at 4:20 as well, too. There, Adara.
That is correct.
That is correct. Okay, cool. So we got AMD a dump. We're getting some dumps here on that one. So AMD Super Micro within a 5-minute span, and then we got ANET and Rivian both coming out at 4:05, and UPST. I actually like trading UPST in the earnings, so that's coming up as at 4:05 as well too. Let's take a look at Upstart. Dump. Everybody's dumping AMD. So again, if everybody's thinking dump, maybe we get that pump up in here. But let's pull up UPST here momentarily, guys. Upstart Holdings, and to see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. Yeah, wow, we're still up and down quite a bit. Still roughly about 50% off of those all-time highs to where we're currently trading, 47.5 to be exact. So there you go, guys. Some names that are reporting tonight still really beaten up and haven't recovered as well as some of the other ones. So there we go. We'll keep an eye out on AMD and Super Micro this evening, and most definitely UPST. I think they're going to be interesting. And then come tomorrow morning, I think who do we have early before the open? I know there's a couple names. I think Carvana might be. No, it's not. It's Uber and Disney tomorrow morning. And then Adair, I think you like this one, Novo Nordisk. I think you like trading that one, and then Unity as well too. So she said,
I love how she comes in like that.
She's like, oh yeah.
It's sick.
Oh yeah.
And then she slams a door in her face.
There you go, and then just hits that one there.
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
There it is. Hey.
There it is, man. Get that. I should have took something like that on that for the photo shoot.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
I know.
But yeah, so there you go, guys. So Uber and Disney tomorrow in the morning before the market opens. So that can give us some more in play stocks for that session, and that's what I like to see. And then in the evening time, we have Apple, another Adara favorite. Right there. And then Carvana as well too. Let me pull up Carvana before. Oh, did she just? There we go.
Adara,
is that you?
When you hit the button to come in, is it automatically playing the like and subscribe as well of you? It is very clever. I do like that because like every time she chimes in, she ends up on the bottom of the screen as well.
So there you
right,
go.
so it's fantastic. Look there. Shout out to Adara. Guys, sorry, Joseph, I got to interrupt because HIMS or a Z, whichever one you guys want to trade, Z is the 2 times leveraged ETF of S. I'm talking about HIMS. I'm talking about HIMZ and HIMS, if you will allow me. Breaking out at not at day's highs, but close, taking out that $31 level, which has been a hard level to take on the day. In fact, I'll submit to you guys the real level, even though 32.15 was the high of the day, the real level was that 30.50. Once, twice, OB, thrice, taking out 30.50 on the 3rd time over here. It wasn't a flat top break in the way that, you know, you'd get that huge bar that takes it through. No, it kind of incrementally took out that level. But it's at local area high, 31.28, still south of 32.15. Fantastic look here on HIMZ. If you look at the HIMS, same chart. One's more expensive though. One's trading at 47, almost 48 bucks. And then HIMZ is obviously trading at 31. So not much of a difference there, but I just want to let you guys know that breaking out into the high day right now, Joseph, it's been a fantastic look today for this name. It was an earnings, is this a loser or a winner, man? The market determines that, and that looks like a winner.
Yeah, that looks like a winner regardless of the report. Yeah, guys, I was just looking at, remember Carvana? I remember when I first started trading, this thing was like literally around 10, 12 bucks, like 8.25.
I'll never forget that.
Yeah,
bro.
that is absolutely insane. Like with a low of around $5 or so, a little bit higher than that. Let's take a look at that from a appreciation standpoint. This was the short report that was released on that. Havana Woody sent me that one. So there we go. Wow, 3,000% from that May 3rd, 2023 low, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Where we're currently trading at 3,000%, 3,034% return on that front. So that is absolutely insane. Carvana reporting on Wednesday afternoon there, guys. So that is another positive look there. And I just won't trade it now, but I mean,
It's
what
ridiculous.
an absolute,
Price.
yeah, look at an absolute
What's the price
monstrous
at?
run.
We're what?
250 something, 258, 259 with an all-time high of around 291. How do you, I don't understand that. Like that just doesn't make, how do you turn it around that quick? I personally, I haven't
there's
seen
been
that.
many short reports on them that they're making up stuff. It's a father-son duo, right?
Yeah.
And then the dad has some history of
kind of
fudging.
Oh yeah. Well, do you think there's any fudging going around here?
I have no idea.
Because how does a second-hand car dealership go from a $5 stock to $262 in a span of a couple of years?
Great question.
Like who's buying their car out of a vending machine?
I got a couple of answers for that. Like my understanding was, remember in 2022, late 22 and then early 23, used cars fell off a cliff. Like all the prices fell down. So I'm assuming may have taken, if they had cash on hand, that is. Obviously, they took advantage of the depressed prices, bought a lot of, I have no idea, Joseph, and then kind of had that one. Arbitrage opportunity there. But guys, there are several short reports out about Carvana. So I'm not saying that they're valid in any way, but I'm saying that they exist. And if you're going to invest in the company, it kind of behooves you to know what they have to say, right? I mean, trading it is a different thing. We trade price action, baby, right?
Yeah,
so
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter too much for us as an intraday trade. But if you're going to get into the company, at least hear what these short sellers have to say about Adara. Who was the company that threw in what's it called, the short report on Carvana? Was it the Bear Cave or who was it? Okay. Makes sense. Thank you for that.
I have Kerrisdale Capital was the most recent one.
Kerrisdale,
and then Market Beat also had one as well too.
Market Beat, so Hindenburg. Oh man, wow, these guys are loaded right now.
Yeah, there you go. Kerrisdale Capital with the most current one in February of 2024.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't know anything again fundamentally about the company, but that's what we're just conveying messages to you guys, and it's kind of on you to make the decisions. But oh my goodness, did you notice the time?
I did.
I didn't.
Well, too.
I didn't notice the time. All right, guys. It is, okay. I guess Adair's audio wasn't working there for a second. Yeah, it's all good, Adair, no worries. All right, guys, we are overtime. It is time to send you to the dudes on the bottom of the screen. Sean's not in, so I think we're going to need to change that to Obi.
Obi.
But yeah, the big kahunas are to our right. Joseph, send him off.
Go Leafs, go.
Bang.
End it with a little go Leafs go. Great job on the midday, boys. A lot of wild action. I mean, a lot of wild action, but really you can sum up a lot of the movement in, man, did they fade the living you know what out of that run into 20,000. The algos are doing a job on this market of not doing their job. That means anytime there's it's a press conference or a headline, whatever you want to call it, we get that glide up, they stop making a market, and then the smart ones are just fading that.
The traders are doing their job in that case.
The traders are doing their job. Like they stop making a market, you get the move up, and then all they're doing is fading it at the technical level and shorting the crap out of it. Now, the one day when it's an actual tariff deals are done, they're going to get blown out. But for now, that 20,000 rejection is one of the big stories. I'm only in SMCI left, and we'll talk about some Palantir. NVIDIA's got a weird thing going on to it, but first let's get to the desk with Adara.
Really quickly, as we have that pop up, I'm seeing this headline circulate around on X. The Financial Times reporting that the U.S. and U.K. are close to a trade pact with lower tariffs. Furthermore, apparently this deal is set to be signed this week. So again, guys, just to repeat, Financial Times reporting that the U.S. and the U.K. are apparently close to a trade pact, which would include lower tariffs. The deal is set to be signed this week. For his part today, Donald Trump told people to stop asking him about when things are going to be signed. So we're going to have to wait and see on that. But Financial Times reporting that we could get a deal between the U.S. and U.K. as early as this week. Also, for the thing I said there without my microphone, which again, I apologize for. Basically, I was just saying that Hindenburg was the last major Carvana short report in my recollection. Hindenburg also did the Carvana short report last before they ended up closing their doors earlier this year. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Hymns, high day.
Wow. Wasn't there something about a short float that might have been just north of a 25%?
Well, I mean,
30%.
I think there was an idiot that was saying this was over 30% short float, and like that dude probably should have held on to the long from VWAP, but I don't know who that guy is anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Handsome gentleman though.
Shout out to Wayne. I saw some of his trades from earlier. He had the long.
He had the long.
Off the open. I was like,
open
beautiful.
long.
Beautiful.
And we were saying this, I was joking about this in the lesson of the day, that don't at me, but there's no chance there was a better long than the open long on HIMS.
Yep.
Flat out. That being said,
one of the best trades
there wasn't a better long than the open trade on HIMS, but I would venture to say, and this is weird because we joked about Ford being a nothing burger, right? There was no easier technical trade today than Ford. I promise you this, if you have not seen this chart, this is an all-timer for Ford. What's the pre-market? Let's follow along, everybody. What's the pre-market high right here? $9.99. So what's your breakout at the open? Literally $10 even. What does it do off $10 even? Goes clean, no red candles till it gets to 1040. That is a 99 top, an even dollar break, and a quick 40-cent move. Oh, but it pulls back, you say, Neil. It pulls right back in here. What's this bottom? $10.21. Well, that couldn't, no, it couldn't. It couldn't possibly be, no. Prior day resistance at $10.21 to the penny. That is the easiest technical trade I've seen in a while. And I'm laughing out loud, but I'm mostly laughing at myself for not even looking at Ford today. And it just goes to show you never really know where the best opportunity is going to come from. Because I'll tell you right now, it's done 100 million shares on Ford. Like HIMS is a big move. But for most day traders, the ability to simply hit 01s on Ford and get that kind of a move, or dip into here and go long 23 into a 21 level, like that's just risk to reward. That's just going to make you more money in the long run because you're able to leverage it better with a tighter stop and you're not risking much to make a lot. And with HIMS, it's just a different story. Like I get it, HIMS is absolutely flying, but you take that break, you're losing much more on HIMS, relatively speaking, if it goes wrong for you. So yeah, I mean, you shouldn't rule out something just because most of the time it's not good enough, Ford's boring stock. It doesn't mean you can't have an alert set up or watch it to see if it does give you an obvious trade setup. So yeah, it was there, but rightfully so, people were looking at HIMS and Palantir today, and I can't say anything wrong about that. It's the right idea because they are the most volatile stock.
I mean, in the recent wise words of President Trump and as well as Justin Bieber, never say never. So that's something to watch out for. Ford, I did say never this morning.
You know what's also a Bond?
And guess what? It was
a Bond movie. Before it was any of those things.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Never say never.
Bond. James Bond. All right. So Palantir again. That's been on my watch throughout the lunch hour, the midday session as well. Kind of I guess where did we leave you guys? Left you guys around 11 o'clock. Took that VWAP reversion on Palantir all the way up into VWAP, and guess what? My original idea was getting short off of the open and looking for sellers to step into VWAP. And I did get short on that VWAP. But guess what? I cover everything on this 108 hold, which is fine. Okay, but guess what? 109 comes in, breaks trend once again. I gotta re-engage. I did not do that. That gives you 109s all the way down to 106s. I get a little chopped up here for an attempt at a long because I'm like, I missed the short. But since then, we've pretty much been holding. And I was talking to Neil about this as well. Early in the morning, some strong reasons to buy may be showing up in and around that 106 halves. Sure, we drop a little bit lower. We make some lows and 105s and change. But take a look at that 106 kind of coming right back in as a little bit of a level hold. Once again, in the later end of the session, we're getting that push back up into VWAP as of right now, 108s on Palantir. But yeah, that definitely one of the main watches for today, but not the only opportunity, right? We had so many other earnings names today. Ford coming in. As well, really nicely, and I guess we had some of those earnings day 2 plays as well. We were talking about that RXRX. If you pull up that chart, that thing had a beautiful continuation from prior day
Only if you're
right
short,
here.
it's beautiful.
Yeah, of course, only if you're short. But here's the thing: I think yesterday kind of told you who was in charge, right? Right there, boom. All day selling right there into 475s. Nice, beautiful continuation. VWAP hold as well. It gives you, I guess, high a day around 467s, currently trading at 422s. But yeah, still lots of opportunity. That's what I want to emphasize here. Lots of opportunity regardless of whether you're looking at, the shiniest thing on the block, which, yeah, today is Palantir and HIMS a little bit as well. But yeah. Opportunity nonetheless, but let's see what you guys voted on with the rundown.
I feel like those two names are on there.
They are.
Yeah. No, not Palantir and HIMS.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. OB in for Sean today, as you saw. But the boys are locked in, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joe and I on the midday show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day, but only the top few make it on. And you got to be a subscriber in order to engage with us and vote. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Before we look at the 4 major averages, I want to let you guys know that Alex Karp is live on CNBC right now with Brian Sullivan. He's also making pronouncements that Palantir will be working with Elon Musk's XAI going forward. More details on that to come, but he is live, so keep your eye out on Palantir for any price action. Here's a look at the 4 major averages. The NQ, or the Qs, down 1% on the day. Likewise, here, same kind of look with the ES down 0.86. The Russell 2000, the worst of the bunch right now, down 1 1/3, and the Dow down 1% even. So all 4 major averages in red territory. Here's the first look. Palantir, Alex Karp live, guys, down markedly today, almost 13%, 12.8, but off the lows, despite beating on the top and bottom line, guys, and guiding well. It looks as if maybe it was a sell the news kind of event. Not really sure what to make of this.
I mean, we talked about this last night. Sometimes when you literally double up from April, what is that? April 7th. When you literally double up, and I'm saying literally because it was 60, like the low was 65 and the high is 130. 130 pretty much to a dime. When you literally double up, it doesn't matter how much you're growing. I think forget about the price to sales and the PE. There was a point that got made on the Midday, and apologies, I don't remember whether it was Joe or Sharif that said this, but either way, it was kind of a brilliant one there. Talking about the fact that they haven't even reached $1 billion in sales quarterly, and people are talking about $1 trillion market cap in the next couple of years. Dan Ives specifically, I believe, was the one that mentioned that. But sometimes you just get this kind of a sell because of the valuation and how far it's gone. So of course there's profit taken. The second you saw it in the afternoon show, the second it was underneath 125 in the market recap, there was just no stopping it. It couldn't get back there. Once it was back underneath that all-time prior high that it made. Now, even though it's down this much, it hasn't even filled in this gap to $100. Which is the obvious place that I think it's headed to. I unsuccessfully tried to go long it twice, and then unfortunately went short it. I'm gonna call it once, although you can make an argument like I was adding to it, but I only shorted it once. And Obi and I have discussed this many times. A lot of times when you have a reversion trade or trade off a level, sometimes the first time it's really good, and the second time it's probably not gonna be as good. Well, this case, it was much better. And we like the volume weighted average price has been good on Palantir. But what I've noticed is the opening range where it tried to bounce here initially at 109. It's this candle that showed sellers stayed in control all the way to 110. So from about 108.5 to 110, sellers are in control. If you just let it get into that price, that's where it's been fading. So I'm not even convinced. We break VWAP here. I'm not even convinced it's a long until it breaks out 110. So it needs to break 110 for there to be some afternoon long for me on PLTR. Otherwise, I'll wait. I'll gladly let it drift in here, see if it can't reject in the 109 to 109.5 area, and look for the continuation short because it feels like this wants to head to $100, at least reasonably in terms of filling in that gap on the daily chart. Which, remember, if it gets to $100, anyone that bought even here, missing 10% of the move, would still be in the money 33%. So it's like these types of moves aren't crazy, and they actually make technical sense when you reject a high like this.
Yeah, I think you covered it pretty solidly there on Palantir. Again, this thing has taken us for quite a ride right off of the open, right? Strong reason to sell, got short off of the open. Covered a little too early on that 109, but you get that 113 flush, bit of a continuation off of the open. We saw that earnings it's sold off onto earnings, so we were looking for a potential continuation off the open. We got that pretty aggressively. Again, an SSR name that's trading over 10% lower from its closing price and coming in with longs hitting the bid. We talked about who can sell into the bid on an SSR name. Definitely the bids getting hit right off of the open. Nice little reversion off that 105 mark. But since then, we've pretty much been trading a little sideways in the range of that reversion leg. And yeah, I think Neil is definitely right there. I see the 110, 109 area as well. I think, unless and until it can properly hold and get above that in a distinct manner, I think that I'm going to be continuing to look for supply to come in and around 109s to 110s, just looking for more of the same. If it shows that there is the action is distinctly different and the situation has changed, maybe we do buy up all of those prices, then I'm more than willing to be wrong on that thesis and idea and maybe flip positions as well. But yeah, we'll see what happens going into the close here. But Palantir in the morning session, midday session as well, great opportunities. As of right now, reverting back to VWAP, so we'll see what it has in store for us. 109 is only 20 pennies away.
More weakness today for Tesla, down more than 2 1/3 right now. A couple of different headlines here, one out of Europe, one regarding the Cybertruck. So it looks like Tesla new car sales, that is, hitting 2-year lows in both England and Germany. We've kind of seen this trend with European sales going to the downside here. Separately, Tesla apparently has over 10,000 units of unsold Cybertrucks just in the United States amid reports here, inventory glut. To be honest with you guys, when I went and tested out the Cybertruck, I saw the same thing on this side of the border, so no surprise here.
Another day, more bad news for Tesla in terms of demand. And unfortunately, Tesla caught between a rock and a hard place. As another thing that got said on the Midday, this one I know was Sharif who was talking about this, and sort of, like right now you have the sentiment against Elon Musk and Tesla, and unfortunately, it's not necessarily. It's the people that are more likely to buy EVs that are not feeling it right now, and it's not a good spot for them. And Europe is going to need a smaller model. That's a big problem regardless of any sentiment shift. But let's be real. Somebody's selling Tesla in the 290s. And they're winning big every time it gets, because it was really strong going into that level, into the 200-period moving average. And today it was just a continuation day. Now, granted, I don't think you have a crazy range in Tesla. For most people, you might call it a disappointing range. That's why people are probably looking at HIMS and Palantir and everything else, the things that are reporting tonight, like AMD, NVIDIA's not doing anything, SMCI as well. But Tesla descending wedge into a flat bottom-ish in that low 270s. So Tesla, believe it or not, this afternoon does have a decent chance at a breakout. You break this descending wedge. Oops, I don't even have my drawing tool up. Weird. I feel like I always have that drawing tool up, and then sometimes it fails me. Like, it's breaking trend right now on Tesla. Like, this would be the close above the trend line right here on Tesla as we speak. So it's actually not that bad in terms of a look. It's held the bottom where you would expect it to. It never really challenged 270, and it's attempting a little bit of a break. And ultimately, I don't think even if it rallies from here, I don't think it's out of the water in the short term. But for a day trade, it's actually looking a little bit appealing here for a bit of a trend reversal. This closes, I want this to close above just for a little confirmation, and then I'd want to jump in. It's not enough that you close one bar above, because it's done that before and completely rejected then right after that. So I want some confirmation, and then maybe take a shot at this long for a scalp trade on Tesla.
Tesla was on my watch this morning, but again, not one of my top ideas, because I'm like, all right, well, we kind of did sell off of that 290 area, which is very clear that it has been acting as a bit of a supply zone over the past couple of weeks. We stepped down a little bit there, but I was like, yeah, 270s is the low of the range right here. You can see, look at these lows right here. 272s, 270, what is that low? 270.79. I don't think we even got there today. Today's low is 271.31. So unless and until we can catch a proper break of this downtrend from the high of the range right here. So I'm looking at it as a bit of a range trade as well. But yeah, definitely going to be watching some of that to see if the bid comes in. Probably not today, but yeah, prior day high and today's day high as well will definitely have to be taken out in that, or today's day high and then prior day high as well in that specific order for me to be like, all right, well, maybe we're traveling back to 290s. But what do I know? If the market kind of pulls back in and if Tesla breaks down this 270, we talked about the lows of the bigger picture trend. Wow, I do have a lot of indicators here, but a lot of them mean nothing as of right now. But you can see right here, 220s is the low of the bigger range right here. We've been in about a 35% range from those 220s all the way to 290s. But yeah, Tesla coming in to test some of those prior week lows. I'm curious to know, Neil, are we going to break down a little bit more going into the close? This NASDAQ holding below 20 thou is definitely interesting to me as well. Prior day low on holding below prior day lows on these futures.
All right, the next one here, guys, is HIMS. Fantastic breakout here, taking out highs as we speak. This company reported, well, they were trading lower earlier. They definitely reported interesting financial results. Company issued Q2 guidance below estimates. Didn't change the price action, though, guys. Up 16 1/3% at the day's highs.
Just confirming something which I thought might have been cool with Fabian, because you guys saw the siren go off, and it was coincidentally at the exact same moment that my trail on SMCI hit. So I was like, oh snap! No way they got it set up that automatically on a fill the siren went off, but it was a complete coincidence.
Oh, okay.
So I was that you? Oh, so it was Joe. No, but the timing was unreal.
Like, oh,
I was like, oh my goodness, that's sick if we've got that set up, because that'd be really cool. Before we get to HIMS, I did have I did a scalp trade on SMCI, which probably, like, if I don't draw the trend line, you're like, why in the blue blazes would you get in at that price? It doesn't even make any sense. But if you look at the break early of the high of the day, and then I just simply went with like that trend breaking. So like you go, this is the morning high break. There's your trend. I broke that trend line, scalp into VWAP, and then hold some for the bigger move with a break even stop. It broke out, so I'm out of the trade. Would have been cool. I think that'd be really awesome if we could. I think the problem with that is it couldn't distinction. It would have to be a new position because it couldn't be every single fill. Otherwise, the siren would be a pain in the butt. HIMS. All right, let's get it out of the way. Should have held on to the long. Got trailed out once, got trailed out twice, and ultimately, like one of them had to do with that spike up on the future. And when that happened, I think it was like a revert the move kind of situation in my brain. So I was long in HIMS, and when it broke, when the futures broke down under that 20,000, I'm like, nope, let's just get out of this. It's just that futures play. But it was a buy right back in off of the volume weighted average price. So clearly, this is a big one. For HIMS, it's going squeezing at this point. We talked about the 43. That's where you got the dip buy off of around the volume weighted average price, and now it's holding well above that prior high in the daily. It's not a blue sky setup because there is a high up here, and there's just nothing standing in its way. Psychologically, you'll have the $50 level. Obviously, that'll come into play potentially today. But I still think there might be a chance to buy some dips in here, but there have not been any. There were good dips this morning, but there has been nothing this afternoon. It's just gliding higher, and it's a little too far for me to chase this. It's close to 50, but I'd like to try to take a shot at a dip if we can get it. But wow, most of the time I'd look at a move like this and say you mean reverted off 50 because it's such a steady trend up. But I'm just gonna back off and be patient with it. We should have held on to it. Obviously, the long worked, but it should have worked for more than like a buck and a half a couple times when this move is $4.
Yeah, I think HIMS. The biggest thing is the short float that we kind of discussed in the morning there, and the continuation of this prior high break. I even said this in that is, what did I just do? PLTR, don't do that. Okay, so we'll go down to the 3-minute here on HIMS and take a look at that. So I was like, okay, well, if there is one indicator I do want to put on this chart is the anchored VWAP from this pop here. So you can see that push, some strong relative volume, more relative volume than I guess, well, it was in the morning, more relative volume than we were doing in the pre-market session, but you can see finally kind of discussed to see if the open is going to give us more volume than this event that we had on last Tuesday, and we did get that. So here's the thing. That reaction high right there, also prior day high at that 43. Look at the breakout of that. Beautiful, nice little push, pulls back right into that level and then catches another bid for that continuation. Now we're slowly grinding back up. 49s, Neil. So this is definitely poised for a little bit of a 50 test, I would say. And if this happens to be to hold up as a strong continuation, I think we're going to start seeing more of the action related to that 30% short float. Maybe for a multi-day continuation. But what do I know? Let's see if the bid continues. Let's see if VWAP buyers continue to hold this thing in place.
Before we go back,
see right there, 1 test, 2 test. Nice push of the highs. What's going on, Neil?
So before we get back, I got to see if I can find this headline. All the nuclear names are going. SMR, NNE, I believe Oklo as well. I don't know if I see it on. I heard it in my ear that some kind of executive action to speed up adaptation of growth in the nuclear sector is causing this secondary pop in a bunch of them. So NNE's gone. SMR just made a new high of the day. I'm unable to actually find the headline visually. Thank you. Adair is going to send it to me, and I'll get it to you guys in the chat. So if you're trading any of those NNE, SMR, all flying to the upside, just broke some fresh highs there as well. So they're looking really, really strong at this moment. Let's go talk about Uber, one of the big names reporting after the bell.
All right, guys, Uber after the bell today, so we'll keep an eye on that. It's flat at the moment, but trading very much near the high end of the range. It's about a $60 low range, about $85 to the high side, trading about $85.38, so good look for Uber. Last time around, they posted bookings of $43.5 billion for bookings on revenue of 11.75. The street was looking for 42.9 and 11, a little bit less than 11 2/3, so they beat last time around. Make sure to catch the market recap today with Adair and I. We're going to be covering Uber for you guys as well as Rivian.
Just to get the headline. always want to make sure we get it right. Trump planning executive action aimed at speeding up nuclear reactors deployment. That's from Axios. So, and Uber's tomorrow morning. Distinction without a difference. We don't get to trade it post earnings until tomorrow either way. So Uber, we'll let you get to Palantir very quickly. Uber, double top on the daily. That's probably the only reason why it's not rallying stronger than it is. Because it was all morning long, this is a super strong name that just simply rejected that 86 level. And I think it's got a decent chance to break that out on a good print tomorrow. They've been taking over the robotaxi game, and they seem to be the front runner, according to a lot. It's just the concern you would have is the all-time high concern, or the fresh high concern, I should say, what Palantir just ran into. Where if you lose this 86 level at any point in the aftermarket, the acceleration that likely comes in because people are up so much if they just bought the recent dip. And so anybody swinging this into earnings is probably thinking, you know, if it let it fly if it breaks the high, but once it gets back under 86 or 85, they're just probably going to take their profit. Why not? It's been so good over there in Uber. But I might start focusing in on this SMR and some of these nuclear names if they're going to really continue, because they're all in these juicy consolidations with a lot of room to rally here. SMR specifically at 18, potential break.
Yeah, I think again, Uber definitely on watch. I think Uber again. We have earnings after the close, but we had that related news with Uber and was it WRD with the WeRide, I think.
WRD.
WRD. That was the ticker right there. So that one you can see, as you can see today, nice relative volume. Look at this push that we've had. Look at the reclaim of opening range high as well. Once we kind of broke out of that, plus some of these pre-market going into the open consolidation highs right there, you can see we've gotten a pretty strong continuation there on WeRide. But yeah, Uber definitely one to watch out today after hours. Could be a strong potential opportunity for tomorrow when it comes in with its earnings day one. So let's take a quick look at a higher time frame and see what it's been doing. Tomorrow morning. Well, after today is basically what I'm saying. Tomorrow's earnings day one. That's all that really matters to me. And we can see that it's been baiting up from 60.02s all the way to 86.57 current high. So strong trend into earnings is what I'm seeing here on Uber. Let's see if it can give us a little bit of a ride tomorrow.
Right, the last on the list here, NVDA, kind of flat on the day, but looking to take out highs over here as it works back into that 114 area. Good headline today was ServiceNow looking at bringing agentic AI. You got to like this headline because this is a B2B headline, guys, for agents. Obviously being called agentic AI. High margin business, B2B, boys.
Just quick look. I'm going to get to NVIDIA in a quick second, but with SMR, all of the call them the nuclear names in there, they were breaking out. There was a nice print for a scalp trade on the breakout trade, like initially. Like it broke 18, I got 9s, you could have scalped for 10 pennies. It immediately came back out. Actually, not even sure how I got out at 1801 on an 18 stop. Like I was like, oh, if it breaks 18, I'll just get out of the trade. And then I got out of that at 1801, which doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. Maybe in the moment it was breaking 18, someone bid it right back in. So I punched right back in at 18, but I think the sellers are starting to get control of this. A lot of times if you're punching the top, you want it to go right away. So if it loses about, I think I'm at like 80 something in there. High 80s, let's call it. I'm gonna jump out of this and wait for it to calm down a little bit here. Whoa. Okay, so Palantir just came in, but
yeah, it's getting a little choppy.
Actually, it's okay. It's actually at 9. Let's go 911 short. NVIDIA. So I was saying this in the chat. Somebody all day long has been buying 112.60 on NVIDIA. And it's weird because my initial thought when I was bearish today was I'm just going to short this thing when it breaks it. So I just sat here with a stop order waiting for this to break down on NVIDIA, and it hasn't happened. It's actually just bouncing off this level and now breaking out. Now remember 15, I still think 115 is a sell zone on NVIDIA, so if we get there today, then I want to reject that and look for the short. But clearly somebody's buying this, and it also corresponds with VWAP there on NVIDIA. But yeah, and just Anish, so the entirety of the group, when I say SMR, NNE, it looks like Oklo is much better. Like, look at Oklo's move versus, say, Nanos is actually pretty good too, but Oklo looks right now like the strongest of the bunch. It's Palantir got to be concerned with, because Palantir did come in, filled me at 911. I was like, yeah, you got to let it get above VWAP and trade into this 110 area. This is where it curled before. I thought I was being patient enough waiting for it on the back end off of this high, but it's a little bit, it's strong going into this high. Not like it was before. Like, this is strength into this high, unlike it was before. But I'm giving it to this prior wick. Like, this lower high wick is 109.5. So I'm giving it to that top. So we'll see. Palantir might have actually just caught a bid. But when the shorts worked off this level before, I'm going to give it one more chance here. So NVIDIA, I think you just got to worry about that 112.60. We saw it all afternoon. If it gets anywhere near that price again, someone's buying it, I think you join them.
Yeah, I think, again, NVIDIA on watch for sure, because we were trying to look for that push into that 115, right? 115, a bit of a held area, 115.40s is the high. I was looking for that push coming in, but when I saw that we did a bit of a breakdown, gapping down in the morning, I definitely took it off of my screen there. But yeah, strong bid pretty much coming in off of that 111s, 110.83 is the day low. But yeah, that held bid definitely kind of showing up there. 112s and some change, 112.60s it would seem, as Neil just pointed out there, holding above and hovering above VWAP on NVIDIA. So poised for a bit of a push there going into the end of the day. What's the day high? 1380, and that was set, I don't think that's the high from currently, yeah. So 1379, and then yeah, 1380, so about a penny push into that prior high. That was that push that we got along with the rest of the market. That's where the NASDAQ came in and clipped that 20 thou mark as well. So that high getting tested as of right now here on NVIDIA. Let's see if we get some more tailwind. Maybe that pop was telling us something and we just kind of sold off on the initial reaction, but we're grinding all the way back up. So I have no idea what that means, but I'm going to stay patient and watch. Our buyers kind of stepping into this as of right now is a question at the back of my head. Palantir continues to trade higher as well. So that one is one of my, again, main ones on watch. I'm getting a little chopped up here. Neil, I did kind of try that 109 a couple times there, 1, 2, 3 times. I'm getting stopped out here on Palantir, attempting to short this 109.
I want to answer a couple of questions if I can.
110 will be.
Because one of them was about Palantir.
Yes.
So flow grade, just wondering why short Palantir at the 109. So when I was talking about Palantir earlier, the one successful short, well, the short area that worked, unless you had the open trade, was the push through VWAP. This fail here underneath, it was like 109.70. And then the short, and I literally had 109.20s, and then the final ad was basically 109 even. Oh, yap, and that was a potential ad. Anyways, that was a potential ad there in the 20s. And then this lower high where the best trade was off 109.5. So I was letting it press into that level, and then my first entry was going to be that high, giving it to the 109.5. That prior bar high is essentially 109.10. So I'm pretty sure, I actually thought I offered 10s, but I must have offered 11s. It doesn't really matter. I might have just missed a chance to get some, but add some more to it. But I do want to respect this 108.80 area, which held before. So I'm going to make sure I do that, try to get some out. I didn't get the add to the position. If this bounces off VWAP, I think it's a sign of a lot of strength, because the last time it was here, it flushed through VWAP the first time and I had no trouble with it. And then the second question was, what was someone asked here what the candle was on the futures at 11 o'clock. It was just the Trump press conference with Carney started at that time, and the market caught a bid. That's all it was. Like, nothing even got said that was that big of a deal. Thank you for the super chat here. Jedi, may the 4th be with you, even though it's well past that. NVO, good price going into earnings, and they have some permits, but the problem, they need a lot of manufacturing from China. Yeah, that'll be a problem. I mean, outside of that, like, okay, I agree with you. Novo's been beaten up so badly, unfortunately for them, because they've just been seen as losing ground and losing ground more and more to Eli Lilly. They got the Hims partnership, which can be good for them, but their oral has been a failure to a certain extent. And at this point, like, it's getting there where it's like, did they sell this off way too much? I don't know, and it's feeling like that's true, but I don't like catching falling knives. But if this closes above the 50 period moving average, it's got to look good. Has to. So like, Eli Lilly is one of my biggest non-tech holdings, so I'm on the Eli Lilly train. So as much I can yap all I want about this, but the idea, I'm probably not buying it myself because on dips, I'm just buying Lilly. I'll keep it real, but it does look really enticing. And I think, they do have some trouble, but come on, like at some point, haven't they been punished enough? Is the sense that I get for Novo Nordisk is how you're supposed to say it. That's what I've been told.
Oh boy, man! These wipes on Palantir are absolutely
See the
aggressive.
VWAP bounce?
Yeah, the VWAP bounce comes in again, so definitely a little poised for a bit of a bounce. But again, I always like that initial reaction. I'm always like, it's selling action, right? It's a market. There's a lot of time price action is sold. So I'm like, the question that I always ask is this action trying to sell me something, or is this actual valuable information? Regardless of what it is, that initial push getting taken out definitely takes out some shorter term participants. I like that a little bit as well. Let's see if we can trade a little bit lower, or does VWAP hold as a little bit of support? I have it sitting at 108.68. We're kind of chopping around that 109 right now. Again, I like that I'm involved. Am I going to be right? I have no idea, but it did start working a little. What? It's halting?
No, it's also a trend break.
It's also a trend break. Yes. So there's definitely some confluencing factors here, but again, it's nothing's really set in stone just yet. There is no confirmation as to say just yet, or strong confirmation. We just kind of started to break the trend here, but we could hold VWAP. VWAP could be stronger. We are holding that 106 halves, which we saw a lot of volume kind of churn in the pre-market session in and around. So I do have to respect this VWAP as best as possible. We've got Chris L in the chat saying revenge of the 6th.
I like it.
Where's because today is the 6th. Because they said may the 4th be with you. Revenge of the 6th. I like that. Good stuff.
You know what? I think and I'm talking as a Star Wars fan here.
Yes.
I think, and this is, some people consider it blasphemy. I think those original, not the original, but the 1, 2, and 3, upon reflection, they're not as bad as you think. You go back and watch, after you watch 7, 8, 9, you tell me that 1, 2, and 3 had told a bad story.
Yes.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
They were much better than you thought, weren't they? For all the haters out there, Jar Jar was a pretty terrible character, but the movies overall, Qui-Gon Jinn was amazing, and one of my favorite characters of all time.
You don't like Jar Jar? He added no comedic value? That's a very serious. Okay. All right.
No.
What's your reasoning? I just want to know.
It's just bad.
Yeah.
The only cool thing is a fan theory that he was like a secret Sith, which is actually pretty funny.
I think I might have read that somewhere.
I think you probably, a lot of people, it's one of those. No,
Matt R with the super chat. Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Boom. Wait a minute. My bad. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. So
oh boy.
Matt, I read the wrong part first. So I'm sorry to hear that. Broke up with your girl today, but you've made.
Maybe he's happy about it. You never know.
You know
silver lining, though.
There's always a silver lining somewhere. I don't know, but you made thousands trading Palantir. Listen, you guys, much love for the knowledge, jokes, and commentary from all of you today. You know what? I think I wanted to. I can't tell the full joke, but there's a really good joke about no matter what your situation is, you only got 2 things to worry about. You ever heard that one?
Yeah.
All you have in life is your health, right? And with that, you only got 2 things to worry about. Are you healthy or you're not? And if you're not healthy, you only got 2 things to worry about. Whether you're going to get worse or whether you're going to get better. If you're going to get worse, there's only 2 things you got to worry about. Whether you're going to live or whether you're going to die. And if you live, you ain't got nothing to worry about. If you die, you only got 2 things to worry about. Whether you're going to heaven or whether you go to hell.
Okay.
If you go to heaven, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you got to go to hell, well, then it's regular or extra crispy. That's all you got for me. Basically, the line, but the thing is that it always reminds me of something, and that is no matter the situation, the things out of your control aren't worth worrying about because 100%. There's nothing you can do about it. But the things in your control, you also shouldn't worry about because they're in your control. And what it means is don't worry about it. Life is too short for any of that nonsense. Matt R., I'm glad you got right back on that horse. Crush some Palantir, which hopefully doesn't crush us on this short, and always bigger and better things in the future. That's all I got to say. Shout out to you, Matt. But Palantir is catching a bit off VWAP, which I'm sure you noticed as well, Obi. And the market, while the market's trending higher,
to those buyers.
I guess Hims was a short after all. Who was it? Somebody in the chat was like, Hims is a short. And it is actually setting up from the high break. Man, the scaling on this chart. I have to zoom in. Sorry, guys. You got to zoom in. Look at the topping tail candle with this trend break. My goodness. Sitting in Palantir, which is trying to go like 30 or 40 cents, HIMS is a $49 stock. It does the topping tail candle, runs the high, and then loses the trend. And then look at the candle. You get the same move on Palantir that you would get on here on HIMS. It doesn't mean it's going to work forever, but that initial drop was actually pretty good. Those nanonuclear names are also still doing ridiculous amounts of volume. I do believe Oklo, this looks like the strongest of the bunch, at least from what I can tell. I tried my hand over an SMR, but Oklo seems to be a bit stronger. The story, of course, being the White House is trying executive actions aimed at speeding up nuclear reactor deployment. That is the story. This is losing the offer and going higher, looking for Palantir to not catch a bid.
Yeah, I mean, there it is. There's the not catching the bid as sellers step into the bid itself. So 109s continues to be a little bit of a push. But again, we're still in that VWAP area. We've been technically making higher highs and higher lows. So I do want to stay a little bit nimble. I'm counter trending the reversion of the reversion. Let's call it that. So the short-term trend, I'm definitely counter-trending this because we have caught a bid off of 106s there. So I'm trying to get back in. But bigger picture, kind of looking for that level hold of that 109s and seeing if that 109 can potentially give us some more opportunities as we pull back into those 108 halves. But again, buyers stepped into 106 halves. Do they step up? That's another question that I'm asking on the other side of it. Trying to play a little bit of devil's advocate for myself to keep me kind of in the right mindset here. Prior bar low break on the 15-minute incoming right here on Palantir once again. So let's see if that one gives us some continuation. We got to hold below the halves and print the quarter, right? That's the thing. You guys might hear me say that often. I like to work with quarters and eighths. But yeah, can we usually on the long, I'll be like, can we hold the quarter? Can we print the half? On the way down, I'm like, can we print the half, break the half, print the quarter? That's what I'm looking for here.
It's not weird though.
No, it's not.
What's actually
algos
true,
are still kind of
a lot of algos are still weird like that, where like they'll swipe for quarters. They'll swipe for mostly eights, not quarters, but you get that phenomenon. In a stock which is like expensive, you'll get those swipes. Even something like this, like give me a break. It doesn't even want to. Doing two things at once. I was just sorry. HIMS was breaking down off the 49, and like just as we were talking about the quarters and the eights, like right at that eighth mark, someone just immediately starts coming in and trying to buy it up there. I still see us. What's your VWAP saying? Oh, we just bounced.
We bounced off VWAP on P-Pro VWAP, and that was where that last wick was as well. Again, I'm a little jittery on the keys right now. I was a little heavier than intended, but not by much.
Oh, it worked again.
But yeah, I'm looking for that other spot there.
Change to a 1 minute back to a 3.
Oh yeah.
So well, what's interesting is at the Open. This is just if you're watching the Open, you know this.
If you're trading on P-Pro. If
you're trading on P-Pro, my VWAP was wrong. Not on HIMS, it was actually on Palantir. HIMS, I have my stop in, but I might tighten this stop up. The buyers came right in there. Yeah, you know what?
I don't think it's wrong. It's just adjusted differently. Right? It's just using different data.
I don't like that. I'm flattening this trade. The buyers are holding the even dollar now. No, so basically what happened, and this is it matters, but at the Open on Palantir, now it's corrected now, but you could probably go back. And when I was trading in the morning, Palantir, like it just didn't crack the volume weighted average price, and I was looking for that topping tail, but it was a very classic fail of VWAP, and then when it broke that prior, like this opening bar, that was underneath the volume weighted average price, and so I didn't punch it. I was actually trying to get higher and not willing to take it on the way down, but I've corrected that, and now that it bounced off VWAP, I'm also out. I'm out of HIMS. I think you got to scalp trade these. I mean, ultimately, if it does follow through, I'd like to try to pick it up again because the second time was better than the first last time. So the first time was a scalp trade, and the second time was the bigger one to the downside for sure. Mike DeRider, I just got to throw this out there. We'd be looking at this one. It's actually not in our database. So NTCL is one that we can't call up today. for whatever reason. I'll check into that. Sometimes it happens if it's a new issue, or sometimes there's like a new SPAC or something, which I don't know that that's what it is. And then we might not be able to pull it up for a day. It's not a huge
TCL
issue.
might stand for not cleared for us to access. But I don't know.
That's actually not a bad. I like that one. That's a good one.
Okay.
Your pun game is always pretty strong.
I don't know. I'm just trying to put in the right kind of reps here. But here's something I haven't done today. Ask you guys what you guys are trading. Maybe I did that earlier in the morning. But as we watch this Palantir, I want to know what you guys are trading. Throw it up in the chat because I'm looking for that next trade. Palantir, sure. I might have missed the short. There it goes, breaking some fresh lows there. 108.36 was that prior low there. So we're grinding a little bit lower, and the price action is definitely a little distinctly different than we had on the bid all the way up into 109s, because this is, again, a little bit of VWAP chop happening as of right now. Let's see if we can kind of confirm a bit of a trend break back down to the downside. Futures as well. Prior 15-minute candle was a little bit red here on the futures, but we got 12 minutes left for this 15-minute candle, the current one, to print. So we're going to stay patient to see if that's a breakout or a pullback in. No idea. Maybe setting up for a 3-bar. No idea. I'm not going to make those assumptions. But yeah, let's see what you guys are throwing up in the chat. I'm seeing the tickers come in. Let's see. Let's start checking them out here. Okay, Reddit. We got Reddit, BABA, SMCI, Hood, CELH. That was one I was watching in the pre-market as well. Today is, I think, earnings day one, and it gapped down, so I've got to check that one. But at last I remember, it was bidding up quite nicely and reverted a decent chunk of that move. Okay, we got Trading Hymns short now, saying T.I. Bryant. Okay, cool. We'll take a look at that one as well. FTAI saying Nick as well. So, all right, so let's start going. Oh, okay, and I see Adair in the chat as well. Lily. Okay, yeah, no, Lily was definitely a good one right there. Lily, exactly. That's how that's looking like. Beautiful trend. Beautiful trend down right there. We can do that again. Look at that indicator right there. Boom.
It's almost perfect.
Not only does it break and hold the push down of the opening range below VWAP, we gradually extend off of VWAP, definitely showing us who is in charge today, and those are sellers on Eli Lilly. So kind of taking a higher time frame look at this, looking at that prior low break, that earnings reaction low, earnings day one low, Neil, that was sitting at 792.06. Today's consolidation low in the morning session, if you want to call it a consolidation, it's definitely a little bit of a consolidation right here. Sideways consolidation for from 10:15 to about 11:30, so just over an hour and 15 minutes. You can see that 94 breakdown right there as well. So a little bit of a confluence of weakness coming into that day one low as well. A nice follow through coming into the 75s right here. So can we break this first quarter, and print the halves? That's the question I'm asking. 750s, I don't know if we're going to get there today, Neil, but Lily, absolutely beautiful trend. I have had eyes on this one because I'm waiting for that trend break to come in, but guess what? No sign of buyers at all. Another one you guys mentioned was CELH. This one distinctly different and a little bit opposite when compared to Lily. You can see that it did catch a bid, maybe not really off of the open. Of the open, yes, flushed it, but then caught a bid right there at that 32 halves, grinding back up to the upside currently. Held VWAP pretty well, but I don't think that really mattered too much. It seems like some of these intraday structures were a little bit more important to go off of as it stair-stepped all the way back up for reversion, 100% reversion back into the day highs right there on CELH, looking like a little bit of a slowdown as well. Look at that high volume candle that pushed and gave us some of those high prints there as well on CELH. And one more, Chris L saying UNH. I know that one's been on my watch as well. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, we're going to talk about this one right after we get back from Neil.
Oh my God, that was the response for anybody that was watching the Leafs pull it through without their starting goalie. And you know what? If you want to take shots at something like that and you want top tier odds and total control, ProfitX brings you peer-to-peer picking, open API access for automation, and cost-efficient trading, all in one place. It's like day trading your favorite sports. Make offers, match plays, and even manage your risk with diverse prediction options. Don't just place your picks, exchange them, trade them, get in the book, bid, ask, find the best lines out there for you. The smarter and faster way to play is ProfitX. You can use the code TraderTV and get the sign-up offer of 2% cash back for up to 300 bones, and do something that I know my man Julie Options would want to do, which is get on them Maple Leafs on the money line. Although hopefully Stolarz is okay. We'll see how the backup's going to do, because I think he's going to be playing. Apparently, you can concuss the other team's goalie and not get suspended in the NHL because they're tough like that. It's a bit weird. I mean, in the NBA, if you breathe on somebody, like, it's a foul, but you could forearm shiver a guy and send him to the hospital. And no, but seriously, like, our goalie was carried out in a stretcher.
That's why.
He went to the hospital. And
nobody got no repercussions.
There wasn't a penalty on the play.
Who owns this ref?
No, I'm not bitter or anything. And in an absolute defense, I can be objective. It didn't look that bad in real time.
Yep.
But in the NHL, they do consider, in the aftermath, like, how injured the player is when assessing a penalty. So you can't just say, well, it didn't look that bad in real time. The dude got taken out of the game with a concussion. That should trigger some kind of response. It's the kind of response that short sellers are probably getting concussed with right now in SMCI. Because thank goodness we had a stop order. Who doesn't trade with stop orders out here? And yes, okay, Blue Brum.
Sometimes.
I know you don't. But like you're just saying, sometimes a stop order is going to save your butt. SMCI is absolutely flying. And I do get it. Our goalie did take a big-time hit. He took a puck to the face on a shot that clearly concussed him, or I think it concussed him earlier in the game. But let's not pretend that the forearm had nothing to do with it. That's all I'm saying. Like, he's tough. I don't know why. He clearly had something happen to him earlier in the game, and the spotter didn't see it, and they let him continue to play, and then it was the second hit that got him knocked out. But you're getting a big bounce here. The chip names are going, and it's SMCI that's moving the most for sure here. Just want to zoom it out. Lots of room to get to 34. I don't know why I didn't like the reverse on that short.
Yeah, you're right.
We always talk about this. Trend in, trend out. And then the trend, it's like a trend break off of oh, that's horrible. I'm not even drawing that right. Okay, that trend line should be like this, like, ugh, whatever.
You're right. What's happening there?
Here, that's close enough. It doesn't matter. It was a breakout off VWAP that we didn't get. So I don't know if I want to be buying this dip. I'm still eyeballing HIMS for a better entry point for the short. And I'm wondering if I should be taking SMCI, because HIMS is now double topping. So the gut sort of said the buying wasn't right that I saw of HIMS. And if you go to the morning range top, essentially they bought in front of that, and then it's a retest of the high. So I don't wonder if it needs to take out this 48.5 zone or just give some kind of a false break of 50. So false break 50 or lose the 48.5, and that'll be a better shorting opportunity. I feel like we got away with one there, that the tape told you that it wasn't right, and you just punch out. But yeah, if I get back into it, it's a false break of 50 short, or it's breaking through 48.5. I think that makes a little bit more sense. Dexter Smith, Neil, you were right about NVIDIA. Yeah, but look at all the executions. Well, in the sense, I was wrong about NVIDIA, because I took this buyer and was bearish overall this afternoon. Thankfully, it hasn't hurt, because Palantir were able to get out good and HIMS were able to get out good. But I took this buyer to mean let's break that down short when they lose the buyer. But sometimes the buyer just means buy in front of them. And that's the other way to go. And all of a sudden you are running into 115. It looks like it's got room, but 115 is a big wall on this stock. You just got to be careful with that. We've seen it before, and every time we've gotten up there, there's been sellers. Yesterday, it couldn't quite get there. Obviously, on Friday, it did get there and faded back in. I think that's one. Okay, sometimes when I read something from the chat, I pull it in front so you guys can see it. Ooh, Palantir just came back to 1910. Right, so we're back in that one again. Just so you guys can see. I'm not making this up. Dip sniffer. Let's talk about Upstart. No, it's important. I don't want you guys to think I'm making these names up in the chat, but sometimes people have colorful names. First things first. I jump back into the same trade. I don't know if I want to give it the same stop. I've literally taken the same area here. It looks like it's gonna. And the thing about it is, when it's SSR, I've found you have to get something in on the front end and can't always wait for like that on the way back down. Like sometimes you'll get the fill on the confirmation candle. Other times it's like good luck getting the short when it's doing that. But we'll see. I'm going to give it to the same stop. I don't know if I still have it in there. I do have it in there. Okay, good. I still have the same stop in there from before. If it breaks out that 109.5, then I'm jumping out for sure. Yes, we can talk about Upstart. I just wanted to make sure my stop order was in there. Following the market right now. What's our reason for liking it? Oh, okay, I see what you're getting at. Close above the 50-period moving average. That's good. Holding a $50 even.
Check.
That's also a check. Big seller at the 200-period moving average. Is there like I don't have an and that's sort of the problem. That would be the problem. Look at yes, you're consolidating in the right spot, but somebody's selling 53, and that's a 200-period moving average. So room 253, and goodness, look at this 15. Same thing going on in the 15-minute, and it's at 51. So you might actually have a breakaway trade from the 51 if it can get through 51.5, and then play that into 53. But it needs to get through 51.5. Like when I see sellers, it's like the market is showing you sellers there. I never want to be the dude going long right there when you're running into the supply zone. Supply zone needs to get broken or it needs to get faded. And if you don't like the fade, I'd wait for it to break. Let's go to Adair.
Keep an eye on ILMN and GRAL endpoints, which is a bio-focused news website. They're reporting here that the SEC is expected to drop its investigation of Illumina's $8 billion deal for Grail. Usually in this situation, we'll have the acquirer jump and the company that was going to be acquired drop. But in this case, they're actually both kind of pushing higher. That is ILMN. Here's GRAL. Again, these companies on watch here after endpoints, which is a biopharma-related news source, reporting that the SEC is expected to drop its investigation of Illumina's attempt to acquire Grail. Again, expected. This is in no way confirmed or a done deal. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adair.
See that you're looking at, you're doing some planning?
Well, I was just looking at it, and I get it. Upstart right there. Among the names that will be on the aftermarket show, this time when I say it, it's confirmed. It's actually Sharif who's going to be filling in, and I want to thank him for doing that. My wife is away, and he's on a trip, and so I was like, yeah, if you could, that'd be great, because usually I would fill in for Sean. So it's going to be Sharif and Adair kicking butt today. But aftermarket, Tempest, Rivian, Clover, ALAB, AMD at 4:15, Arista, Upstart, Lucid, EA Sports, it's in the game. And SMCI, which, you know, in typical SMCI fashion, after the close. I don't know what time they're supposed to be, but SMCI has a decent chance to lose the most.
They later confirmed it was 4:20.
Oh, so apparently it is 4. Thank you very much, Adair. Appreciate it. So it is confirmed now that it is 4:20. Although with SMCI, I'm like a see it or believe. I'll believe it when I see it for SMCI for a lot of things. So shout out to them. But yeah, Upstart can be reporting aftermarket. SMCI.
I think we need borrows,
just
right?
saying SMCI delay maybe again.
Hour.
Oh boy, nice.
It does sound a bit like
Our, like what? Like Fabian?
Yeah, you don't think that sounds a little like
Maybe. Fabian, did you record your own voice there? Nice.
No, well,
Yeah. So SMCI, I think we need borrows for SMCI.
we do. They're not free. They're
Because
cheap,
I'm like,
but
this is looking a little enticing for a bit of a reversion, but the thing is, we just got into Power Hour, and this is the first little pullback, and it's trending much higher, and it's earnings eve. So do I really want to step in the way of that one? Probably not. There's probably other reversions. Yeah, like, I mean, in terms of reps, I should be taking all the reversions.
No,
I
I'm
can
being
get, but-
facetious. I'm totally being facetious.
No, but I think it's not bad. Like, here's about a 20 penny a risk if I'm getting in short here, just to the high. But do I really want to get involved right now when NVIDIA's breaking out, ARM is breaking out, well, maybe not Micron. Micron's not really that strong of a push, but again, components of SMH, right? So SMH, current day high on SMH is 217.43. So we're kind of slowly grinding back up into there, but NVIDIA is the main one I'm watching, and NVIDIA already broke its day high and continued to grind a little bit higher into 114s, and we talked about that 115 being a little bit of a level of interest. So yeah, definitely don't want to step in the way of that one. But yeah, no, I think the great thing about what I'm starting to realize is like when you kind of track your trades and build a playbook. And I'm like, I've been kind of working on that a little bit.
Just very quickly, I'm flatting Palantir. Forget that stop at
Palantir is a little, that chop sideways on VWAP is wild.
Like when I see this, it's like, the buyers came in at 80 again, like the first level, and then they just broke out the 109.5 punch out break even. There's no need to fight that one. I feel like I feel about him. So I'm just getting out of Palantir. It ends up just being a scalp trade after all. So it's not looking that great.
No, I even mentioned it a little earlier. I'm like, I feel like they're selling us the short, and there's one thing I don't like. I don't like being sold to. So if I feel like that price action is a little fugazi, I'm not gonna buy into that. Idea.
Actually, my third favorite scene in Boiler Room. I had to think about it for a second. My third favorite scene in Boiler Room is when he gets sold to. Have you seen the movie?
I have not seen Boiler Room. I don't think so.
Well, anyone that's seen Boiler Room, you should really watch that movie.
Okay.
The scene where Giovanni Ribisi is like sitting at home eating his cereal, and he's got the paper, and he gets and a guy calls him trying to sell him the Times. Yeah. And so like at first he's like, yeah, whatever, not interested. And then the guy gives up, and he's like, what? That's your sales call? And then he basically starts schooling, like, give me a real pitch. It's like, it's one of my favorite scenes in the movie. My favorite scene in the movie is the first. Like Vin Diesel when he's on and he sells the stock to the doctor, and then the other one is
I think I might have seen. I've seen that clip.
Ben Affleck in the boardroom.
I've seen the clip. I've seen the Vin Diesel clip.
You gotta trust me like that.
That was funny. When he's trying to sell the 2,000 shares, right? That's what it was. I recently saw that one. Yeah, I was like, LOL. We are in a very different business here.
But the best part about
we don't do that around.
He's like, I'm sorry, but I can't do any. Our firm limit is I can't do any more than 1,000. She's like, what? 1,000 shares?
Yeah. He's like, and then he asks why.
Curiosity, why can't you sell me more?
Boom. Right there, you know you have them.
Got him.
Right there,
we don't do that stuff. It's
absolutely not.
Absolutely.
But you can see that stuff happening live in the markets on the tape if you know where to look.
Someone's always trying to sell you something.
Exactly.
That's the truth.
And it's a market. There's going to be marketing that's happening. Think about it.
Big Short's also very good. Reco.
Big Short is absolutely beautiful. I love that
Palantir
movie.
might be. When is this long? I said I wouldn't go long until 110 on Palantir because that's the opening range high. If they're not buying above the open, sorry, that's not the opening range high because it fell from 113. But the first pullback in Palantir held 110. So I've been thinking all morning long that I need it to break the 110 level, and I feel like I should be sticking to that. Don't want to break that rule. Yeah, I can't get myself.
It
probably is. I mean, it's trying to break out. My goodness, even Hims dodged a bullet on Hims. Like the tape was telling you the short wasn't right, even though it was a mean reversion. And look at it, it's at 250 now. So the best you can do if you're bearish in a market like this is get out when the getting is good. When you're looking for mean reversion trades, just don't lose on the shorts. And then just try to see if you can find something which sets up a little more traditionally for the long. Just going to check back on Oklo for everybody here. Still, I mean, this is still trending higher. Oklo's still looking pretty good.
Boy.
My goodness, what a market.
So here's the thing about Palantir, Neil. We talked about VWAP being interesting. We talked about some of those 109 halves being interesting. That 110 as well from the morning session. But guess what? We have not touched yet on a retest. The anchored VWAP of earnings. That's sitting at 110.30s. So this is the actual anchored off of the report, and we can see again. We talk about when I like to use indicators. I like to use indicators when they're showing me that they're working, right? I don't want to anticipate a potential VWAP hold. But look, the anchored, when you anchor it to the earnings report, you can see that it held as resistance on that initial bounce that we got. It held as resistance on the second bounce that we got. And then has it been holding as resistance? Sure. One could argue that this little push up into this area held as resistance. Off the open, we get a flush where they step down to intraday VWAP as well. Intraday VWAP holds. But now we're seeing a little bit of a difference. But yeah, that's the next level I'll be watching here, 110.30s. I was like, okay, well, if you're going to sell a little bit of this price action for potential short, build enough buying pressure to push it up into 1030s, and 30s could be a better place. That's also happening to coincide, again, confluence with that first 3-minute opening range low as well. That low on that first 3-minute candle is sitting at 110.35. Current anchored VWAP sitting at 110.30. So not that far away, only about a point away. Can I be patient for the next 50 minutes or so to see if that level comes in? Of course, I think I'm going to wait. It just, if the right kind of price action happens in and around that anchored, it's a little bit of a better trade in my books. Now, it could also come in anywhere, right? It doesn't really matter. It could not come in at all. I have no idea. We could still be reverting, and 106 or 105.32 stays the low day, and we continue to push, and we take out that day high as well. What do I know? We've seen tickers in recent times do full-on V-shaped recoveries going into the close, or volatility comes in the last 15, 20 minutes. We saw what happened last week as well. I think it was Thursday on the whole market, a nice little flush, and then a couple days before that, nice little pop, nice run up into the close as well. So volatility in the last hour definitely coming in. Yeah, HIM's on it's on squeeze mode.
Big time.
HIM's is definitely on squeeze mode right now. A slow grinding bid. Like, what does a squeeze look like on a higher time frame? That's the question you got to ask.
This is what a squeeze looks like on a higher time frame. And we always say this about support and resistance. Sometimes your best course of action is to let the market tell you when someone is accumulating shares or where there's a support or resistance level. Like sometimes it is just the obvious level. And I've never, like, I'm not a HIMS, as I've said before, I only like Lilly shares, and for some reason I've never wanted to dabble in anything else. I've never owned Novo, I've never dabbled in HIMS. I understand that it's also big for like the hair loss thing, what I've been told. But if you look at that hold in consolidation, and then what happens? Unfortunately, the breakaway day of that level is the massive candle. So it's not that realistic that you get a great price on a swing for something like that. But the great consolidation and the breakout was pretty clean on that daily chart for HIMS. I saw people talking about Rigetti.
Ooh, that's a quantum name.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that would be moving to. I mean, it is.
It's been moving for the past few days, yeah.
I guess, but I mean, I understand. We were just talking about the nuclear names. Like, those are the ones that are moving the most. So this is kind of catching a bit of a bid, and look at where it bounces.
Look at where it finds a bid, yeah.
920.
More of the same.
Supply zone, and then you get a ramp. This is where you look for the continuation on a day two. Like, the fact that it holds here, you probably want to break through that $9.80 level, which was resistance yesterday, but that looks pretty constructive. I just don't know if it's, like, is that the space you want to be in with no catalyst when everyone and their mother's probably looking at SMCI, HIMS, and the nuclear names right now? And then anything reporting tonight, like, where's the juice in Rigetti? I'm not sure where the juice is going to end up there. Safe in the chat. Well, there's one for you here. Pug Life has a question for you, Obi.
Yes.
I don't know if you want.
I was just reading that.
But this one here, any tips to control emotions better? I want to get to this one first.
We can do that.
Any tips to control emotions better when trying to stay objective? The first thing I would say is everyone has to be themselves. If you're an emotional type person, you don't reduce it to zero. If you're an unemotional person, like for me, it is very natural for me to not get emotional when making decisions. When I used to play poker, no trouble with that. When I played sports, no trouble with that. So I'm in the other side of the bucket where it's not a big challenge for me. As long as I have a plan of action, which I know is binary, then it doesn't matter what's at stake. I'm good with it. But it does come down to, but regardless of whatever type you are, it does come down to having some type of a plan of action, and especially execution that you can be following. Because if you have a true plan, one that you could explain easily, this is what I'm looking for to get in, this is what happens when I am wrong, this is how I'm executing out, this is where my stop is going to be. If you can have those types of plans, then it can take the emotion side out of it. Now, you still have to put that stop order in. You still have to know that I'm not planning on DCA, dollar cost averaging. Don't put that order entry in. But at least at that point, you'll have a rule that you're supposed to be following. And after the fact, you can say, well, I broke this rule or I didn't break this rule. If you don't have them in the first place, then emotional trading is going to get the best of you because you have no you have no controls for it. You're just sort of getting in at will. You don't have an out. You don't have an idea of what the trade is going to be. You're punching in without a stop. Like, I'll give you the example of SMR. I chased on SMR today. Right? So I chased the breakout. Now, this is idiotic, taking that break and not scalping anything out. I got out just underneath 18, or actually at 18 somehow, I'm not sure why. And then I got back in when it broke 18 all in the same time. But I had a stop idea. You know, I had a stop. I'm like, yeah, I'll give it to 17.9. And I said that live. I'll give it just underneath 17.9 and give it a chance to go. It didn't. And now it trended down. So that entire time, that was my rule. Follow it. And that's it. I'm out of the trade. And I never had to worry about it. Just set the stop. If it goes like, and what's annoying about it is Oklo, you back the wrong horse. In the same moment, the same breakout trade with a similar set of rules would have worked on Oklo. But I picked the wrong one. And you take a hit, but it won't be a big hit, and it won't be past what I was trying to risk, because I knew the second I punch in where that stop order is going to go, and I can tell you where it is. And that's you'll pretty much never see me take a trade that I can't tell you where I'm getting out before we get into the trade. That's an important thing.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you there. Thank you, Neil, for dropping that wisdom once again. Yeah, emotional control is very, very huge. It definitely, if you can have emotional control, that is an edge within itself, for sure. And having a plan, just like Neil said, definitely dispels a lot of that emotional fluctuation, because a lot of the emotion, I find for myself, I can speak for myself, comes in when something happens that I'm not expecting. And I'm like, oh, I should have had that, or I should have done this, or whatever. That literally goes back to what Neil just talked about, not having a plan. If you kind of have a plan for being like, all right, this is what I'm looking for, this is how I'm going to trade it, and then these are all the iterations of if things go wrong and what I'm going to do if things go wrong. If you have all that set out and planned, sure, it's not going to be effective right away, but the more you put in the reps of doing that, the better your emotional control can get over time. I think you have to be putting in like meaningful reps. If you wear your emotions on your sleeves, well then good luck. It has nothing to do with your trading. That's something you have to work on in your personal, and then let that bleed into your trading actions as well. So that's very, very important. But yeah, emotional control is definitely an important part of trading. And I think there was another comment there as well. I got to scroll back up. I think Pug Life was saying PLTR. PLTR has a major call wall where market makers sold call options. So until that's exhausted, 110 will continue to be a resistance, along with 105-ish area for support, since that is a put wall. Yeah, sure, definitely. Whenever there's options interest, there can be support and resistance that is formed. But at the end of the day, if you build enough buying pressure, you can get through walls, right? That same kind of wall supply and demand action happens within the book as well. So it's like, all right, yeah, you can observe that that's there. Now you have to ask yourself, have we built enough buying pressure to take that out, given the current circumstances? Sometimes you can see it coming. Sometimes it comes in randomly. So I have no idea, but yeah, definitely those are good things to watch out for, knowing that, okay, if we can get past this, then it increases or changes probabilities for things to happen. So what else we got here?
This is trying again to break the trend. So
IONQ has earnings tomorrow. Someone mentioning that in the chat. IONQ?
IONQ, yeah.
Yeah.
IONQs, I'm pretty sure that, like 99.9% sure. I don't remember if it's before or after the bell, but you know where you can find that out? The only resource you need, which is our Trader TV research on X. If you want any information, or if you just want a fun infographic, check that out. It's a fantastic follow. Derek does an absolute smashing job. Unbelievable job. Smashing like I'm British or something. It's just an unbelievable job with that. So here's hims and hers. There is a break of this trend from there, and this is me not getting filled. Oh, I got 97s. All right, so we're going to get filled here. The prior bar high actually wouldn't break the trend, so I might move it to 50-40 here, and then look for a place that makes a little more sense to add to it. So I'm talking about like the trend that it reestablished. This is not a very good trend line, but you guys get the idea. It bothers me sometimes when I draw a bad one, but you get the idea. It broke this short upward trend, and it also broke the 50 and failed back underneath it, at least temporarily. So I'll give it to the prior bar high, and if we can break down the prior high, look for some kind of an add here in the 49.60 range. I see what you're putting up there. I don't know why.
Do you remember this guy?
I do.
Yeah. I was just like, that's what.
Never said that before.
Fabian reminded me of that. I forget the name of the show, but that's Nigel right there. Hey, no, it's not Hey Arnold. It's where it's like the Safari. It's the Safari family, right? It's like they go on like safaris and stuff. Yeah, they talk with animals and stuff. I'm forgetting the name of the show, but yeah, that's why I was just like.
It's bothering me.
Smashing, yeah. And smashing these sellers to the upside is Palantir right now in 109.50. So we're kind of grinding back up into that 110 level, like you guys pointed out. Again, 110 coming in. Again, we talked about confluence. So 110 sell wall on options, 110 anchored VWAP, 110 level from the pre-market as well. So it's like, all right, so a lot of confluence happening there. Definitely a level of interest, only about 50 pennies away as we grind back up nice and slowly. Wild thornberries, thank you, Fabian, for that. Wild? A wild. Okay, so thornberries. Go down. Wild thornberries, there you go. People in the chat chiming in as well. Rugrats and the thornberries. Okay, yeah. I remember watching Rugrats, and I don't know if you guys watched Recess. Recess was solid.
You know what I
well.
love about Rugrats?
What?
One of my favorite R&B group did like one of the main songs for the
Really?
Rugrats movie. You believe you wouldn't know these. Blackstreet did a song for the Rugrats movie, which is definitely not on brand for them. Because if you've ever, anyways, I'm going to date myself here, but if Blackstreet's biggest hit was No Diggity, and No Diggity is not about what you think it's about.
Really?
I'm just going to leave. It's not. It
Okay,
really
I gotta
isn't.
look into that.
No, well, it's not common knowledge what the theme of the song is. It's not, yeah, like a lot of R&B is wholesome in a way, and unwholesome in another way. But No Diggity is not about what you think it's about. And then they did a Rugrats movie song, which was okay. It was not on brand for them, but I always liked. After that, I was like, yeah, I can get into the Rugrats. I can't get my daughter into it. She's like, yeah, this is terrible.
Yeah, no, I try to watch some of the old cartoons, and I cannot, I thought this looked
Like, I'm not feeling
and sounded much better when I was watching it as a kid, but not anymore. There's a few of them that I have recently partially rewatched, and they were pretty good. I know I mentioned this one often here. I feel like Samurai Jack. I recently went back and I think it's good to just have in the background, you know, if you're like working. It's a very lighthearted show. And the beautiful thing that they did, because they played on Cartoon Network, and you can't have like gore and like blood or whatever on screen because that wasn't necessarily allowed. But this is how they got around the problem. All of the villains were robots, and oil splashes and like, you know, arms falling off, all of that was permissible now because the enemy's a robot. So I was like, they did a really good job of the workaround.
In G.I. Joe, it was just that the parachutes never failed for Cobra. It always bothered me. You mean not a single, every single time, and you go back and watch it, every single time a Cobra dude gets shot out of the air, like the parachute just works perfectly, and you never fail to see that not a single life was lost, which was just how they used to do things back then. Wow, it's just, again, it's feeling like, I know I said I would take the reversion on this trade, but it's very similar. Like, it did the first move, which I did not get the scalp on the first time.
Oh, it got to 50.
And then it did get to 50. It showed you the topping tail, showing you the break of trend, and there's definitely a battle happening. Like, the last time this happened, like, it caught the bid and it just went. This time it's catching the bid and it's struggling to go. That's the only thing I would say good about this right now on him. But I said if it got to 50, I'm taking the reversion trade on it. And right now it's not doing much. Oddly enough, the Palantir at the 109.5 is a very similar story. Like, it's almost as if these two are joined at the hip, where you're rejecting it, you're just not going very far. Like, the last time goes clean into VWAP, and then this time goes higher low, and again higher low. So I don't wonder if Hims and Palantir, it's like they want to lose the bid together or not at all. Because the best money was made VWAP long, but yeah, like if it breaks that high at 50.40, I'm just going to jump out of that one. You know, don't want to be fighting this one too hard. Like, I'm looking over, it's like, well, you could also just be short Tesla, Neil. Like, Tesla goes into resistance, and it's giving you the flush that I want to see happen somewhere else. So, you know, we'll see. Like, I don't want to ruin the day. Like, it's been a good day. Like, outside of SMR, like, pretty much everything has been good, and it was originally longs on Hims. So if it doesn't want to go and the market's pulling back, this is the reversion I wanted. We'll just have to jump out of it, unfortunately, here for HIMS.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything else in terms of the next trade for myself, and I'm just going to be a little bit patient here. So what I'm going to do right now is go through what the top volume leaders did on the day. Now, right off the bat, there was a name that I did have on the watch list, GPUs, hyperscale data. If you guys were paying attention to small cap runners yesterday, you saw that GPU got a little overheated and is coming back down a little bit back below that $5 level. I was looking for that continuation on this one, but that $9 level, that 907 high didn't really come in off of the open, so I took it off of my charts there. But I'm just seeing that again. It's still doing some solid volume on the day here. Are these volume leaders? Yes, they are. Volume gainers. All right, so let's take a quick look at some of these. Is this Lucid? Yes, this is Lucid. Okay, Lucid, nothing too crazy. Definitely not a move.
Volume leaders?
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, why are these on the volume list when this doesn't make sense? I might just refresh the page here. That's what I'm going to do right here. So refresh the page. Maybe that'll give us a better list. I feel like that's a little outdated.
110 million.
Here we go. That's more like it. I'm like, wait, I've been trading Palantir all day. How is Lucid? Okay, I had to refresh the page, Neil. Sorry about that, guys. So Palantir coming in as one of the top volume leaders today. It's done 178, almost 179 million shares on the day. Talk about trading in play tickers. Palantir, should have foreseen, was the one. All right, so Palantir doing pretty decently right now. Sideways consolidation from that morning session, so we'll see how that closing bell treats us there with only about 38 minutes left in the trading day. HIMS, again, we've been talking about the top names pretty much all day here. HIMS, Neil, it looks like that strong selling potentially coming in now. So that continuation could happen. NVIDIA as well. We know one of the leaders coming back up into 114, but guess what? 115 is a little bit of a higher time frame resistance that we might have to get past in order to see some higher levels. So Lucid, there it is. Lucid coming in at number 4. That makes a lot more sense. 108 million shares, 108.7 million shares as of right now.
With a 12-cent range?
With a 12 penny range. That's a lot of volume to be done. Oh boy, look at this beautiful reversion here on Ford, all the way back down into VWAP, but VWAP has been holding since about 1 o'clock here on Ford, holding against that opening range high as well. You can see that high coming in at that was at 1040s, and Neil was talking about prior day high coming in at that 1020s as well. So Ford giving us some decent opportunities as well. Tesla's a sideways chop, but again, gotta understand where it is on a higher time frame. Maybe in a piece of area called No Man's Land. Palantir,
what's starting to drop. Like finally, it starts to drop. It's not like it's getting like the nice hill heavy tape. I want to see if I can. I don't think we'll be able to add above 50, but if the next bar closes, it's only 324. If the next bar closes underneath 50, then I want to see if there's an add because there's so much room. Forget about VWAP, 48.6, and then 47 would be like brick walls, I'd suspect. But now that it looks like it's on the back end of the trade, I'm going to look for a lower high that we can play on this bad boy. It just looks like this might be it. As long as it holds under that 50-40, which it is, I want to look for a lower high. It needs to put in a distinct lower high, and then we can add into that trade for sure. Medical, you know what?
Marinara?
Was it Marinara?
Yeah, it's Marinara.
It is Medical Marinara.
That's why I love that name. I'm like,
great name. Because at first I'm like, oh, I should read that. Doesn't matter. AMD beats earnings on consumer side for sure. AI will be the big mover, though. I don't disagree with you. And what's crazy about AMD, if they just meet expectations tonight, then you're talking about a low 20s PE, because the Ford P was 24 on this, I believe, before. So if they meet expectations, they're actually not looking that bad. You have an outside chance to break away from the 50-period moving average, but you bet not miss. Better not miss. That's all I got to say, AMD, because the trend has been unabated, and every single test of the 50-period has been met with abject failure, including, and the biggest one was the October earnings. It was just wild rejection of the 50-period. So yeah, it's a big test here for AMD. It is getting to the point where it's like either this quarter or next quarter, it just gets cheap enough that it doesn't even matter. It's just going to turn into like too much of a value play that any kind of tick up is going to be met with huge buying on AMD. Maybe they start that there tonight. You know, meet expectations, don't guide poorly, and that'd be a good look for AMD. I'd be surprised if it couldn't go up on that. Let's go to Adara.
Here is our TTV Research implied moves infographic for earnings tonight. SMCI, you might notice, is not on here. They're supposed to report tonight as far as I'm seeing, but I could not find an expected move for them, so I've not included them. But by far the largest expected move here, probably not super shocking, is Upstart. Upstart here with a 20% expected move. Rivian, 10%. Astera Labs and Lucid both around that 13-14% level. The smallest expected move today is EA with 6.5%. So it's safe to say we're expecting some big moves tonight. Make sure you check that out with Sharif and myself after the bell, 4 p.m. Eastern. Brian Shannon will also be there, so join us. Back to you.
Let's look at those movers. There will be movers aplenty, I promise you that.
Yes.
No questions asked. And shout out to Rick. Thank you for filling in tonight. I know he'll have some fun. Brian Shannon's always the best guest out there, especially in earnings season. He's a great guest anyways, but especially in earnings season when you can go over a lot of those anchored VWAPs. The key anchors, like when you don't want to just anchor it to anywhere, but ultimately a wealth of knowledge when it comes to technical analysis in a general sense. Fantastic guest.
Yeah, shout out to Brian Shannon. I think anchored VWAP has changed my play style when it comes to trading. It's definitely changed a little bit of my understanding for sure. And it's given me some of the strongest confluence that I can get in higher time frame and intraday moves there. And Fabian coming in with a nice pun there saying, yeah, he anchored some of my trading there. So solid stuff there. Thank you, Brian Shannon, for that. Yeah, great contributor to the trading community for sure. And something that I'm watching right now, again, I was going through some of those volume leaders, Pony, and big up to Word here as well. That's also pushing WeRide all the way, riding to the upside there on that Uber news. So both Pony and Ride maybe potentially setting up for continuation going into the rest of the week here. Pony's definitely on watch for me. I was talking to Neil about this one. This one's setting up like some prior runners, which is very interesting to me. It's catalyst driven as well. As was pointed out a little earlier, a nice little break of trend, beautiful continuation, strong volume as well. But guess what? This thing, it does go on runs, but when that backside comes in, oh boy, is it beautiful. And I'll be waiting for that one there. No real reason as of right now to kind of get on the backside of this move. Look at this grinding bid, Neil. So absolutely wild. I'm curious to know what, I'm going to check right away, what specifically the short float here on Pony is and see if we can take anything off of that. Wow, 1.86% short float. That data is definitely like 3 or 4 weeks old. Just by looking at this at this chart, and then let's see what the float is.
That's small.
Float's 205 million. Yeah, it's definitely above 1%, I would say, just based off of what we're looking at here on the chart. But again, you got to remember that some of this short float data is always 2 or 3 weeks behind.
All of it's behind. It's a matter of how far it is behind, right?
And I've always learned that, the short float, you want to keep that into consideration, but also keep in mind the recent price action. And then over time, you can build on nuances of thinking about, is the current number actually higher than reported 3 or 4 weeks ago or lower than reported? And I think that can give you a little bit. For sure, it's higher.
The hedgies are trying to have their fun with that one.
Yeah. And they can continue to sell.
Maybe they're not having any fun right now. But I can tell you, just one thing, at 3:30 is about to hit. We'll get a look at the early look of imbalances, but NVIDIA is still churning. So market off, market down, 112.5, 112.60 has got buyers on NVIDIA. And maybe this is what it takes. And it's not just, I wish I had I always say zoom out. And I didn't do it myself when looking at this. I wanted to break down of that this afternoon. Hey, really? Again, Hims? You're going to... Right. I'm flatting Hims again. Hims was about to follow through. I have to go back to this. Hims was about to follow through. It was breaking down. I'm like, yeah, baby. This is a breakdown here, and then we're going to add, and then it's going to play back into 48. And then right back and breaking above the 50 level. So it's exactly it's almost like the other time. Like you get the move and there's no continuation. So we're kind of getting away with that one. Just doesn't want to follow through. Let me finish the thought on NVIDIA. NVIDIA, zoom out. It's holding the 50-period moving average after that nice reversal here today. So this hold here, that becomes the area to look for the longs tomorrow, assuming we don't just flat out break and gap above 115. Above 115, it's all systems go. I don't have to write that down. I know what we're trying to do above 115, and it's a breakout on NVIDIA above the 115 level. Is it going to matter what happens with AMD? The Tetra. That's French. I know a little French. I know that and like not much else. My daughter knows more French than me, but that's like a little bit in French. And I probably even said it wrong, but who cares? Because I got an A in grade 9 French anyways.
Nice. I did not get an A in grade 9, grade 10 French.
I didn't deserve the A. But.
I was the funny thing because I lived in the States for a little bit there. So I went to school in the States as well, and then came back to Canada around grade 7, grade 8, grade 9, and I had not any exposure to French before that, and that was I definitely did not get an A in that class. I don't think that my teacher really liked me, but whatever, it is what it is.
My teacher loved me. I just stunk. I was terrible, absolutely terrible.
Science was more of my subject. I liked
shout out to
my
you,
science
Dave Bennett. You know who? I know you. Sometimes you watch the show, Dave. I went to high school with Dave. Mad love to Dave Bennett. Him and his twin brother did French immersion.
Okay.
I would not have.
That's like I feel like that's the way to do it.
French without those two dudes, man. 100%. Honey P. Math was always my. I sucked at languages, but math was my thing. Robinhood. Whoa. We talked about this in part of the lesson of the day. As look what keeps on happening at Robinhood. They're loading it up every time it's underneath 47 on Hood. Loading it up, loading it up, loading it up, loading it up underneath 47. So my gut tells me this. The day we don't test underneath 47, that's the day that we have a shot to break the high. Right? Because it's like it's just not strong enough. Like the buyers are getting down there and loading up. And it's the day that you can't get that price that it's going to go. That's what my gut is telling me. Because Robinhood is doing that another consolidation. Like the market's starting to look real healthy when you start to see these consolidations above the 50-period moving average. And the best thing about Robinhood is unlike so many other dip buys out there, it actually has an upward sloping 200-period moving average. And another massive shout out to Brian Shannon for this. Because this was something, and I want to say it was Snowflake. I hope I'm right about this. And if it wasn't Snowflake, the idea is still the same principle. Because I had a swing trade, and I want to say it was Snow. Why is this not loading? Move that 200 period further back out there. I remember swinging it, and one of the things he was talking about was be careful where your targets are when the 200 period is still downward sloping when you take a breakout trade. And when I got into the breakout, that hit home with me. He's like, well, and he said it live on the show, I remember, as I was discussing the trade. And I really did, this is something I had in my personal account. Like, you were still downward sloping at the point of breakout. So watch out for the first resistance. And so what did Snowflake do? Go into the first resistance and then curl. So I took profit on the way up into it, and then I trailed it out when it lost the 50 period. And it came all the way back to the entry point. So from now on, that's one thing anytime, I don't take a lot of swing trades, but if I do, I'm gonna have a different level of respect for the things with a downward sloping 200 period moving average. Those are ones I wanna make sure I'm getting that profit out there a little bit tighter, and the ones with an upward sloping, you let them run more, because it tells you the long-term trend is better. And that's what Robinhood has going for it. So I likey on Robinhood, but you gotta break out this top, or you're buying underneath 47 into 45. Essentially on the hood. And Charlie, on mine, I use the SMA. I use 250 period simple moving averages. Old habits die hard, because I use the moving averages for more long-term types of plays, and it's just what I've always done. I know a lot of people will use the EMA and whatever works for you. I don't have any, I'm not considering this is the indicator you have to use, this one's better than that. I don't believe in any of that stuff. I just think whatever works for you is good, and this is what works for me, so that's what I use. It comes down to finding some kind of a pattern or setups that work for your own trading strategies, and then go from there. That's why I always try to talk through all of our ideas. But Hood looks very, very good. And HIMS, I do see HIMS. We might have been wrong about punching out of that one. It's also not going very far.
It's not really doing.
It's
bidding up as well.
it's giving you these shots, and it's kind of trying to go, but it's not going. And then you see as Obi just mentioned, you see the market continuing to bid up there. So yeah, it's not taking any L's on them, but we're also not getting that many big runs. on the shorts either. It's disappointing, but
yeah,
not much you can do about it.
I'm just looking at, yeah, there's not too much you can do about it. There's a bit of a chop coming in. And again, tomorrow is what? Tomorrow's FOMC as well. So a little bit of a chop. Yeah, maybe. Well, no. We see that, again, the market's looking for reasons to move around, right? It's like we saw what happened today or what's been happening on Trump comments, on, what was that last time? We saw the market move on a GDP number. That was like, we haven't seen that one in a while. So it's like, all right, what's really happening? Are we really moving on a GDP number, or are we just using volume to make moves? Right? It's like, are algos or whoever participants is punching in into whatever kind of market catalyst that comes in? I have no idea. Again, that's way above my pay grade. But what I'm noticing is that we get really volatile on random reasons. Right? So it's like, how do I kind of protect myself from that? Maybe calculate for some swipe risk at most. But at the end of the day, I just do my best to get into the better trades that are already a little bit, I guess, leaning for me, and then have the stop in and hope for the best is what seems like the best way to do it. But yeah, crazy volatility nonetheless on a lot of these things here. Participants stepping into the bid here, back into 109s on Palantir. Apple actually got all the way back up to 200, which was interesting as well. And I'm watching Pony as well. You were looking at Apple for the short 200? Yeah, I like that idea, and
it worked perfectly twice.
Multiple times.
This is why we
more of the same.
Hymns. If not, and by the way, this candle was the start of the press. It's like that.
Yeah.
You had that midday move up that got faded everywhere. Like everything got faded on the futures on that midday candle. Like it popped up, and then there's your curl. So. Pretty much there was no shorting the 200 on that level because it wasn't clean. If you were shorting something off that level, it was AMD because AMD went right to $100. But $200, very, very clean resistance on Apple, but you could still break out to that level. I think if you're in the short, you have to already have taken that one, as far as I'm concerned. And AMD, just to show you guys what I meant, look at the $100 level on AMD. That algo spike took it right to the even dollar. It's really set up to go. If it didn't have earnings, there might be a late day scalp breakout on this trade. But on an earnings play, no chance. Not with what we've seen in this market and what they'll do to names that fail breakouts going into or on the earnings plays. And AMD is the big one here tonight. Just to remind everybody, we do have a bunch of names, but AMD, SMCI, Upstart are the big names. Randy will tell you Rivian's a big one as well. I no longer am in that stock. I might get back into it, but take the wins you can get.
Watching this interesting action here. It's a bit of a sandwiched action there. 109s was reserving, and then Buddy steps in on the ask on top of the 109 size at 109.01s, and then we trade a little lower. There's Buddy chasing it down with 400 lots. I should be pointing it out here so you guys can follow along. So where's that guy right there? There's Buddy right there on a bats, chasing it down. He was just in the 80s. Now he's in the 70s. So we've got a seller chasing down Palantir through VWAP. It is SSR. So I wonder who that is chasing it down there. But again, I want to kind of go back to Apple here. I'll let that one kind of deal with itself. Let's wait for imbalances to come out to see if there's anything on Palantir that we can work with. But as of right now, that 109 level still showing up as a bit of resistance, as it has pretty much all day on Palantir. So let's go back to Apple here. Something I do want to point out, Neil, is where to go. Let's take that out. I'm going to a 3-minute chart right here. So nice grinding bid. Again, Apple has been selling off since earnings. Today was what, day 4, day 3 earnings? Yeah, today's day 3 earnings, some strong selling as well. And higher time frame, we've been kind of in a downtrend. So earnings has been, oh wow, look at that. Would you look at that? Absolutely beautiful hitting of the bid there on Palantir. And yeah, seller chasing it down. That's a classic example of that. But that 200 level, again, Apple's been stepping down. That 200's been interesting. Today's the first day. It's kind of catching a little bit of a bid and has a relatively sideways to a bit of an uptrend here. You can see higher lows pretty much all day. You can probably draw a relatively clean line here as well that'll hold it up right there. You can see that boom, 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 boom. Nice clean hold into that 200 push on Apple. So interesting price action there. I'm going to come in tomorrow and be like, all right, well, is this downtrend from earnings? continuing to hold or not?
So you know what? There was a question in the chat here, and it was from Wayne Griffin. He's like, where can I get the imbalance locator? And I said, ask your broker. And he said, I use E-Trade, and they have no clue. I can't speak for them. I can tell you that eSignal has the imbalance locator. I can tell you that the first month is free. And I use eSignal, Sean uses eSignal. There have been at least, when I was, all times I'm on the floor, at least a couple of people have been on eSignal at all times. It is one of the most reliable, if not the most reliable charting platform out there, real-time data, including level 1, level 2 access, including the imbalance locator, including indicators, including backtesting, including tick replay, API access, hooking up to your broker so you can execute trades automatically. Oh yeah, and the best part, free for a month. The first month is free. So if you want something all-in-one that's highly customizable to take your trading to the next level, then you make sure you scan the QR code out in front of you. They say it right there, trade smarter, not harder. We always believe in taking the least path of resistance as a trader. You're just trying to make money, and having the best tools out there is going to help you. So shout out to eSignal, scan that QR code. And just to answer the question again about the imbalance locator, look, like I said, I can't speak for any broker. But what I can tell you, if you have level 2 data, my understanding is then the data for the imbalances is in the SIP. So if you're pulling level 2 data, then whomever is giving you that data has the imbalance data, and it would just be a matter of building something so they can display it for you. And it's in our platform here at Real Trading, so we can see it. Right now, there's nothing big on the early look. I mean, NU's there for 1.2 sell, KO's there for $1 million early look, PCG 2.8 million early sell. So we can show that, and at 350, we can show you guys the updates and all that kind of stuff. But you got to ask your broker, and don't be afraid to ask your broker questions. Or like, why can't I see this? Or this isn't working. They work for you at the end of the day. That's something that I took to heart, as my time as a risk manager. I used to always tell the traders that when I was risk managing them, and especially when Sean and I owned our own floor, hey, we want you to make money. So if you need something from us, you need to speak up. If you want a buying power increase, you ask for it. If you want access to another market, you discuss it. You got to speak up, and I tell my kid that all the time. You got to be able to, you want to step your game up and take a shot, and always make sure that you're getting the tools that you need. So I'm eyeballing. Obviously, AMD might try to break out. It's not really doing much of anything. We were in HIMS. I get it. HIMS, ultimately, the follow through is happening on HIMS. But I made a gut call in the moment that it wasn't following through, and the bid was just a little bit strong. So we just take a small win a couple of times there on HIMS. Palantir as well. This afternoon, Palantir goes right into that same wall at 109.5. Couple of little small trades into VWAP, but that's about it. So Palantir, for all of that volatility and all that action this morning, bit disappointing. Like, it ultimately ends up not the things. I thought HIMS reversion would be great. I thought Palantir would give you more than 50 cents this afternoon, but it turns out Robinhood, Oklo ended up being where it's at. So shout out to anyone that's stuck with Oklo here. That's a big runner, up 11.5 points, clearly stronger than what I saw over there in SMR, and it's just as good holding that 50 period. Like, look for some continuation, and I'd probably pivot to this over trading SMR tomorrow, just based on the relative strength that it has. Of course, the headline being that the administration's planning executive action, speeding up nuclear reactor deployment. So that's got these names a bounce. They all have about the same short float last I checked, 18 to 22%, whether you're looking at Oklo or SMR or NNE. They're all around the same level of short interest, which is part of the reason you get a bit of a squeeze.
I think continuation on those is definitely going to be important going forward. Again, when we start getting some of these, I call them presidential seals when it comes to the type of catalyst. So if you get the president's word on it, then maybe a little bit more confluence for the trade. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go in the direction you're looking for, but there's definitely more eyes on the ticker that gives more opportunity for other players being offside.
Yes.
And that's what I'm looking for, more than being like, oh, the president says something, so I'm going to get long right now. I don't think that's not my forte. But we did see a trade like that come in, that 90-day pause. That was an insta bid, right? That was an insta bid. The reason why we were selling off was tariff uncertainties, and all of a sudden, boom, Apple broke that 200, you say?
It did.
Oh boy, and that high day, where's that, 201 or?
No, 265.
Yeah.
65 is a high day on Apple, but you get one shot at that. Like you get your 200 short, that's your scalp trade, 30, 40 pennies, and that's about it. So if you're not in it, you're not fighting it the second time through. I'm not taking the breakout here. I don't feel that great about this market move. One of the reasons why, and I don't know, I only said this once, the NASDAQ came right into 20,000 in the middle of the day on a volume spike and rejected the you-know-what out of it. And that was the overnight resistance. That was also like prior day where we hung out at the close. Essentially just went in, and the SPY did the same thing. Came right into prior day close and overnight resistance, and then sold it. So my thought going in there is, well, I want to be looking for fades off. I don't want to be caught playing late longs into big resistance, what we see as a big supply zone. That's why we took the shots at the shorts. And while they did win, they didn't win big enough, in my opinion. I know we don't... K4, Karan, we don't have the bounces out yet. When I show you guys before 350, or Sean does, or anybody does, these are the early looks, and you can tell because it says BRKR, that's from the broker. So when 350 hits, you'll see, I leave them up because anything that's big, I want to see what it was before and then what it is when it comes out. I like to have that information for myself. But then NASDAQ, you'll see all these be like NASDAQ and New York and ARCA for the NYSE American market there. So that's what you got to look for. In about 3 minutes or so, the imbalances will be out. Sometimes you get big ones on like NVIDIA and those types, but for the most part, it's the index actions that are the biggest, and there's none upcoming. I don't think there's any big ones yet. Like we haven't heard who's going to be the next big addition or deletion from the S&P. Like that's always a big.
But we can kind of look forward to and anticipate a few names, I think, right?
You can always make some guesses.
Yeah, you can always make some guesses, and maybe you can confluence those guesses with recent price action as well, because there's definitely players who are trying to front run a little bit of that push as well, right? So definitely stuff to watch out for. But yeah, I don't know off the top of my head who the next contestants for S&P adds and deletes are, but I can definitely go through some of those names and kind of look at the top performers of potential candidates, and then the weakest performers in the S&P as well, to kind of deduct what that might be. But yeah, just waiting for some of these imbalances coming in with only about a minute 30 left. Got Palantir here coming back into VWAP as well, so couldn't quite get past that 109.50. Again, more showing us a little bit more of the same. That 110, 105, 109 halves acted as a little bit of a supply once, twice, three times, and maybe coming in once again at that 109 half for that VWAP push right there going into the close. So yeah, I'm curious. I want to know what action and what type of imbalance comes out on Palantir, and maybe it's not Palantir. Maybe something else comes out with a strong imbalance, and we take one of those instead. I like that Apple 201 for tomorrow is going to be interesting.
I like people are saying Robinhood. Why not? What's
going on with Hood?
No, for next to be added.
Oh, okay.
I like that one.
Yeah.
I get behind Robinhood. That makes a ton of sense to me. I think when we talked about this last time, and with Sean, Sean was here, and I know we talked about this, and I think Robinhood again was one of the popular ones. You basically just need a big company, like either like a big company gets like deleted because they get bought out, or someone does so poorly that they drop out. Like it's usually what you're waiting for to get somebody added in, right? Like somebody's got to come out, and you need that catalyst of somebody coming out for sure. So look, about 20 seconds to go until the imbalances come through. Whoops, that's not my. There, that's better. So we'll show you live when they come out here. Don't know if there's going to be any big imbalances, but if there are, we will let you know, and you'll see it visually in just a couple of seconds. Guesses, obviously, some people might say Tesla or NVIDIA, those types of the big names. So Ford had a good day, 2.7 to buy on Ford, but I don't see any of the biggies. They usually give it a second for some of the NASDAQ ones to hit, opens a penny stock. Now I'll scroll. KDP, that's 1 million. That's really not going to do anything. Yeah, kind of disappointing on the imbalance locator there. See the Pfizer in there, but none of the big NASDAQ names are going to be in there. Ford had a great day today. 2.7 million to the buy side is not going to be much, however, on Ford. Ford's too small. It's a big enough float and too cheap of a company for 2.7 million to move the needle too much, for sure. Gotham House, a while ago I was showing Rigetti and asking why earnings are this week. Okay, that's why people were talking about Rigetti. I don't know why it was running today outside of a lot of things have been squeezing that have short floats, but Rigetti reporting this week. These week are, oh my goodness, right above the 50-period moving average. You've got there you go. You've got this wedge. Okay, so this
broke out of it.
No, it's already broke. It's already broken the wedge. You're long. If you're paying attention, you're long here already. Like you're long somewhere 950-ish on a breakout, or maybe you're just long this breakout at 980. Like you'd be in this trade. If you're playing this wedge, you're already in this long, and you're giving it to the break of the wedge down here, that's not nothing, because from a technical standpoint, you are risking 20% on that trade. And it's into earnings, so that could easily like trip you out. But that's a technical breakout on Rigetti. So shout out to anyone who's taken it. I mean, the funny thing about it is if you took that trade, you could have already been out for a $2 winner for 20%, 1-to-1. You've already taken some out in front of earnings. That's a great technical setup.
Yeah, I think looking at some of those like trend breaks on, it doesn't matter what frame you're really looking at. The concept is pretty much the same, right? It's like, are you breaking out of support or resistance? Holding? Is there follow through? Is there continuation? Is there volume confirmation as well? And then is the price action confirming as well? And that seems like it's filling a lot of pieces of the recipe there for a potential pushback up. And we've seen some of these quantum names and what they're capable of doing when they have the crowd on the side of the bid. But yeah, let's see if that can potentially come right back in. Yeah, Palantir. Oh, are we frozen? I'm frozen a little bit for a second there, and we're back on. All right, so 200 could not sustain there on Apple, Neil. So another opportunity to get short that 200 gives you about 70 pennies there. 109 still, so we're still trading around that 108, 109. Interestingly enough, this morning I was like, there's an important level on Palantir, that prior level, very specifically at 108.88. And guess what we're consolidating and chopping around going into the close? 108.80. It was just a prior low, right? It's very arbitrary, but like it was a specific price on a prior low. So that area is what I'm more concerned with. But yeah, we're chopping around there, trading currently at 108.91. So pretty close to that prior higher time frame level there. But other than that, not really seeing too much here on these imbalances to really get me interested in anything. We got Lucid with a sell, a little bit of a sell as well, but that's not really doing too much. Intel with a buy, Google with a sell.
Lucid reporting at 4:05.
Lucid is reporting today, so that one might be one to watch out for. But yeah, for tomorrow, we can talk about what I have on watch for tomorrow. Palantir for sure. Apple 200, 201, definitely interesting. Some fresh earnings coming in tomorrow. Yeah, those are definitely going to be on watch, but I don't know if they're going to be main watches or, not priorities. I have to wait for the morning session. You know one that is?
Rivian. Rivian has a history of being a good earnings trade. And it's because it's just the way that it moves. It's a cheap stock with tons of liquidity. It's what Neo used to be a lot of times. So it's looking really. And the best thing about it is it's already made a nice break off of support. So you're kind of in the spot where a move down and you're testing support, a move up and you're testing resistance, and they're one of the big ones. It's going to be fast and furious after the bell. And shout out to Shreve for stepping in. Sean away today. He'll be back tomorrow. It was track and field day for Gia today. For anyone wondering where Sean is, so Sean was being a good dad and supporting Gia out there. She was in the long jump. She did the 200 meters. He messaged me back and forth, so doing really well there. And he'll be back tomorrow. But stepping in, Sharif and Adair are going to be aftermarket show with special guest, as always, Brian Shannon. And as we said, it is a host of earnings that matter. Whoops, I don't need to zoom in. Tempest, Rivian, Clover, A-Lab, we've got ANET, UPST, Upstart, Lucid, EA Sports, AMD, and SMCI after the bell, Obi.
Yes, sir. And guess what? Traders that are funded by Trade the Pool have been cashing out big. We're talking about 5.3K, 15.2K, 36K, and even $29,940 on one trade. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47, and that's your total risk. You trade real shares, not CFDs, using up to $200,000 in company capital. You keep 70% of the profits, no margin calls, no account blowups. Scan Trade the Pool's QR code and get 10% off and start your journey today with Trade the Pool.
Shout out to them. And make sure you scan that QR code, everybody. So with 4 minutes to go, there were no major imbalances to flip at 55. That's sort of the thing. A lot of times we'll show you, hey, watch out for this pairing off in the last 5 minutes, but there was nothing like that that was of interest.
Nothing.
But I do, like, because Ford is on there, I just want to point it out again. Do not write off things like Ford, stocks like Ford. Just because it seems like it's boring, this was the easiest boring stock you could have ever imagined. I cannot remember the last time, and I have to repeat this, where a pre-market high break was literally just, this is $9.99. The pre-market high break at the open was a $10 even break. And then a pullback was the pullback right into not just the prior high. You like support to resistance? This is the lower high at $10.21 yesterday on Ford.
Beautiful.
This is the aftermarket high, $10.21. Where does the breakout pull back into? $10.21 to the penny. To the penny, and then look at the compression candle underneath. It's 2 cents higher. So you want to talk about risk to reward, you don't find, again, it's a reversion trade, everything about that trade, including this little ad above VWAP here, and look how clean that was. So I know some people are like, I'm not really looking at Lucid. I'm not really looking at Rivian. It's a $2 stock. It's boring. There's 2 million shares on the bid of Lucid right now, but it's done 110 million. But don't write them off just because they seem boring. Because maybe there'll be some kind of a trade on Lucid tomorrow off of the $2 level. Like, look at that low. It's 52-week low, sits at like 193. But these bottoms at $2, maybe it gives you a trade off for $2, and that's super clean. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, you should be open to any and all trading opportunities, whatever they might be. You're just trying to be profitable at the end of the day. You know, whether it's hims and hers, Palantir, both of which give you ample opportunities. Apple. You know, you want to trade $2 on Lucid. You want to trade 200 on Apple. You see this?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Oh, you do?
No, on 200, I'm watching that one as well. That's, again, beautiful reversion.
Again?
We talk about that level showing up as supply, and it continues to show up as supply over and over again in intraday. So the question becomes, is this a bit of a level hold? Does it keep on working over and over again? Is the action or the trade a little broken, if you want to call it that? Yeah, a little bit. It's showing you more of the same. That 200 supply still stepping in. I was looking for that 201. I was like, I'm not getting along Apple until it can get past that 201. And guess what? Never got there. So I think it's been a solid short, nice little reversion into VWAP over and over again if you're taking any of these uptrend breaks for a reversion back down into VWAP. But that's not the way it's setting up, not really part of my playbook. This is a whole different kind of trade. I think this would be more closer to a range trade than it is, well, technically range trading might be a little bit reverty, like reversion trading, but maybe a different subsection of it there. But nice flush coming in the last minute. So wow, aggressive selling. There's the sellers.
Selling coming in.
Boom, there are the sellers right there waiting for the last minute to take out all the bids on this market. Absolutely beautiful action here. Is it catalyst driven? I have no idea.
NVIDIA
Have the
dropping
imbalances
like a rock.
changed? Absolutely not.
Well, Roberto says that AMD is going to be down 15% tomorrow. Maybe someone's getting a little bit antsy early. They'll be at 415, they're reporting. There's AMD, lost the $100 level, down to 98.5. The futures just tagged VWAP, and the NASDAQ is now almost down 1%. Pretty much everything. It wasn't just an Apple story. Actually, Tesla holding up pretty decently, but almost everything getting a major drop there. NVIDIA, for anyone watching. Oh, wait a minute. See, now I forget because I don't actually hit it. Ring it right now. The market's closed.
Boom.
I'm going there looking
timing.
at this flush in the market over like every, left, right, and center, trying to cover this for you guys. And there it is. Market closed. It ends up being a 1% down day almost for the NASDAQ and then 0.8 for the ES. But it was a lot of that late day move. Remember, we got a lot of earnings coming through. The first one we're expecting is actually TEM. So they should be right away. I don't see any movement on them just yet. Got to give a big shout out to Obi for filling in for Sean. He'll be back tomorrow, as I mentioned. Gia had track and field day today, so Sean was making sure that he supported her in that. And a big thank you to Fabian, Ramin, Andre, making sure we look and sound good. Big shout out to Joey Options, of course, looking sharp in a blazer the day after picture day.
Yeah.
I mean, the day after picture day, and he wears it. But looking sharp as always, brother.
Men's not hot. Men's are cold.
Men's are cold.
Maybe a little frigid.
And always ice cold. But everybody sit back, relax. You don't have to do anything. All you have to do is sit there, get taken to the best market recap you're going to find in the business. We got Sharif and Adair at the desk. We got Brian Shannon coming through. We got a host of earnings, including AMD, SMCI, Rivian as well for Randy. Let's go get it started. It's your market recap, and it starts now.
Yeah.
Welcome, everyone, to the Market Recap Show. Anair and I are going to kick off a hell of a show today. Lots and lots of earnings plays to talk about, and we already have one. Adair, give him Tempest.
We do. It is Tempest. Apparently, revenue up 75.4% year over year. I need to get out my notes to figure out what we were looking for, but they reported revenue here of $255.7 million. I always like to be cautious because sometimes the revenue estimates I'm seeing are not the ones the market goes with. Regardless, this does look like a beat, $248.08 million. Quarterly gross profits of 99.8% year over year. They also announced a multi-year strategic collaboration with AstraZeneca. So it's unclear if this is a new announcement or if this is earlier and they're just recapping it. But they've also increased their FY 2025 revenue guidance to $1.25 billion. Anyone increasing guidance here has generally been a good look. Also, I'm just seeing comments coming from Mark Carney. Apparently, he asked Trump to stop calling Canada a state. So probably not market related, but either way, maybe interesting. 405, though, we're going to get Upstart, Rivian Randy, not Randy, just Rivian, Astera Labs, ALAB. We're going to get Lucid. We're going to get ANET. We're going to get Clover, EA, or Electronic Arts. We're going to get AMD and SMCI. AMD and SMCI is expected a little bit later. SMCI, I'm actually seeing 420. AMD 415, Sharif.
This is a handy beat here, Adair. Let's do a comparison of what we were expecting for Tempest and what we actually got. So on the left is the expectations, and it corresponds, Adair, with what you had in the notes. So thank you for sending me that. We were looking for revenue of $248.13 billion. What we ended up getting was $255.7. That's a 75% increase year over year. Not a bad look. How's that? In the first quarter, 75.4% increase of the first quarter of this year, not quarter over quarter on the year. You also had quarterly gross profit increase by almost 100% year over year, reaching that $155.2 million. So that's their gross profit, guys. Not a bad look there. Announcing, as Adair mentioned, that multiple year strategic collaboration with AstraZeneca. And you mentioned this as well. Obviously, they did increase full year guidance. Let's have a look at the price action over here. It did work its way up into that $55 area, but true to form, as we always know, it is a spready trade and a very volatile trade after the bell. They're already dropping below yesterday's closing price here, Adara, of $54. Let's talk about what we're expecting. Thank you again for preparing these notes, Adara. This is what we got. Upstart, we're going to get that at 4:05, so a couple of minutes. There's going to be a lot reporting, guys, at 4:05. Upstart, chief among them. Rivian as well. I'm going to be all eyes and ears for that one. A-Lab as well, looking to come in at 4:05, likewise with Lucid and ANET. Clove as well coming in at 4:05, likewise with Electronic Arts, and then AMD and SMCI 4:15 and 4:20 respectively. Let's have a look at the Rivian and Upstart ones because I think a lot of people are going to be interested in that. EPS for Upstart, we're looking for profitability, 17 pennies here on revenue of around $200 million. The implied move here, a large one, Adair, 20.3%. The previous move was kind of a muted 5% in the negative. Rivian continuing to lose money. We didn't really anticipate that would be any different. The street's looking for 77 pennies loss per share on revenue of $1.03 billion, with the implied move being just a little bit less than 11%. The previous move, again, a very muted minus 2.3%. So we'll wait for those to come out. But Tempest here really going, Adara. Now it's catching its a nice tailwind there, breaking through $57, now up 5.25% after the bell. Just to give you some idea, this one closed out yesterday at $54. Today, just a little bit below 53. So already moving quite aggressively here. And if you're looking for areas of resistance, take a look at this May 2nd high into about 58.50, 58.75. We'll have to see if it ends up clearing that, Adair.
Yeah, we are. Good look here for Tempest. I'm still not seeing any of these other ones. They did end up having a smaller than expected loss per share, so they were a double beat. And again, I did mention they raised their guidance. I just got to stare at Labs, though. ALAB, they IPO'd, I believe, last year. Quarterly revenue up 13% sequentially, up 144% year over year for ALAB. That's apparently record quarterly revenue for ALAB. They reported 159.4 million, so that looks like a beat. I was seeing estimates of 153.34 million. They also cited strong demand for their Ethernet scale out. So good look for ALAB as far as I can see. Devon Energy out. Carvana earnings preview, so they're not out yet. Thank you for confusing me there, Benzinga. What do you have?
Rivian, guys. Nice. Rivian zigging and zagging here, really dropping. It just lost 13. So now Rivian down about 0.4%, but we know that that's not the final say. So here's the deal. Rivian reporting $206 million of gross profit on the quarter. Unlocked an expected $1 billion investment from Volkswagen. We had heard a lot about that. Where's the number, man? Where is the actual revenue? Having a look at that. Give me 1 second over here. So again, telling me the same nonsense. Not sure why they're not giving me the actual revenue number, but they did deliver 14,611 vehicles they produced, 14,611 vehicles. RJ Scaring saying this quarter we hit our second consecutive gross profit and our highest gross profit to date with $206 million. We have continued to make significant progress on the R2. That's what I want to hear, including vehicle validation builds underway and our normal Illinois manufacturing expansion is on track. Still looking for the revenue number here on Rivian. Let me have a look at another possible one. Yeah, not really. I don't know why they make these so convoluted. It's really not that hard just to give us a tab by tab analysis over here. So keeping an eye on any new numbers, not getting it quite yet, but that's what we got over here on Rivian. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, we've got SMCI, we have Upstart, we have ANET. I'll go over SMCI first. So net sales, $4.6 billion versus $5.68 billion last quarter and $3.85 billion on a year-over-year basis. So it was a year-over-year increase. Gross margin, 9.6% versus 15.5% year-over-year. So that is not a great look. I'll pull up the chart here. Net income, $109 million versus $402 million last year. So this is a really bad look here for SMCI. As you can tell, the market is reacting accordingly. Now let's take a look here
Upstart.
at
Let me have a look at Upstart.
Of course.
Yeah, here we go. We're dropping 20% here, Adara, on Upstart. So we're down 20%. We closed out at about $52 yesterday. We're down below 41 right now. It looks like it was a beat on the top line. Upstart, we were looking for revenue of around $200 million. It looks like they printed a little bit more than that, 244 million. So it was a beat on the top line. We'll have to keep an eye for EPS as well as the guide. Upstart and Fortress Investment, they're announcing a $1.2 billion forward flow agreement, whatever the hell that means. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's have a look at the other numbers that they mentioned over here. Still not getting it. It looks like they lost about 3 cents per share. The street was looking for 17 cents per share earnings. So they had a loss of around 3 cents per share. So yeah, a bit of a tougher look there.
Yeah, so that Upstart, not a great look. We didn't expect to move about 20%. Makes sense. Here's Arista Networks, though, because ANET, this one adjusted earnings of 65 cents per share. That's going to be a beat versus estimates of 60 cents. But sales, $2 billion versus $2.02 billion expected. So slight sales miss, but EPS beat for ANET. Let's see what else we were waiting for here to come through at 410. Lucid, I don't know, or sorry, 405. Let's see if we got Lucid up 0.44%. I'm not seeing Lucid. All I'm seeing is apparently they're strengthening their leadership team. Let's take a look for EA. EA looks like they did report. I'm going to have to go through this. This is their Q4 fiscal 2025.
All right, let's have a look at, no, this is not it. All right, keeping an eye here for Lucid. It's not really moving, 0.85. Looking at the blotter to see if we can get some more information. Lucid sticks to annual production forecast even as tariff woes hit automakers. So not much of a report there. Still looking lower to see if we got anything here on Lucid. Not quite yet. Let's talk about what we have gotten so far. Tempest AI reporting, decent report there. It's up 3.2%, but it's up upstart here, taking the cake for the biggest loser, down 18.4%. Rivian reacting kind of mutedly here, down 1.1%. AAPL as well, kind of the same look, about 1.2% in the green. We already talked about Lucid. ANET as well, 2.5% in the positive as they report as well. We'll keep an eye out on that. Looks like this is the report here for ANET. So just to give you an idea of what we were expecting, we were looking for 59 pennies. We ended up getting 60. So it's a beat by 1 penny there on revenue of around $2 billion. It says it missed the $2.02 billion estimate. Really depends on who was making the estimates, because we have it here at 1.96. So possibly here a miss on the top line, but a beat on the bottom line for Aritzia Networks. It's positive 1.5% here in the aftermarket. We'll keep an eye out on Lucid, guys. Lucid going green now, up 0.87%. Likewise with Clove. Did we get Clove? Yeah, we did. All right, so here we go. Clover Investments, Q1 sales of $462.33 million. That misses the $4.99 million that the street was looking for. Again, different than the estimates that we had. I had $476 million estimate there. How about earnings per share? Have a look over here. Nothing yet with response to that. Clover Health reports first quarter results and improves full year guidance. So maybe that's why Clover is not going negative, raising guidance there up 0.6 here in the aftermarket. EA Adara. EA Electronic Arts reporting, and they're up nicely, 6.5%. Not a bad look on revenue of 1.55. Sorry, this is Q1 guidance. They're guiding 1.55 to 1.65 in revenue. Let's have a look at what they actually printed on the quarter. Here it is, Q1 net bookings. And again, this is all forward. Here we go. Let's see. EPS, again, this is all forward revenue, just having a look here for the actual results. And yeah, we're going to have to read through these because they don't come very easy to read, Adair. Anything on your end there?
Yeah, no, people are just asking about Rivian. We did go over that Rivian there, but yeah, they talked about their expected $1 billion investment from Volkswagen. Yeah, a lot of these, it's hard, especially when these reports are just coming out. They're not giving you little summaries. But AMD, we'll go over AMD. Like I always say, the estimates that I get are from earnings whisperers. They're sometimes going to be different than the ones that the street goes with. They're usually pretty close. We're expecting earnings of 93 cents per share and revenue of $7.12 billion with an implied move of 8.5%. The previous move on AMD was negative 6.3%. So that's what we're expecting for the advanced money destroyer, as it is sometimes called. SMCI we were expecting later, but they already came out. And again, that is
they're guiding down, by the way.
Yeah, it makes sense. SMCI guiding a little bit lower. Steep year-over-year drop again, just to mention. Gross margin 9.6% versus 15.5% last year. And then net income $109 million versus $402 million last year. That is pretty rough, I would say, across the board straight. But let's wait and find out what AMD has to bring for us, hopefully soon.
All right, here's the guide that we're talking about with respect to SMCI. $2.18 billion to $2.26 billion. So they're cutting their full year revenue forecast down to $21.8 billion. Range, $21.8 billion to $22.6 billion. So giving you about $800 million worth of range there. It's already down 2.4% here in the aftermarket, but it did spike all the way down to that $30 area, being bought up now at about $31.50. SMCI disappoints, says Barron's. Let's have a look at this, see if we can read it a little bit more clearly over here. So where is the earnings? Okay, there we go. SMCI says it expects fourth quarter adjusted earnings of between 40 cents to 50 cents a share, below the estimates of 66 cents, so a weak guide there. Revenue for the June quarter is expected to be 5.6 to 6.4, also below the consensus of 6.65. We'll keep an eye out on that. Let's have a look at how they did last week. Supermicro said last week that revenue for March quarter would come in at around $4.5 to $4.6 billion. Before that, analysts had been expecting $5.4 billion on adjusted earnings of around 53 cents per share, down 2.8% here in the aftermarket. Adara.
Yeah, we're still waiting here just a couple seconds until we get that number from our friends at Advanced Money Destroyer, or I guess actually called Advanced Micro Devices. Our friend Lisa Sue in the blue. Why is AAPL going red, as Rivian Millionaire? A lot of these earnings names will give you a little bit of the shake and bake, as Obi likes to call it. Here's ALAB, just to go over that. Yeah, a little bit of a chop and a churn for that one for sure. But again, I want to get us ready for Advanced Micro Devices, which will hopefully be here any second. We'll have to see if this ends up destroying money or duplicating some money. And if you're long or short, you might get it either way. Let's find out what happens there. as we await these numbers. We're also waiting Brian Shannon is to come join us later as well.
We can talk a little bit here about Astra Labs as we're waiting for AMD, Adara. So the company achieved $159.4 billion in revenue. That's a 13% year-over-year increase. A 13% sequential increase on the quarter and 144% increase year-over-year. Gross margin was about 74.9%. That's good for a SaaS product. And operating income at around $11.3 billion. We'll keep an eye out on that. That ends up translating into diluted earnings per share of 18 pennies.
AMD.
Looks like something's out here. Joseph's freaking out. So let's have a look at AMD here. Adara up 2%. Go AMD, go. I don't have the data, but I have the response here. Breaking through 104, 105, 104 and a half, Adara, 3.5%. This one's really going right now. I don't have the report on it. Do you have anything on your
I got it. So it looks like diluted earnings per share, 96 cents. I was seeing estimates of 93. Looks like a beat. Q1 revenue, 7.4 billion.
Yep.
I was seeing estimates of 7.12 billion. That is a double beat for AMD. So good look for our friends over at AMD. And for Lisa Su, saying apparently that they grew first quarter revenue by 36% year over year and delivered significant earnings leverage as their business gains scale. That is according to their executive vice president and CFO. But yeah, double beat there for AMD, confirmed. Great look for advanced micro devices, not destroying any money.
Here we go. We're going to show it in a way that this is how it should come out every single time. I shouldn't have to be looking for the data. I mean, makes it so convoluted. So $7.4 billion, Adara, in revenue. That's an easy beat from their Q1 of 2024. $5.4 billion was what they had. Gross profit of $3.7 billion as well. A million, excuse me. No, that's $3.7 billion, up from $2.5 billion last time. Gross margins, 50%, also increasing 3% year over year. Not a bad look here. Operating margin of 11% last year on the quarter was 1%, with operating income being around $806 million. That's up from $36 million last year on the quarter. You can kind of compare Q1 of 25 versus Q4 of 25 was a beat basically on every category. Good look here for AMD. We'll have to see how the street reacts to this tomorrow, but up over 4% and taking out that 105 on its way into 106. Yeah, bring in, yeah, absolutely. Hey, Brian, good to see you again. How are you?
Hey,
What an interesting day it's been. All right, let's have a look over here. Brian, I saw you tweeted today about IWM, the Russell 2000 ETF, the weakest of the four major indices compared to the SPY, the Qs, and the SMH because it's below the anchored VWAP. Tell us a little bit about that, Brian.
Sure. I was talking about the anchored VWAP from the high of the year. So if you look at my screen, that's that red one right here. And that was made in February. So all the other markets, you know, the semiconductors, they're above, right below it actually as well. But the S&P 500 still above the anchor from the year to date, and in fact, all-time high, as well as the NASDAQ above that anchor. So I'm kind of looking at those anchors from those highs as if we get a flush after the Fed tomorrow, for instance, 468, 470 in the NASDAQ is likely to be important, and 550 for the SPY. But that Russell 2000 just is behaving a little bit worse overall with it, you know, stuck at that 50-day moving average, declining 50-day moving average in that anchor from the high of the year.
I know, Brian, you obviously look more at technicals, obviously, than fundamentals, but I got to ask you this question in any event. Are you keeping an eye on the Fed for rate cuts? Because we know how these small caps react. They're very interest rate sensitive. Do you anticipate some sort of move to the high side here on IWM? Should we get a surprise rate cut possibly in June or thereafter?
I mean, I think, yeah, that the market would definitely like that, but I don't think that a rate cut itself would do it. I think the anticipation of that rate cut, so maybe after we get this Fed meeting out of the way, and if the market starts to anticipate that and we see the odds, you know, from the Fed funds futures start to imply that we, you know, greater likelihood of a move, I think the Russell 2000 will start to rally in front of that on anticipation of the rate cut.
Understood. Got to ask you about Palantir as well. Great earnings report yesterday. I mean, they beat expectations on the top and bottom line. They increased forward guidance, and we're down 12.5%. Is this one of those ones where we buy the rumor and sell the news anyway in the short term?
I mean, you know, the stock doubled off of the April low. it needed a rest. And, here the thing is, it doubled in the course of a little bit over a month. It broke to a new all-time high in that same
Adara's
zone. So a little bit of selling, a little bit of profit taking is not unusual. Anyone who's panicked about this, is really just got the wrong perception of what stocks should do. If you were expecting it to go to 150, you were definitely thinking about it differently than I was. But I think we drift lower, maybe settle in towards the anchor off of the year-to-date low, which would bring us in that 100 level. And then we start to rebuild for another run because, like you said, the earnings were good and people still love this stock. So a little bit of profit taking, rebuild, and continue its strength.
Hi, Brian. Thank you for being here with us today. I actually have a question here. We have two names reporting tomorrow after the bell that have been subject to a lot of short reports lately, AAPL and Carvana. So regardless of the earnings coming up, are there any trends that you're seeing or anything you like on either of these tickers right now?
Yeah, Adara, AAPL is, right up against this prior band of support that had been so important for it. It's still got a declining 50-day moving average, and it's up against the anchor from the election. So we've just run 50% from 300 to 500. So maybe a little bit of buy the rumor, sell the news in there as well. It wouldn't be a surprise to me. Carvana also, it's hard to really think that an earnings report is going to attract new buyers here after we've just run from 150 to 260. These are huge percentage moves, and they're great to have. So I would say if you're long these stocks, maybe lighten up your risk in front of these events because they have the opportunity to, show good earnings reports like Palantir, but experience a little bit of profit taking.
All right, Brian, thank you for being on today. It was obviously nice of you to come in, give us your time during all these earnings reports. I know there's a lot of charting to do now that we've got a lot of new levels.
Right on. Thank you.
Take care now.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, guys, let's go over the earnings report that we've got so far. I think we've had everybody report so far. Let's start from the top. Tempus AI positive, up 2.13. Did touch into that 57 area, still below that key area of technical resistance that we got into on the 2nd of May at around 58.50. Upstart, Adair, what did you say the expected move for this one was? The implied move was 20%. We're still within it, believe it or not. 16% to the downside over here, but it did wick off that 41.50. So we'll have to see. When we look at the implied move, guys, we're looking at the opening price the next day versus the close at 4 o'clock. So we'll have to wait and see where this one settles tomorrow at 9:30 when it does open. Rivian, my goodness, is there any body to this candle over here? We wicked up all the way down up to 415, drop below 13, 12.95, and now we're somewhere in between there at around 13.5. So Rivian indecisive at the moment, down technically 0.44. Likewise here with Astrolabs, very high wick, very low wick, 65 finding support, almost $80 there, $79.80 at resistance, and we're trading at around 71.42 Adara. So kind of looks like it's a middle ground over here. Lucid, did we get Lucid yet? There we go. Now we can report on Lucid finally. All right, here we go. We got a 20 penny per share loss. We were looking for 23 cents a share loss, so it was a beat there. How about the sales? 235 million. That misses 250 million in revenue that the street was looking for. Let's have a look over here if we can see whether or not we've got the actual delivery numbers. I'm not seeing that quite yet there. I don't know if you've got the delivery numbers on your side there.
Yeah, take a look.
I got it over here. Here we go. So it does top EPS. As we mentioned, they delivered 3,109 vehicles and they produced 2,212. So that makes you feel that there was a glut of inventory from the previous quarter that they had to offload. They produced more than they delivered, or less, excuse me, than they delivered. So an interesting look here. As I mentioned, they delivered 3,100 vehicles. That's up 58%, believe it or not, from Q1 of last year. Doesn't seem like a lot, 3,000 as compared to Tesla, but relative to them, not a bad look.
Yeah, I was just going to say that 58.1% year-over-year increase is pretty solid here for LCID. I also want to mention really quickly here too with AMD, the guidance. So data center revenue was great. It was up about over 30% on a year-over-year basis, but they're guiding revenue here between 7.1 and 7.7 billion for next quarter. Analysts were looking for around 7.2. So lower end of their guidance, a slight miss, but midpoint definitely going to be a beat. So AMD generally a pretty strong report there actually for Lisa Su and crew.
Interesting look here, just having a read. Says, unfortunately for AMD, the AI story already somewhat tenuous is likely to take another material haircut on the back of new China sanctions, wrote Bernstein analyst Stacy Raskin as he reaffirmed his market perform rating on AMD, but did warn the company's outlook may not impress shareholders. That kind of echoes what you said there, Dara, with the guide being a little bit light. AMD nonetheless positive on the day, still up, or aftermarket that is, up 2.75%. So not a bad look here for AMD. Let me know if you want to jump in with anything there.
reported.
Go ahead.
So I'm just going to go over that. So they're down a lot here. They have revenue down 9.7%, subscription revenue down up 57.1%. So like some decent subscription revenue, but their overall revenue is down. And then they have this sentence that they released. Looking ahead, we're engaged in substantive discussions with our lenders and note holders in order to take decisive actions with our capital structure and remain focused on strengthening our financial foundation to position Weight Watchers' future success. So they're looking a little, looks like they're a bit concerned here about their future. Down 9% of revenue, though. Again, that subscription revenue is not a bad look there, Sharif.
All right, let's talk about SMCI again, because I know this is one's a fan favorite. So let's show you exactly what we're dealing with here. They lowered their 2025 full year sales guidance from $23.5 billion to 25, all the way down to $21.8 billion to 22.6. The estimate there, irrespective of what they were actually guiding before, the street was looking for 23.94. So the guide of 21.8 to 22.6 is a decided miss. Now, how'd they actually do on the quarter? Q3 adjusted EPS, 31 pennies. That misses the 50 pennies the street was looking for on sales of 4.6 billion. That's a decided miss, Adara. 4.6 billion of 5.42. We're talking about almost $1 billion. How did analysts get it so wrong, or did the company really meet a headwind here? Are we actually starting to see some of the AI spend dwindle? Even though the Mag 7 names, they're not saying that. They're saying they're reaffirming how much they're spending in 2025. So it's interesting to look here.
I think SMCI is also its own beast. I think that's really important to look at too when you compare AMD with their strong data center revenue to what we have with SMCI. We already kind of knew it was going to be bad too, right? So that's maybe why they bounced a little bit. They had their preliminary earnings, which no one expected really coming through last week. It was bad. In comparison, they actually did have a year-over-year increase in sales, even though it missed estimates. So not all was that bad, but I think with SMCI, you always have to remember this company has been in trouble. They do struggle with reporting in a timely manner. They struggle with, I honestly, Sharif, I think the nice thing is we didn't get just preliminary. We actually got a real report. So I'm going to give them credit for that and for that alone, because honestly, after last week, I was convinced we weren't going to get one for months.
Lowering the bar. We're lowering the bar. All right, let's talk about Rivian here, Adara, and how the tariffs may hurt them. They're saying that the tariff policies will make a dent in demand for their cars and obviously for electric vehicles. So they were guiding, guys. They were guiding 46,000 to 51,000 cars that would be delivered. What was the actual delivery? Is that for the year? Rivian said on Tuesday it's changing in landscape for trade policies. And now expect vehicles deliveries between 40,000 to 46,000 this year, down from a prior range of 46,000 to 51,000. So a bit of a definite drop there. The expected impact from tariffs will cause capital expenditures to come in between 1.8 to 1.9 billion for the year. That's going to be $200 million more than the prior range. So more CapEx coming from Rivian there. The new outlook came as Rivian reported a narrower first quarter loss of 545 million or 48 cents per share compared to a loss of 1.45 billion or $1.48 a share earlier. So they're shoring up costs, but it's not good enough. And we still have that tariff headwind that they've got to deal with. As I mentioned, revenue rose to 1.24 billion compared to 1.2 billion a year ago, but the street was looking for 997 million. So that was a beat there, not bad. During the quarter, the company produced 14,611 vehicles and delivered 8,640. That's not what you want to see. That is certainly it was almost half of the amount of vehicles that they produced, they delivered. That's a market miss there. Think about that. I mean, like, that's going to be a glut of inventory. So a bit of a tougher look. What I'll be looking for on the call, and I think a lot of analysts and investors will be, to see what RJ Scaringe says about that R2. It's the cheaper version of the R1S and the R1T, and it's the one that widely expected to be able to move the needle. It's more affordable, more mass market friendly, and it's going to be interesting to see what kind of timeline they can get. There's also the R3, but we're not really expecting much in the way of R3 until 2027. They did talk about this though. They have unlocked about that $1 billion investment that they got from Volkswagen. The investment is supposed to take effect on June 30th, so it looks like they unlocked it, but they haven't seen the money yet, Dara.
Yeah, really quickly here, because I know we're getting a little bit over time. I want to talk about a couple headlines. Chef Joe, thank you for reminding me about this. I saw this about 20 minutes ago. CMG didn't move much initially. After hours here, it was kind of around this time, but basically CMG announcing that Jason Kidd, formerly of Taco Bell, will be the COO of the company as of May 19th. So sorry for missing that one. It didn't move much initially. But Lucid here, I really want to mention this fascinating headline from their interim CEO. Interim CEO saying they might actually start production of their mid-sized vehicle in Saudi instead of U.S.
No.
Given the tariff impact. So that means that Trump's goal of U.S. production might actually have the opposite effect.
That's bizarre. But then they import them into the United States at what? Minimum 25%, right? We already know imported cars are going to be 25% more unless Saudi can strike a deal.
I'm thinking because they have the Saudi connections, I'm thinking that's probably why they made that decision. Again, this headline could be wrong. All I'm reading is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, for sure.
But we know because they have the Saudi connection, I'm actually not that surprised by seeing it. But either way, I just wanted to mention that.
No, it's a really good point, guys. And the market here is dropping on this news. So the NQ continuing to, or sorry, that's the ES. I'll have a look at the NQ. The NQ dropping here after the bell, continuing to kind of move down a little bit from the closing print. We obviously lost 20,000 today. We tried to get above 20,000 momentarily there during the noon hour, but we were unable to. We did close out yesterday at around 20,060. So a bit of a negative day on all four major averages, but I do see it is now 4:30.
It is.
So we shall see. Unless you have anything else to say.
Yeah, I was just going to say, people are asking why the market's dropping. They're like, oh, does something come here from Trump? Apparently he posted something on social media. I'm not seeing it. But also it is.
Truth?
I checked Truth here.
Okay.
I'm not seeing a Truth. Most recent is from 58 minutes ago, and it has nothing to do with the markets.
Okay.
But apparently he just said he was happy with his meeting with Carney. But also, I want to talk about, people are asking, why is the market moving down? There's more geopolitical turmoil coming out of India and Pakistan. It's a lot of headlines, just a lot of headlines about strikes. So that is, I just want to say that right now. And
there's more sellers than buyers.
The market's down because there's more sellers than buyers. So thank you, Obi. And with that, we say, oh boy, and good night to you all.
Take care. See you tomorrow.